Demonic Powapoof ladies. The story starts in a prison and the people shouted from their prison cells. "Pain! It's so painful! Boo-hoo-hoo-hoo, let me out!" A prisoner shouted. "By Kingling, you despicable and shameless demon! I want to tear you into shreds." In his throne, Bai Qingling listened to the prisoners as he relaxed to the sound of people screaming in agony. He suddenly opened his eyes, felt something different, and said, "Tear you into shreds." Bai Qingling remarked, "Such an evil smell. Did I transmigrate?" He suddenly remembered something and said, "Isn't this the final boss scene from the game I played previously?" I remember that the villain boss was called something like. He was shocked and said, "It's him. This is him. Demon Lord Qingling, Bai Qingling." Unexpectedly, I transmigrated into the biggest villain. But this guy is a vicious character, and he even controls 3 beautiful disciples. Demon Lord Qingling, Bai Qingling, is the common final villain from all ending roots in the traditional Chinese-style game Immortal Love. He deceived his master and eradicated his ancestors, even planning to have his own master tossed into an alchemy furnace to be refined into a human elixir. To keep the matter of his master's murder secret, he also used forbidden spells to massacre his sect. He only left behind one little junior martial sister and became a fugitive on the run. At the end of the game, Bai Qingling used his identity as Kang Ming sect's Yuo Temple Master to fight to the death with the strongest person of the righteous path, Mu Xinlan. Bai Qingling spent 1,000 years of cultivation and paid a heavy price to barely escape back to the Kang Ming sect. Right now, Bai Qingling has just painstakingly escaped back to his old den, and this is the storyline close to the final ending. Demon Lord Qingling, at his peak, was at the immortalization stage of cultivation. And now he has fallen into such a pathetic state. I remember clearly that at this point, the Bai Qingling in the original game was going to die soon. He would be poisoned to death by his most trusted 3rd disciple. Suddenly, someone knocked at the demon door, and a disciple said, "Lord Master, are you inside?" "It's time for your medicine." Bai Qingling said to himself in shock, "Sure enough, she's here." The disciple held a vial of medicine while waiting outside and remembered her fellow disciples saying to her, "Kill him, Zinger. This is the only choice. Once you kill that person, everything will be over." She opened the door. Bai Qingling was shocked and said to himself, "She's here. It's just like the original game. My 3rd disciple Sen Zinger has been instigated to use the opportunity of providing medicine to use the poison pill given by the main male character, Xiao Chen. Right now, I am Bai Qingling, and Demon Lord Bai Qingling is me. I don't want to die yet. At the very least, I can't let that charming horse main character, Xiao Chen, enjoy my disciples." A system notification said, "Congratulations to the host." Another system notification said, "You've been bound with the legendary Great Love system." Another system notification said, "You've received a beginner's quest. Use Great Love to influence Sen Singer emotionally. Influence her to let go of her resentment and become completely devoted to the host." Bai Qingling said to himself, "A Great Love system? Isn't Bai Qingling a demon lord who does all kinds of evil without batting an eye? Even if it's a common cheat for a transmigrator, it shouldn't be so ridiculous." Wait, not necessarily so. In the original game, developing goodwill from Sen Singer only started after my death. A system notification said, "Bai Qingling's 3rd disciple Sen Jinger." Bai Qingling said to himself, "This also means that even though the story progressed to this stage, she still couldn't bear to let me go. Whether Bai Qingling likes Sen Singer isn't important. This brat is the only point of breakthrough for me." He suddenly used force to draw Sen Jinger, and a gust of wind blew at her. She looked at Bai Qingling in the distance. Bai Qingling said, "No need to be so cautious. Come closer, Zinger." Sen Jinger said to herself in disbelief, "Hey, is this my imagination?" The man who was always above everyone else, his voice actually had a hint of warmth. She suddenly kneeled to the ground, put her head down, and said, "This disciple greets martial master." "No!" "Greets master," she said to herself. "Be brave, Zinger. There's nothing to be afraid of." Martial brother Xiao Chen used his life to guarantee that Master No Bai Qingling's vitality is greatly injured. As long as he consumes this void soul eater pill, his body will perish while his Tao will disperse, and he will not be reincarnated. Master, the spiritual herb garden that Zinger is responsible for has produced another batch of 100-year-old spiritual herbs. Currently, I present to the Master the 9 transformation magic pill that you asked for a while ago. Bai Qingling said, It's ready so quickly. Are you sure this pill is properly refined? Sen Zinger replied. Zinger does not dare to be neglectful. Zinger and the elder from the blood refining hall refined this pill day and night for 2 months. The quality of this pill should be at least 7th grade or above. Zinger requests for master's benevolence. Bai Qingling said, 7th grade? Then why is there a 9-colored glow near the entrance of the bottle? When were you and the blood refining hall able to refine a 9th grade pill? Sen Zinger said, it's the effect of supplementary ingredients. I added supplementary ingredients. Bai Qingling looked at her with his piercing cat eyes and said, was it intentional or accidental? Sen Zinger was scared and shocked at the same time. She put her face down and said nervously, please don't worry, master. Although I've only added supplementary ingredients, it still has the effects of an original 9th grade pill. If there is any loss in the effect, Zinger is willing to be severely punished. Bai Qingling looked at her and thought to himself, such eagerness to convince me to consume it. My good disciple really wants her master to die quickly. But a person at their most anxious state is when they are at their weakest. The foreplay must be sufficient for the so-called great love to penetrate deep into the soul. Sen Zinger opened the vial, and Bai Qingling looked at it in his hands. Sen Zinger asked, Master, are you going to take it immediately? Suddenly, a flashback of her holding Bai Qingling's hands and calling him, Master, Master, she said. If Master is not satisfied, why don't I take the pill back into the furnace to refine it again? And Bai Qingling said, Zinger, and he held Sen Zinger's face, why do you hate me so much? He got closer to her and looked her in the eye, continuing, that you want to kill your master so eagerly? Sen Zinger was shocked and nervously sweating. Bai Qingling said, come with me. Sen Zinger said, Master, do you not believe in Zinger? She started to tear up. Bai Qingling said, keep up, no more questions. Sen Zinger wiped away her tears and said, yes. As they walked down to the basement, Bai Qingling thought to himself, as expected, she still doesn't have the courage or conviction to go against me. Then I can turn things around as long as I use this to my advantage. In the blood storage basement level, Sen Zinger said, Master, these are... Bai Qingling thought to himself, this is where Bai Qingling ingested the poisonous elixir. It's also the place where the original main character Xiao Chen made his final attack. The game made it seem more peaceful, but it's actually so cruel seeing it firsthand. These were all people from the Cyclops clan who lived in the Great Xuan Mountain in Nanjiang. I was once deceived by the clan leader Tuoba Changyu. I endured such extreme torture that I was better off being dead. Tuoba Changyu wanted to take away my innate demonic powers. Thankfully, my demon blood activated at the last minute, and I escaped successfully. After my demonic art was completed, the first thing I did was return to the Great Xuan Mountain to pay back the hospitality shown by the Cyclops clan. Sen Zinger thought to herself, Master. Hey, it's not just Master's master who wanted to take his demonic power, but the Cyclops clan also plotted against him. Anyone who has experienced this type of treatment would become ruthless and nonchalant towards this world, right? Master. Hey, shouldn't have been treated that way, but senior sister already told me about this man's true face. If I don't kill him this time around, who knows how many lives will perish by his hands. Bai Qingling looked at Sen Zinger and said, but not these. What I truly want you to see is inside. He opened the doors and they entered. Inside, there were pearls hovering. Sen Zinger looked at them closely and was shocked. She said, these are shadow demon pearls? Sen Zinger remembered what her fellow disciple told her. The shadow demon pearls can monitor a person's every move and provide feedback upon the owner's wish. The shadow demon pearls in your room were crafted by Master. They've been monitoring us ever since we joined Master. We are not his disciples, but tools on a leash. Just things he can touch as he pleases, Sen Zinger told herself. Second senior sister told me to pretend not to know about the existence of those pearls. But now, why is he showing these things to me himself? Bai Qingling said. Ixinger, raise your head and look closely. Sen Zinger replied, yes, Master. The pearl started to project something. She saw herself as a child crying and said, boo-hoo. A warrior said, this rotten child is still crying. So annoying. Another guy shouted, shut your mouth, and attacked the young Sen Zinger. The young Sen Zinger cried and tried to block the attack. Suddenly, Bai Qingling arrived and cut them in half. He walked towards the young Sen Zinger. She looked at her savior and asked, Who are you? He said, Bai Qingling. The young Sen Zinger said, are you a god? Help my mommy and daddy, I beg you. Bai Qingling said, gods disregard mortals, demons don't abandon the living. He touched her face and said, "Come with me." Sensinger asked, "Where?" Bai Qingling smiled and said, "Home." In the present, Sensinger said, "Master." Bai Qingling told her, "Xinger, your master has countless enemies. My disciples will also naturally become the targets of many people. This Shadow Demon Pearl is just one of my tactics for protecting you when you are in danger." Sensinger said, "Master, you mean? You were always using the Shadow Demon Pearl to protect us and not monitor us." Bai Qingling said, "Master has deliberately treated you unkindly these years, and everyone in the world knows that you have reasons to hate your master. If I accidentally die, you three sisters will still have a reason to stand on the enemy's side and keep yourselves safe. It would have been best if I could keep this a secret forever. But you had already decided to kill your master." Sensinger began to cry, realizing the truth. Bai Qingling continued, "Never mind. As long as Xinger is safe, everything else is not important." Sensinger suddenly rushed towards Bai Qingling and hugged him tightly with her body. She continued to cry and said, "Master, Xinger was wrong. Xinger shouldn't have believed what the others said. Xinger is a big dummy. Xinger should have known from the start Master is the best person in the whole world. Xinger was truly wrong. I beg for Master's forgiveness." Xinger actually really loves Master. Bai Qingling smiled like a demon and hugged her back. Sensinger continued to cry and said, "Boo-hoo-hoo." A system notification said, "Congratulations to the host. You've completed the beginner's quest." Another system notification said, "You've earned the following reward. 500 points. Golden treasure chest ×1. Bai Qingling thought to himself, the quest is complete. Does this count as using great love to influence her emotions? I can't afford to think too much. In order to survive, I must change the storyline of my eventual death. Xinger's loyalty is an indispensable factor for it." Bai Qingling told Sensinger, "My rebellious disciple, I can't understand your behavior." "Who is the scoundrel that managed to sweet-talk you into doing this?" Sensinger replied, "Yes." Reporting to the master, it was Yingui Temple's direct disciple, Xiao Chen. It was he who sowed discord between the master and me. He even used sweet words to bewitch second senior sister and created a rift in the relationship between the master and his disciple. Everything that happened today was all because Xinger was deceived by that Xiao Chen. I request master to inflict the harshest punishment on Xinger, as long as you don't chase me away." Bai Qingling said, "Since that's the case, this venerable one will give you a second chance. Help this venerable one with a favor, and I shall pardon all your sins." Sensinger said, "Yes, please give me your command." In the Kangming sect Yuluo Temple, Xiao Chen said, "Senior sister Tantai, why hasn't junior sister Xinger come out yet?" Could that demon have realized that something was off? Was junior sister Xinger exposed? It was the original game's male lead, Xiao Chen. Tantai Lingying said, "As per Xinger and my agreement, whether she succeeds or not, she will transmit word to me as soon as possible. Since there's no news until now, it means that the plan is still being executed." It was Bai Qingling's second disciple, Tantai Lingying. Xiao Chen replied, "This won't do, I have to check it out myself." There is absolutely no room for mistakes. Tantai Lingying suddenly put her sword to Xiao Chen's neck and said, "I urge my lord to not be rash." She continued, "The outside of the blood storage is filled with terrifying restrictions. Only Xinger is permitted to enter. If you want to force your way in, you'll be seeking your own death." Xiao Chen replied, "Never mind, let's wait a little longer." Suddenly he noticed someone and said, "Oh, junior sister Xinger is back. Junior sister Xinger, it's great that nothing happened to you. Your senior brother was so worried." Sensinger was silent and distant, and Xiao Chen was confused. Sensinger silently looked at Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen said, "Xinger, you," and thought to himself, "Are you seriously retreating? I've helped you all so much all these years, am I not even allowed to briefly hold your hand in such a situation?" Tantai Lingying said, "Junior sister, are you all right? Did you succeed? Why didn't you transmit word to your senior sister as per our agreement?" Sensinger said, replying to senior sister, Xinger, was successful. Xiao Chen smiled and said, "Successful?" He thought to himself, "Ever since I was 12, I've been undercover in the Kangming demon sect for a total of 10 whole years. Now that I've finally eliminated the giant of the demonic path whose name was known throughout the continent, I'll definitely become famous amongst the righteous path in the future," Sensinger said. "That demon was arrogant to believe that he had already controlled me long ago and consumed the Void Soul Eater pill. During this period, his emotions fluctuated greatly. I was afraid of exposing any of my weaknesses. That's why I didn't dare to transmit any word. Xiao Chen said, "If that's the case, then there's no need to rush. That poison pill was personally bought by my master from the black market using a hefty sum of gold. If we wait for 7 days for the poison to reach its peak, even the strongest of both paths won't be able to escape the fate of bodily death and soul destruction." Tantai Lingying said, "It's not that we can't wait for 7 days, but I have a doubt and hope that junior brother Xiao can clarify it. Although that demon committed countless evils, it doesn't seem like he had any grievances with junior brother Xiao. Why did you agree to cooperate with us and even suggest using such a vicious poison pill?" Sen Singer added. "That's right, and you even appeared to be so enthusiastic about it." Xiao Chen said, "It's naturally because I couldn't bear to see that demon abuse and bully both of you for such a long time. I wanted to rescue you two from the sea of fire. Don't the two of you understand my concern for you?" Sen Singer asked. "Did you do this all for the two of us right from the start?" Xiao Chen replied. No. "No, what makes you think that?" Tantai Lingying looked at Xiao Chen and said, "Forget it, let's end it for today and meet again after 7 days. It's getting late. Junior brother Xiao Chen shouldn't delay Yin Gui Temple's evening lessons." Xiao Chen said, "Yes, senior sister Tantai, junior sister Zinger, I will see you in the coming days." He thought to himself, "Why are women always so fickle?" and walked away. Tantai Lingying asked Sen Zinger, "Zinger, be honest with your senior sister. Are you deeply saddened?" Sen Singer said, "Senior sister, have you ever thought Tantai Lingying was confused and listened." Sen Zinger continued, "Master might not be what we originally imagined him to be. Perhaps he was a little harsh to us, but he would never harm us." Tantai Lingying said, "Singer, the evidence that Xiao Chen brought has already proved that Bai Qingling only views us as materials for his human puppets. Even if all his nefarious acts are ignored, we can't forgive him based on this fact alone." Sen Zinger nervously sweated. In Bai Qingling's throne room, he thought to himself, "I let Zinger buy some time for me to catch my breath. Xiao Chen and my second disciple will definitely not be able to discover at the start that Zinger has been won over by me. Right now, let's see the rewards that the system gave me." He took out a chest from the system. It's really identical to the treasure chest from the original game. "Treasure chest open," a system notification said. "Opening successful. Please select one of the 3 items within the treasure chest." A system notification said, "Adjustable divine rod. The founder of the Hehuan sect personally crafted it. It is effective against female cultivators up to the same cultivation stage." Another system notification said, "Bedroom Sutra, the arts of the shaft. A technique created by the ancestral elder of the Huanxi sect. Temporarily strengthens a specific part of the user's body." Another system notification said, "Demon Lord's Cultivation Stage Reversion Experience Card. Reverses space and time to allow the host to revert back to any cultivation stage." Bai Qingling went silent and looked at the loot. He asked himself, what the hell are these 2 things? Demon Lord's Cultivation Stage Reversion Experience Card, reversing space and time to allow the host to revert back to any cultivation stage. Are they even used for demonic cultivation? They're clearly used for human cultivation. Sure enough, I have to choose this. He chose the Demon Lord's Cultivation Stage Reversion Experience Card. Bai Qingling said, "An experience card that allows me to revert back to any previous cultivation stage. Doesn't this mean that I could revert my cultivation to when Bai Qingling was at the peak of the immortalization stage?" Bai Qingling thought to himself, "Zinger should have followed my order to meet Lingying and lied that the poison plan succeeded. Based on the original storyline, they will only enter the blood storage after 7 days to check on my corpse. The restrictions at the blood storage will weaken as I slowly die. Lastly, the main character Xiao Chen, who had been undercover in the demonic sect, will deal the final blow personally. Within these 7 days, I must make the necessary preparations." Bai Qingling shouted, "I am Demon Lord Qingling. I will defy heaven's will and change my fate." A box emerged from the red water, emanating an ominous aura. Bai Qingling said to himself, Bai Qingling previously took out and hid his cultivation core in 5 organs and replaced them with other objects. He opened the box and thought, so that even if he faces defeat in a decisive battle, as long as his soul remnants escape, he will be able to reconstruct a perfect body. Now that I know the future plot, it's useless to keep this move for the future. It's better if I retrieve them early and recover my former strength as soon as possible. He consumed the item in the box. Bai Qingling concentrated and said, "Cultivation core, return to your place." He exhaled and said, "This cultivation core is the source of Bai Qingling's foundation. My injuries have directly healed, and my strength has recovered to the foundation building stage." He charged his aura in his fist and punched the wall, shattering it into pieces. Bai Qingling said, "Excellent. This is the strength that the final boss should have." Suddenly, Sen Zinger said, "Master, Zinger has completed your mission and returned. Zinger has an item that she wishes to give Master." Bai Qingling thought to himself, "What can this girl give me?" The game didn't seem to have this part. He returned to his throne, and Sen Zinger reported, "Master, the evil villain Xiao Chen was delighted after hearing that you consumed the poison pill." Second senior sister was acting normal and had yet to be suspicious of Zinger. Bai Qingling asked, "Oh, then what else did Xiao Chen say?" Sen Zinger replied, "He said that the poison's effect would reach its peak after 7 days, and even a Daluo Jingxian would find it difficult to escape death. He asked this disciple to return 7 days later to check on Master's corpse and push all the blame to that Mu Jinlan." Sen Zinger thought to herself, "I only just learned of Xiao Chen's complete plan. I didn't expect him to be so viciously shameless." Then she said, "Master, Dexinger has an item to offer to you. The real 9 transformation soul reinforcing pill." Bai Qingling was shocked and thought to himself, "What?" The 9 transformation soul reinforcing pill only existed in the original game's gallery. There was no way for the players to obtain it. Where did Zinger get this real 9th grade treasure pill? With this real product, my confidence in changing the ending will increase by a fewfold. He coughed and said, You really went and refined it. Well done." Sen Zinger said, "If Master is satisfied with this, may I request a reward from Master this once?" She held her breasts and thighs. Bai Qingling asked, "Reward? What reward?" Sen Zinger took Bai Qingling's hands, put them on her cheeks and said, "Please forgive Zinger for moving on her own. Zinger loves to be touched by Master." Bai Qingling was shocked and sweating nervously, thinking, "This delicate feeling, it's as if my hand will sink in if I press a little harder." He quickly took his hands away and said, "You rebellious disciple who gave you the courage to be so forward with your master." Sen Zinger looked confused, but Bai Qingling touched her head and said, "Touching your head will be enough as a reward for offering this pill." Sen Zinger smiled and laughed, saying, "Zinger was too arrogant." She took Bai Qingling's hands again and said, "But the place where Zinger wants to be rewarded is not only the head." Bai Qingling's face showed shock. Suddenly, a system notification said, "Congratulations to the host for successfully spreading great love. Points earned, 500 points. System shop has been unlocked." In a different scene at Yingui Temple, Xiao Chen said, "Disciple Xiao Chen greets his master." Hua Yuerong, the master of Kang Ming Sect's Yingui Temple, said, "Xiao Chen, I heard that Bai Qingling not only lost all his magical powers but was also poisoned, and his life is hanging by a thread." Xiao Chen replied, "Yes, I have a good relationship with Bai Qingling's 3rd disciple, Sen Zinger, and she informed me herself. If Master heads to the blood storage right now to kill Bai Qingling, the position of the next sect leader will definitely belong to you." He was slapped in the face. Xiao Chen said, "Master, you." Hua Yuerong said, "In the past, Bai Qingling was the direct disciple of alchemy grandmaster Shi Yao Shi, and his alchemy skills were even better than his master's. What kind of poisonous pill could make him so helpless?" Xiao Chen said, "But master, this pill is." Hua Yuerong looked at him sharply. Xiao Chen grew nervous and shocked, then said, "This disciple is wrong. It seems that the fake information about Bai Qingling being poisoned is his way of luring people in. This disciple will take his leave." Hua Yuerong was silent. She said, senior brother, senior brother, you spared my life that year." She remembered her past. "Was it to make me resent you and drive me to seek revenge on you in the future? You did it. Your life will soon be personally ended. By me, Hua Yuerong." She played with her lips. In another scene, Sen Zinger said, "Thank you very much for Master's rewards." Zinger will take her leave. She walked away laughing, licking her lips, and continued to laugh. Bai Qingling blushed and said, "My hand." He coughed. "Did the system just say that the shop is open?" "Let me take a look." A system notification said, "Welcome to the point shop. Master can spend points to exchange for treasure chests. As the total point spent increases, more treasure chests will be gradually unlocked." Another system notification said, "Current points, 1,000 points. Bronze chest, 100 points. silver chest, 1,000 points gold chest, 5,000 points platinum chest, 10,000 points diamond chests, not yet unlocked extravagant chest, not yet unlocked mythical chest, not yet unlocked. Bai Qingling said, "There's only gotcha chests? The gold treasure chest I got for free previously was worth 5,000 points. Right now, I've only got a 1,000 points." A system notification said, "Since this is the host's first time using the shop, the host will be given one chance to pull first before buying. Current chance is worth 1,000 points. Come and test your luck." A system notification said, "What a familiar marketing strategy. Do I have any other choice?" He said, "System pull." A system notification said, "Congratulations to the host for obtaining a chance to select one item out of 3. 1. The story recall card. Bound to the soul and exclusive to host use. Capable of jogging the memories of plot lines that the host has forgotten. 2. Knife which heartlessly destroys lust. Bound to the soul and exclusive to host use. Able to cut off reproduction with one slice, freeing the host of the annoyance of lust. 3. Life restart pill. Bound to the soul and exclusive to host use, but who knows whether life can be restarted or not." Bai Qingling silently looked at the items, then suddenly shouted, "Are you scamming my points away? I'm already fully familiar with the story plot. Isn't the lust destroy knife the same as a castration knife? The restarting pill is a one-use item. Isn't pull first, buy later a marketing strategy to lure people into spending money? You want to scam me out of my 1,000 points with this trash? Do you even know how to do business, you dog system?" Suddenly, the Shadow Demon Pearls appeared before him. Bai Qingling asked, "Shadow Demon Pearls? Who is it?" A hologram formed, revealing Bai Qingling's oldest disciple, Feng Lixu. Feng Lixu knelt and said, "Disciple Lixu greets Lord Master." Bai Qingling thought to himself, "She is my oldest disciple, Feng Lixu? This is 10,000 times nicer than the game illustrations. Whether it's her body shape or her cold on the outside, warm on the inside personality, she is completely my taste." Feng Lixu asked, "Lord Master?" Bai Qingling silently considered her. Feng Lixu thought to herself, "This demon has never been in such a trance. Could the rumors spreading outside be true? Should I send word to second junior sister and let her act earlier?" She smiled and laughed. Bai Qingling asked, "Lixu, why are you laughing? Is Master very funny?" Feng Lixu was shocked and thought to herself, "No, he is still the same." Bai Qingling looked at her with his red cat eyes, and she thought, this familiar sense of pressure and terrifying aura. One glance and it could easily crush all pride and self-esteem. I should never anger him. She looked down and thought, I do not want to activate the evil rune etched onto my abdomen and suffer that heart-wrenching punishment again. Bai Qingling asked, "Where are you right now?" Feng Lixu replied, "As per Master's will, the foothills of Haishui Mountain where the demon-suppressing tower is located have been cleared. There are no longer any disciples of the righteous path patrolling the mountain and preventing me from scaling it." Bai Qingling said, "Very good, continue with your mission. Invade the demon-suppressing tower and obtain the secret item that Master desires." Feng Lixu said, "Yes, Lixu shall follow your orders." She thought to herself, sure enough, he is still ruthless and unscrupulous. How could I have had the wrong idea to take advantage of him just now? Feng Lixu said, "This disciple will take her leave." Bai Qingling said, "All right, wait a moment." Feng Lixu asked, Lord Master, do you have more orders?" Bai Qingling asked, "Do you know what day it is today?" Feng Lixu obediently said, "Yes, this disciple is foolish. Please enlighten me, Master." Bai Qingling said, "Time flies. After tonight you will be entering the golden age of youth." For those who don't know, the golden age of youth refers to 20 years old. Feng Lixu was shocked and sweated after hearing this. Bai Qingling continued, 14 years have slipped by unknowingly since that very day. Even if no one in the world remembers, this Master will never forget the day that you followed Master up the mountain." In a flashback, Bai Qingling met Feng Lixu when she was a child and held her hand in the cold, exhaling warm breath onto her hands to make her feel warm for a moment. In the present, Bai Qingling said, "Happy birthday, little Lixu." Feng Lixu was shocked and began to feel something inside her. She became silent, looked away, and tears came down her eyes. She immediately said, "Lixu will take her leave." A system notification said, "Congratulations to the host for successfully giving great love." Another system notification said, "Points awarded, 2,000 points. Current points, 3,000 points." Bai Qingling thought to himself, this time, I wasn't intentionally trying to gain Feng Lixu's favor. It was purely because I liked her character design when playing the game and noted down her birthday. Now that all 3 of my disciples have been pacified, there shouldn't be any issues in 7 days. By using the 9 transformation soul reinforcing pill that Zinger presented, reaching the virtuoso stage in one go should be as easy as a flip of a hand. And after that, the show of crushing the male protagonist Xiao Chen like an ant shall begin. In another scene at the Kangming Sect Yingui Temple Demon Master Palace, Xiao Chen trembled while practicing with his fellow disciples. His friend asked, "Senior brother Xiao, what's wrong? Is there something on your mind?" Xiao Chen replied, "Nothing's wrong. Thank you, junior brother, for your concern. By the way, did you give the Phoenix hairpin to Yu Luo Temple's junior sister Sen like I asked you to? Did she accept the gift? Was she very happy?" His friend said. About that, Xiao Chen said, "Why? Did junior sister Sen prepare a gift in return on the spot?" His friend said, "To be honest, I gave it to her, but she split it in half on the spot." Xiao Chen dropped his sword in shock and said, "What?" Xiao Chen said to himself, after the first stage of the plan to remove that demon was successful, Sen Zinger must have been missing me deeply. But why did she reject my gift? His friend said, "Junior sister Sen not only broke that Phoenix hairpin, but she also said." Xiao Chen said, What did she say?" Sen Zinger said she hoped that senior brother Xiao would never look for her again. She's afraid the person in her heart would misunderstand. Xiao Chen coughed up blood due to shock. He fell into the bush and spat more blood. His friend said, "Senior brother Xiao, are you all right?" Xiao Chen immediately stood up and said, "Who is it? Who dares to steal from me from behind? To steal my crush? Once I find out who it is, I will never let him off easy." In another scene, Bai Qingling cultivates on his throne silently. He said, "I have re-entered the virtuoso stage. Furthermore, I have refined a high-grade core that every demonic cultivator desires, the 9-colored demonic core. Not only does this core grant infinite magical power, but it is also something that the original Bai Qingling couldn't refine. Although I'm still far from the peak of the immortalization stage, I am already unmatched against those in the virtuoso stage." Sen Zinger happily said, "Congratulations, Master. This disciple is honored to share in Master's happiness." Bai Qingling said, "Your contribution in providing the pill will naturally not be forgotten. From this day forth, you don't have to stand on ceremony, and you don't have to use honorifics anymore." Sen Zinger said, "Thank you, Master. Master, listen to me. This morning, that Xiao Chen actually wanted to give a gift to gain Zinger's favor. Hey. Zinger snapped it in half on the spot. That guy is so blind and thought he could continue to trick Zinger. It's just a shame that the thing broken isn't a part of Xiao Chen's body." She looked at Bai Qingling with lust and love. Bai Qingling looked at Sen Zinger and was shocked at what she said. Sen Zinger continued, her legs trembling. "I would have felt even better." Bai Qingling said, "Come here, come close to Master." Sen Zinger was happily confused and said, "Yes, Zinger will be so bold as to approach." She went beside Bai Qingling's throne as Bai Qingling stood up. Bai Qingling immediately commanded, "Take off your shoes." Sen Zinger was confused and said, "Ah." Bai Qingling said, "This master asks you to take off your shoes, or do you want master to repeat it again?" Sen Zinger said. But the souls of a female demon cultivator are objects of darkness. They could easily contaminate the earth with their demonic energy. Even the Hehuan sex scientist will not easily show her leg to others. Bai Qingling stared at her sharply. Sen Zinger said, "Zinger understands." She gently took off her left stocking and showed off her perfect foot. On her right foot was a symbol in purple. Bai Qingling said, "That is the miasma poison of the sky demon flower in the demon farm. You were poisoned because of Master. Why didn't you tell me?" Sen Zinger said, This is just a minor issue, not worthy of Master's worry. As long as I could refine a pill that satisfies Master, Zinger will not hesitate even if the poison attacks the heart and spawns poisonous sores all over the body. Zinger's life is dedicated to Master. Nothing else is important." Bai Qingling was shocked, blushing, and said to himself, "That's too passionate. Isn't this just a dating game? You are going to kill me with your feelings." Bai Qingling suddenly coughed and commandingly said to Sen Zinger, "Sit on my throne." Sen Zinger was shocked and said, "Eh? But that's your tea throne." Bai Qingling suddenly grabbed her shoulder, put her on the throne, and said, "I told you to sit, so you sit." I will help you detoxify the poison. Sen Zinger was shy and said, is Master going to use his poison immune blood to purify the poison from the demon flower? No! Absolutely not. Master is the demon lord who stands above everything. How can you be corrupted by my wretched body? Bai Qingling suddenly grabbed Sen Zinger's foot and looked at it. Sen Zinger said to herself while tearing up, my goodness, a person as highly esteemed as Master is actually willing to get close to me. He's not lying to me. He really cares about me. Suddenly she felt something intense and said, Master, you can't. Over there, yes, and she moaned with relief. Bai Qingling finished licking off the poison and said, it's done. This venerable one has sucked out all the poison within your body. You should be fine now. Sen Zinger was exhausted from the pleasure and said, Master, Bai Qingling said, how long do you plan to sit on this venerable one's throne? Sen Zinger suddenly came back to her senses, shocked and sweating nervously. She immediately got out of the throne, blushing, and said, yes, Zinger will take her leave, a system notification said. Congratulations to the host for successfully spreading great love. Another system notification said, points obtained, 2,000 points. Current amount, 5,000 points. A few moments later, Bai Qingling sat on his throne and said, system, I want to check my skills and techniques. A system notification said, cultivation, virtuoso stage, current life, martial technique, supreme breath condensation technique, usable, heavenly demonic transformation, dragon sutra, unusable, technique of the elegy of the bloody seas, unusable, 9 peak sky, burning technique, unusable, support skills, pill refinement technique, level 89, poison technique, level 95, beast taming technique, level 60, alchemy technique, level 90. Bai Qingling said, virtuoso stage cultivation still does not allow me to control Bai Qingling's innate demonic techniques and the divine techniques that defy heaven. The skill I can rely on the most for now is the insect poison technique. A system notification said, pill refining technique, poison technique, beast taming technique, alchemy technique. Bai Qingling said, according to the original game, that Brat Xiao Chen will enter the blood storage tomorrow to try and take credit for beheading me. I happen to have the perfect poisonous insect to send him on his way. He cast it in his left hand, and an insect materialized, glowing with an intense aura. Bai Qingling said, Xiao Chen, I hope you'll like this great gift. In another scene at the blood storage, 3 floors underground, the prisoners said, look, that demon came. Kill, kill, kill. Use your thoughts to curse that demon. Xiao Yi said, we are both brethren of the demonic path. I have yet to treat you to a meal. Bai Qingling looked at Xiao Yi and said, Demon, what do you want? Bai Qingling said to himself, one look and you can tell that this guy has the face of a protagonist. In the game, Bai Qingling happened to capture this guy to become a test subject while the guy was out. Only after Bai Qingling died and triggered the side mission would the identity of this person be revealed. Bai Qingling said to Xiao Yi, Kunlun Taoist sect Yujuzi's last direct disciple in the virtuoso stage. Your Kunlun divine sword technique is impressive, truly the genius of the young generation of the righteous path. Xiao Yi's eyes glowed with rage and he said, You demon, how do you know my identity? Bai Qingling said, because your junior brother Xiao Chen will come to find you soon. It just so happens that the two of you are very close, so you two can take care of each other. Xiao Yi, angry, said, if you dare to touch a single hair on my brother, I will never stop hunting you down, even if I become a vengeful ghost. Bai Qingling said to himself, there's already demonic light flowing in Xiao Yi's eyes. Sure enough, he has secretly learned some demonic cultivation techniques through the soul-binding banner. No wonder in the original side mission, he could help Xiao Chen unlock the Taoist heart demon and step onto the dual path of Taoist demon cultivation. Bai Qingling said to Xiao Yi, his eyes glowing crimson red, this venerable one has always hated being threatened the most, but this venerable one is willing to give you a chance. This venerable one will play a game with you. Xiao Yi said, what game? Bai Qingling said, a proper battle. If you win, this venerable one will let you go and reunite with your junior brother. If you lose, you will be completely refined by the soul-binding banner. Xiao Yi asked, if I really was your opponent, would I have fallen to my current state? Bai Qingling said, supreme breath condensation technique. Release. You see, this venerable one got his cultivation burnt out by Mu Xinlan and has just stepped back onto the path of cultivation. Right now, my abilities and yours are around the same level. We are both at the virtuoso stage. I have given you an opportunity, so what's your choice? Xiao Yi slapped the floor and shouted, Fine! Come on, let me out, and I'll fight you one-on-one. I, Xiao Yi, will battle with you to my death. Bai Qingling looked at him with demonic eyes, and the poison insect entered Xiao Yi's cell, flying to the back of Xiao Yi. Xiao Yi said, Bai Qingling, I really didn't expect you to return my physical body and Taoist sword to me. I'm even more surprised that your cultivation level fell to the virtuoso stage. The heavens are really looking. Ha ha! Bai Qingling cleared his throat and said, It's recultivation, not a fall. Xiao Yi said, All that doesn't matter anymore. He spun his sword and said, I'm not interested in the secrets of someone who is going to die for certain. Bai Qingling smiled and said, Why are you so confident? Xiao Yi pointed his sword at Bai Qingling and said, Last time, I was defeated and captured because my cultivation level was significantly lower than yours. But now that we are at the same level, taking your life is as easy as killing chickens or slaughtering dogs. Bai Qingling said, Very well, come at me then. Xiao Yi said, A pinch of yin and yang. She rushes into Kun Mountain by the reckless sword. Kunlun divine sword technique, Bai Qingling, while observing Xiao Yi's skill, thought, as expected of a protagonist's sword technique, capable of defeating everyone in the beginning stages. Moreover, it's much stronger when Xiao Yi uses it compared to Xiao Chen. If you hadn't died in the plot, the title of protagonist would have been difficult to place. I shall use you to test the purity of this new body. Bai Qingling charged his fist as his eyes glowed purple. His fist moved fast, hitting the flying swords one by one, striking their tips and sending them flying back to Xiao Yi. Xiao Yi coughed blood and shouted, Impossible! How did you do it? Bai Qingling replied, There are differences even among cultivators of the same stage. Young man, you lost. Xiao Yi shouted, I can't accept it, I won't accept it. You just happened to hit the weakness of my sword formation. What if you had missed it by an inch? Bai Qingling smiled and said, Nothing would be different. Don't you realize there are some delicious condiments added to your physical body? Xiao Yi, confused, asked, What do you mean? Suddenly, insects crawled on his skin and swarmed his body. He said, It's them. Poisonous insects, and they're the most vicious 9 evil bone-gnawing insects. Bai Qingling, you're too despicable. Bai Qingling watched Xiao Yi and said, If your move just now had in real danger, those little things would have eaten you first. In other words, you'll always be the loser in this game. The poisonous insects consumed Xiao Yi's body. Bai Qingling said, Having the same cultivation level as me, who do you think you are? Suddenly, Xiao Yi's soul was absorbed. Bai Qingling said, telling him the truth in his final moments, Isn't it a form of spreading great love? System, shouldn't you give me more points? Bai Qingling was silent, waiting for the system. Getting angry, he said, Why won't you give me any points? Is it because he's someone who would die in the story? Or because he's a man? He sighed in frustration. Never mind. Becoming familiar with casting the poisonous technique is a slight gain anyway. In Bai Qingling's memory, Xiao Yi said to Xiao Chen, Tomorrow is the day Xiao Chen will come to deliver his head. Xiao Yi won't be able to cause trouble behind my back now, Bai Qingling thought. And if I tell Xiao Chen about Xiao Yi's current condition, would he still have the heart to kill me? In Xiao Chen's room, he suddenly had a bad dream and moaned hard. In his dream, he pleaded, Have mercy, fellow Taoists. We're all on the same side, same side. I can guarantee it. Don't all of you recognize me? As he protected Sin Zinger, Tantai Linging, and Feng Lixu. Xiao Chen shouted, Master, Master, you say something. You know who I am. He suddenly woke up, shouting, Save me, Master. He came back to his senses and said to himself, Was I talking in my sleep? Fortunately, I didn't wake junior brother Chen up. He looked at the full moon and said, Today is already the 6th day. The soul-eating poison in Bai Qingling's body should have already spread to its limit. But Sen Zinger has been acting weird recently. There might be a flaw in the plan. If I don't go and check personally, I won't be able to relieve the uneasiness in my heart. Junior brother Chen woke up and said, Hey, senior brother, where are you going? It's way too early. Xiao Chen said, I'm going to Tianyuan Lake at the foot of Yuo Mountain for a spin. I feel like eating fish. In a different scene at the blood storage entrance, Master, may Zinger have permission to enter? In the rain, Sen Zinger stood at the huge door, soaking wet from the heavy storm. Master, may Zinger have permission to enter? Bai Qingling said, I just came out of the third basement floor. When did Sen Singer get here? He thought to himself, she should only be here tomorrow afternoon, while Xiao Chen should arrive in the morning. Did something go wrong? Bai Qingling told her, permission granted, come in. The door opened and Sen Zinger said, yes, master. Bai Qingling asked, why have you come to find this venerable one? Sen Zinger replied, Zinger is inexplicably worried, so she came to take a look. Bai Qingling said, what do you mean? Do you think that guy Xiao Chen would be able to plot against this venerable one? Or are you trying to say that this venerable one was heavily injured by Mu Xinlan and became a cripple? Suddenly, a loud thunder echoed outside. Sen Zinger got scared and said, Zinger wouldn't dare. Zinger is just... Bai Qingling listened to the thunder and thought to himself, I see, so that's the case. It's because of the thundering outside. When Sen Zinger's parents were killed, on the same night after I saved her, there was also a ferocious storm like tonight. That is the greatest trauma in Sen Zinger's heart. In the original game, whether one could win over this girl depended on how perfectly one could manage the plot during rainy days. He looked at Sen Zinger, soaking wet and her body getting cold. Sen Zinger suddenly whispered, Zinger. Zinger wishes. Ex-Zinger wishes to sleep with master. She touched her wet body. Bai Qingling was shocked and blushed, saying to himself, Senior. Although you look incredibly mesmerizing right now, the major event of killing Xiao Chen, which will derail the main plot, is about to happen. There must not be any potential problems. He slammed the armrest of his throne and said, that's all. Then he shouted, presumptuous. Suddenly, Sen Zinger ran towards Bai Qingling and hugged him, shouting, Master. She pushed her body against him and said, Zinger is really afraid of thunder. Please, master, take me in for one night. Just one night. Please, master. Bai Qingling blushed, his brain loading with conflicting thoughts. Sen Zinger got in between his legs and Bai Qingling said, what does being afraid of thunder have to do with this venerable one? Blood storage prohibits anyone except this venerable one from staying. If I make an exception and take you in for tonight, where will my pride as the Lord of Yulua Temple go? A few moments later, in the blood storage royal residence of the underground palace, Bai Qingling was silent while Sen Zinger slept beside him. A system notification said, congratulations to the host for successfully spreading great love. Another notification said, points awarded, 2,500. Current points, 7,500. Bai Qingling said to himself, my character as the demon lord is about to collapse. No one can understand me. My personality is just too caring and considerate. He looked at Sen Zinger for a moment, while she tried to be quiet on the other side of the bed. She thought to herself, Master, he clearly only has obtaining immortality in his heart. How could I compare to that? Today he actually forgave my rudeness and even accepted my fear, allowing me to sleep with him. Am I worthy of being this happy? Could I be happier? And she blushed while faking her sleep. Suddenly a loud thunder echoed outside, and she hugged Bai Qingling, accidentally putting her hands inside his robe. Bai Qingling reacted with shock. He said to her, who permitted you to touch this venerable one? Do you understand that you are getting into trouble? Sen Zinger, terrified from the thunder, said, Master, I. Zinger. Zinger's hands and legs are very cold, and she's just trying to warm them UP. Zinger will never advance to the next step. Bai Qingling was shocked and said to himself, advance to the next step. Wait a second. He suddenly sat up and said to himself, the time when Sen Zinger came to find me has been moved forward. Does this hint that Xiao Chen will come earlier to kill me? If Xiao Chen is already heading towards Yulua Temple, right now isn't the time to be asleep. Bai Qingling grabbed at Sen Zinger, get up. Sen Zinger said, master? Bai Qingling said, this venerable one has a very important mission for you. You must follow this venerable one's every word from now on. In another scene at Yulua Temple's foot of the mountain, a horse drank in the river, and suddenly someone jumped on its back. It was Xiao Chen, shouting, Bai Qingling, here I come. Today shall be the day you die, and the day I, Xiao Chen, become famous. At the mountain, Tantai Lingying concentrated on playing her guqin. Suddenly, someone said to her, it has been 7 days. Don't you want to see the end of that demon personally? It was Yi Hongji. Tantai Lingying replied, you're my closest sister. You should understand that before I am truly separated from my master, I'll not tolerate any slander from others. Yi Hongji replied, fine, This hall master is wrong, all right. So are you going to send your lord master off personally? Tantai Lingying said. No need. She said to herself, he is my eternal nightmare, and the apple of my eye. Xiao Chen, while riding his broadsword, said, Tantai Lingying's transportation jade talisman is indeed useful. Not a single disciple guarding the gates of Yuluo Temple questioned me. He arrived at his destination and said to himself while looking at the gate, looks like my success is heaven's will. He said to himself, in addition to the secret weapon given by Master Duai Xiao Chen. Need to be afraid? Suddenly, Sen Zinger said, Senior brother Xiao. Xiao Chen's world lit up and he said, Junior sister Zinger. He said to himself, no, she has been cold to me for so long. I can't be nice to her immediately. He suddenly smiled and said, Ayo sister Zinger, you are finally willing to take notice of me. Your senior brother has been extremely anxious because of you. Sen Zinger said, Brother Xiao Chen is mistaken. Zinger has been secretly observing the movements of that demon recently. If the demon noticed that Brother Xiao Chen came to look for me, then that would be disastrous. Xiao Chen said, so Sister Zinger was worried about me. I should have known. Ha ha! Since it has been 7 days, there is no need to be worried any longer. Why don't the two of us go in together and kill that demon head and make our names known throughout the world? Senhanger said. But Zinger is still afraid. That demon is Zinger's inner trauma. It will be hard for Zinger to cast it away in such a short time. Xiao Chen holds his sword and said, I understand, but there's no problem. He swings his broadsword and adds, your senior brother will behead that demon personally today and sweep away the haze in your heart. Sen Zinger can win an Oscar, and she acts, saying, Zinger will fully rely on Brother Xiao. Xiao Chen said to himself, she's so cute. She must have come here so early to cheer me on. Sen Zinger became serious and silent as the door opens, and they both walk down the stairs. Xiao Chen said, this is strange. Are we going the right way? He adds to himself, the secret weapon that Master Yujuzi gave me has been suppressed by an unknown power. If this power continues to grow, this weapon won't be able to release 10% of its power. He tells Sen Zinger, Sister Zinger, we can't go down any further. Let's return to the last fork in the road and find a new passageway. Sen Zinger asked, what's wrong? Zinger has served the demon for so many years. There's definitely no mistake. This is the only passageway to the 3rd basement level where the demon is at. Or could it be that senior brother Xiao doesn't trust Zinger at all? Xiao Chen immediately said, no. How could that be? Don't be upset. Your senior brother will listen to you. Let's continue heading down. A few moments later, they arrived at the end of the stairs. Xiao Chen said, that is, and he saw something in the distance. Suddenly, the path behind closed. Bai Qingling said to Xiao Chen, Martial nephew Xiao, this is our first time meeting each other. Nice to meet you. Xiao Chen said, Bai Qingling, you are still not dead. Sen Zinger acted in shock. Why isn't he looking like he is poisoned and near death? Could it be that not only did he recover his abilities, but he has even removed the pill poison too? Xiao Chen was shocked and said, Zinger, don't panic. Look at his hand. It's a symptom of the Void Soul Eater pill poison. He has already become terminally ill, and there's no way to save him, he said to himself. She is really worrying too much. That demon is clearly bluffing. Bai Qingling said, Xiao Chen, no, leave. He silently stood at a distance. Sen Zinger said, Brother Xiao, is he chanting the incantations to activate a formation array? He is definitely thinking of using the restrictions of blood storage for his final struggle. Xiao Chen's eyes glowed, and he smiled as he prepared to attack with his raging aura. He said, I will not let you do as you wish. He used his skill, Yin Gui sword technique. Bai Qingling whispered, saying, no. Xiao Chen excitedly charged and said, is he begging for mercy? It's too late. He slashed Bai Qingling, shouting, die. Then he excitedly said, I did it. I finally did it. Just die peacefully. I will take good care of your disciples for you. Suddenly, he stopped and was shocked. He said, what? As the body of Bai Qingling slowly disappeared. Xiao Chen said, you aren't Bai Qingling. It changed to the body of Xiao Yi. He continued to say in shock and disbelief, you are, big brother. Xiao Chen was shocked and looked at his brother. He said, you are, Xiao Yi? And trembled. Xiao Yi said, little brother. Xiao Chen picked Xiao Yi up and said, brother, what's going on? Why are you here? And why did you take the form of that demon? Xiao Yi said, it's all that demon's ploy. He wants to. Suddenly, a beam of energy shot from a distance and hit Xiao Yi, creating a huge hole in his body. Xiao Chen said, huh? And looked into the distance. Bai Qingling said, tisk tisk, the first thing you do after reuniting is unleash a fatal strike. You brothers are really loving towards each other. This venerable one couldn't bear his look of suffering, so I gave him a quick death. Shouldn't you be thanking me on his behalf, nephew Xiao? Xiao Chen shouted, it's you. You made him like this. You didn't even let us exchange a few words. Senzinger said, you fool, do you understand now? All of this is part of Master's astounding intelligence. Xiao Chen said, you're calling him Master Isinger you. Bai Qingling grabbed Senzinger closer, touched her lips and said, this venerable one's disciple is naturally also my servant. Don't tell me you just learned about the rules of the demonic path. Xiao Chen said, Singer, I, Xiao Chen, have been seeking your favor all these years. Just now I only touched your hand and you dodged away in such a manner. But now you're seducing that demon to touch you. Xiao Chen dropped to the ground and shouted in disbelief, no! Why did you lie to me? Why, Zinger, why did you betray us? Senzinger said, betray? Since the start, Master has been truly caring for me. I'm willing to serve him until my last breath and give him everything I have. As for you, Xiao Chen, you intentionally instigated us sisters to kill Master. I hate you so much that I want to rip out your soul and skin you. I want you to wish for death, but be unable to die. Xiao Chen said to himself, no, Zinger would definitely not say these kinds of words. The demon must be using the human puppet technique to control her. Xiao Chen shouted, as long as I kill you, Bai Qingling, I'd be able to save my Singer. Even if you aren't poison, you won't be my match since Mu Xinlan destroyed your cultivation. And he started to attack Bai Qingling. Zinger said, Master, be careful. Bai Qingling said to himself, demonic eye, witness the truth in one glance. The distribution of the sword's force and rhythm are all clearly visible to my eyes. This is the moment. Suddenly, he stopped Zinger's broadsword with 2 fingers, and they looked at each other for a moment. Xiao Chen shouted, this is Virtuoso Realm Cultivation. How do you have Virtuoso Realm Cultivation? It's impossible. It's definitely impossible. Bai Qingling said, the combat power that nephew Xiao can unleash is at most equivalent to the Virtuoso stage, right? This venerable one shall only use cultivation to battle at the Virtuoso stage with you. It's in your favor as well. Otherwise, where would you have the power? Suddenly, Bai Qingling broke Xiao Chen's sword. Xiao Chen said to himself, my sword, the sword that was forged personally by Master Yu Shuzi. Senzinger said to herself, Master's cultivation is still present. Sure enough, Mu Xinlan, that evil woman, couldn't destroy Master's cultivation. The apocalyptic demon lord that everyone fears has returned. Bai Qingling said, it's time for the fun to end. You should use your secret weapon, the 12th grade demon suppressing Golden Lotus. Xiao Chen said, how did you know about this thing? Is every move within your calculations? Now that it's come to this, I can only rely on Master to protect me. You brought this upon yourself, you demon. 8 energies of the heavens be mine to command, kill all that is evil. 12th grade demon suppressing Golden Lotus rise. Suddenly the room lit up in golden light. Bai Qingling said to himself, you finally used your trump card. This Golden Lotus is indeed able to harm Bai Qingling in the immortalization stage. This insignificant body that's just been recultivated to the Virtuoso stage won't be able to withstand this thing. But it's fortunate that I already know the original plot. As long as I prepare in advance, it's not impossible to get out of this situation. The legacy of the Demon Lord also can't be underestimated. Suddenly, the Golden Lotus exploded. Xiao Chen said, this, Mu Xinlan, you lying bitch. I tried to kill this demon because I trusted you. You fucking ruined me. Suddenly, Bai Qingling said, nephew Xiao, it's time for us to wrap this up. Xiao Chen asked himself, am I really going to die here today? If only I'd heeded that woman's advice, I wouldn't have ended up like this. And I'm so unwilling. Bai Qingling said to himself, I finally waited for this moment. As long as I squash this ant, I'll be able to survive the first episode of the plot. Xiao Chen fell to the ground and said, don't come near me. While you are on, Master of Kangming Sect's Yingui Temple said, Temple Master Bai, please hold on. Senzinger looked back and said, who's there? Bai Qingling looked at her and said, You are. Xiao Chen stood silently at a distance, and it was Hua Yuerong, master of Kangming sect's Yuluo temple. Bai Qingling thought to himself, she was never described in the original game and was only mentioned, but this body recognized her at a glance. Hua Yuerong, the only junior sister that Bai Qingling loved while under the tutelage of Shi Yaoshi, an inexplicable pain in my heart. But I can't recall the full memories of the time spent with junior sister. It's as if training in the demonic arts has buried all that is warm. In the original plot, only a withering magnolia de la Valle is left of their relationship. Bai Qingling told Hua Yuerong, master of Kangming sect's Yingui temple. So the veiled saintess decided to come personally. This venerable one's blood storage is truly graced with your presence. Hua Yuerong said, Temple Master Bai, my disciple Xiao Chen has greatly offended you. How does Temple Master Bai plan to deal with him? Bai Qingling replied, although being treacherous isn't a big deal to a person of the demonic path like me, those who offend me, how can they live? Suddenly, Bai Qingling was shocked and said, from Temple Master Bai's tone, it seems that there's no room for negotiations. Hua Yuerong said, Master, don't be afraid of him, Master. Bai Qingling said, he's about to die and is just bluffing. Xiao Chen said, the demonic path has no inhibitions. This is the best time to kill him and become famous. Once this chance is lost, there will never be another. Suddenly, Xiao Chen felt pain and shouted. A dark aura moved and hit Xiao Chen's arm. He suddenly went silent and sweated. Xiao Chen said to Hua Yuerong, Master, you. Hua Yuerong said, since you're going to die anyway, you might as well die under my sword. At least your master is sending you off. This is also the punishment for disobeying your master's orders. Sen Zinger said, Temple Master Hua, why are you interfering with my master's actions? Hua Yuerong said, what did you call him? Master? Presumptuous. This is no place for juniors to interfere. When this venerable one first met your master, you weren't even born yet. They both looked at each other with intense stares. Bai Qingling thought to himself, how foolish my junior sister. That slash didn't even kill Xiao Chen. Hua Yuerong must be thinking of pretending to take his corpse to save him. How ridiculous. I definitely won't let Xiao Chen escape from death. But for some reason, this body's reactions seem to not want me to expose junior sister's ploy. The information about Hua Yuerong in the original game was impossible to unravel. Could my actions have triggered a hidden route for Hua Yuerong? Could the benefits of following Hua Yuerong's storyline be greater than killing Xiao Chen? Hua Yuerong said, this venerable one wants to bury her disciple, Xiao Chen. Temple Master Bai wouldn't reject this simple request, right? Bai Qingling said, since the saintess has a request for this venerable one, you have to agree to one of my conditions. Hua Yuerong said, you really aren't letting anything go for free. Speak. What kind of condition is it? Bai Qingling said, the sect master selection ceremony will be held in 1 month. This venerable one will tell the saintess at that time. Hua Yuerong picked up Xiao Chen and said, this venerable one only hopes that you will fulfill your promise when the time comes. I hope that Temple Master Bai won't ask something unfeasible from me. I'll take this corpse away first. Goodbye. And she jumped away. Sen Zinger said, Master, are you really going to follow that old hag's will? Bai Qingling shouted, Junior sister. Hua Yuerong stopped, and Bai Qingling said, at the foot of Juyi Mountains, there's a never-withering magnolia de la Valle. This senior brother never dared to forget in this life. Hua Yuerong stopped for a second and was shocked at what she heard from Bai Qingling. She was silently thinking and remembered. A system notification said, congratulations to the host for spreading great love. Another system notification said, points earned 1,000 points. Current points, 8,500 points. Bai Qingling said to himself, the decision to let Xiao Chen escape is very dangerous, but it's not a bad idea to bet on her. Don't let me down, junior sister. At the blood storage of the royal residence of the underground palace, Sen Zinger said to Bai Qingling, thank you for your reward, master. Meow. I rub and I rub. Meow. A system notification said, congratulations to the host for successfully spreading great love. Another system notification said, points earned 1,500 points. Current points 10,000 points. Another system notification said, Sen Zinger's favorability has reached a threshold. The host can begin the trust test. Bai Qingling said to himself, trust test. A system notification said, confess to Sen Zinger about the truth of her Sen family village's side story plot. Passing the test will earn you the reward of Sen Zinger's eternal loyalty. Bai Qingling said to himself, the reward is eternal loyalty. I remember that the Sen family village's plot was. Bai Qingling stood up, and Sen Xinger asked, Master? Bai Qingling said, your reward is now over. Follow your master. Bai Qingling said to himself. In the original work, Shiji sect's most senior elder, Li Qianzhu, once brought disaster upon the world, triggering a crusade between the righteous and demonic paths. After Bai Qingling died, a sword's appearance seemingly proved that Bai Qingling was the real mastermind behind the Sen family village's tragedy. This revelation made Sen Xinger, who came from the Sen family village, bathe her face in tears, and she couldn't let it go for a very long time. In the original game, that was one of the strategies to win over Sen Xinger. If I died in Xiao Chen's hands, it would have been him bringing Xinger here to expose the truth. In other words, even if the system didn't request this, this is one of the main plot points that I'd have to face. Sen Xinger said, Master, isn't this where you store your collections? Normally you wouldn't even let me enter. Then why? Bai Qingling asked. Do you recognize this item? Sen Xinger said, This is you Uncle Murong's. Bai Qingling said, that's right. This is the Sen family village's guardian cultivator Murong Tai's sword, Lanya. This venerable one knows that the Sen family village tragedy is a scar on your heart. The village guardian whom you respect, Murong Tai, is still missing to this day. Everyone in the world believes that the one behind this is Shiji sect's Li Qianzhu. But in fact, it was me who killed Murong Tai and used the living souls of everyone in the village to refine his Dao sword into a soul sword. This is the final truth of the Sen family village tragedy. Sen Xinger said, Master? Bai Qingling said to himself, I'm sorry, although I can explain the reason behind it. The demonic path has always focused on the results. In order to continue confronting Xiao Chen and Mu Shenlan, Bai Qingling cannot endure any further risks to his trustworthiness. Xinger, will your reaction ease my worries? After this, can I still continue to trust you? Sen Xinger said. Xinger finally understands. So their souls have all been merged into one and will never be separated. All this while, they've all been living happily together. Bai Qingling was confused. Sen Xinger said, truly understands Xinger's feelings. Xinger has never mentioned what happened in the Sen family village, but Xinger already knew about it because Xinger couldn't resist it and had investigated it long ago. Zieji sect's Li Qianzhu is a master of evil corpses. His evil corpse technique torments people by turning them into something neither demon nor ghost. Li Qianzhu used evil corpses to infect the entire Sen family village. This is the absolute truth I discovered while investigating secretly. It must have been because the village guardian Uncle Murong had no other choice but to offer his life Dantian and sword to Master, and request Master to help everyone break free from the torment of the inhuman evil energy so that, at the very least, everyone is reunited in the form of pure, living souls. When facing the incurable evil corpses that were unrelated to Master, he was actually willing to lend a hand and save everyone from being refined into an evil weapon. Master is the world's bona fide man of great love. Master not only did not pursue the fact that Xinger investigated the truth on her own accord, but even told Xinger the truth himself. Xinger is really blessed to be able to serve Master in this life. Bai Qingling said to himself, the deduction process was rather accurate, but what is up with your attitude? Compared to this demon Lord Bai Qingling, you're even more obsessed and sick in the head. A system notification said, congratulations to the host. Sen Xinger has passed the trust test. The host will forever possess Sen Xinger's loyalty. Bai Qingling said to himself, I'm clearly a demon lord who did unspeakable things, but this pure young girl is worshipping me so fervently. I'm really walking further and further down the path of a pervert, but regardless, I finally managed to settle Sen Xinger's final trauma. Putting that aside, how exactly should I make use of Hua Yuerong's root? My past memories were cut off right at the moment when I left my junior sister. To this day, her tear-soaked face I only remember, and her throwing a withering magnolia de la Valle. My memories of the time before that seemed to have been sealed by Bai Qingling due to viewing it as an emotional weakness. Where did I put this memory? Could it give me a route that can finish Xiao Chen once and for all? Oh right, I earned 10,000 points today. I can directly roll a platinum chest. Bai Qingling opened the rewards interface and selected the platinum treasure chest. A system notification said, opening successful. You're left with 0 points. Another system notification said, please select an item from the following 3 treasures. 1. The Dream Bed of Extreme Happiness Earth Grade item during dual cultivation. It can permanently increase the endurance of your flesh. The more people there are, the stronger the effects. 2. Bewitching Powder of Obedience 7th Grade Treasure Pill, also known as I Love a Piece of Firewood, greatly effective against female enemies. 3. 3 Corpses Shedding Cicada 7th Grade Poisonous Insect. After finishing the technique, it can be shed into a golden cicada, closely related to poison technique cultivation. Bai Qingling said, "The 3 Corpses Shedding Cicada is useless to me. I can take out 13 different types of 9th grade shedding insects. The Bewitching Powder of Obedience is an indulgence item. Using it to break out of situations is too limiting." Sure enough, strength is still the most important thing. Increasing your body's endurance also means becoming stronger. He pointed at the dream bed of extreme happiness and said, "I choose the dream bed of extreme happiness. Store it in the item inventory. As for the next step, it looks like I have to make a move on my second disciple, Ling Yin." Xiao Chen said, "Ouch. Master, it's painful. That Bai Qingling is bluffing. Master, you have to avenge me." Hua Yurong, master of Kangming Sect's Yingui Temple, said, A piece of trash like you dares to try assassinating Bai Qingling? Bai Qingling knows that you're not dead. He deliberately let you go for my sake." She suddenly pinched Xiao Chen's buttons, and Xiao Chen said, "Master, what are you?" Hua Yurong said, "Don't move. If you dare to act on your own accord again, this venerable one will personally expel you. Do you understand?" Xiao Chen said, "Ouch. I understand, Master." Hua Yurong said, "The sect master selection ceremony will be held in a month. Can't afford for you to ruin my Yingui Temple Master's reputation at this time." Xiao Chen said, "Master, have you finally decided to compete in it?" Hua Yurong said, "This venerable one needs that Flaming Demon Tower's key." Xiao Chen said, "The sect's forbidden area, the Flaming Demon Tower? Why do you want that key?" Hua Yurong silently looked into the distance and said, "An evil person buried something in the Flaming Demon Tower. This venerable one wants to find it and see what exactly he's up to." In another scene, Ye Hongyi called for Ling Yin and said, "That demon should have gotten what he deserved by now. I say, we should celebrate." Tantai Lingying looked at her and said, "That demon, Master, has died and his sins have disappeared. You shouldn't continue to slander him." Ye Hongyi was shocked and said, Aha, then should we and Shingergo set up a grave for him?" Tantai Lingying said, "He wouldn't want to see me, whether it's before or after his death. I am insignificant in his heart." Ye Hongyi said, sweating. "Ling Yin." Senjinger suddenly said, "Second senior sister." Ye Hongyi said, "Zinger, you're here? That demon, where is his corpse?" Tenzinger said, "Second senior sister, Master says that Heima misses you." Ye Hongyi and Tantai Lingying were shocked. Senjinger bowed to the ground and said, "Second senior sister, Zinger has finished saying everything she needed to." Tantai Lingying said, "He actually didn't die and perfectly dealt with Xiao Chen's tricks." Senzinger said, "Second senior sister, what's wrong?" Ye Hongyi said, "Zinger, you're a fool. Your senior sister has long been poisoned by that demon." Tantai Lingying shouted, "Shut up! Hongyi, stop talking. Zinger, why is that man looking for me? He knows that I'm the mastermind behind his assassination and wants me to go and surrender my life?" Tenzinger said, No. I didn't mention anything about senior sister. Master only wished to invite senior sister back to Yuluo Temple for a meal. He even said that he wanted to let senior sister try his cooking." Tantai Lingying and Ye Hongyi said, "What?" Ye Hongyi said, "Ling Yin, you mustn't go." Tantai Lingying said, "No, I have to go. Is Master planning to bewitch me like how he did with junior sister? He underestimates me too much. Ever since I knew the truth behind the poison in my body, I will never trust him again in this life. Never." A few moments later, Senzinger said, "Senior sister, Master is waiting for you in there. I'm really envious that senior sister gets to spend time with Master alone." Tantai Lingying opened the door and thought to herself, "Since it's already come to this, I can't retreat now. I have a reason I must see him for." Tantai Lingying said, "The left protector of the general altar, Tantai Lingying, greets Temple Master Bai." Bai Qingling said, "Temple Master Bai, you really make your master's heart ache, Lingying. This venerable one knows that you have something to ask me, but you don't need this venerable one's help. All these years, you've drawn a clear line between this venerable one and yourself, yet you're now here to see me. You have no respect for this venerable one at all. You aren't even willing to call me master." Tantai Lingying said, "Master." Bai Qingling said, "It's time you showed your filial piety. Come with your master to take a bath." Tantai Lingying silently sweated. At the blood storage underground second floor at Mortal Washing Pool, Bai Qingling said, Stepping into this pool will block your cultivation, and you will be like an ordinary person temporarily. But it won't affect your body and innate physique. Tantai Lingying thought to herself, measuring my body is what he routinely does. For the sake of Hongyi and everyone, I have to obey this demon for now. Suddenly, Bai Qingling grabbed her foot. She thought, oh no, this demon can't be thinking of. She was pulled into the water. Bai Qingling asked, what's wrong? You're on your guard even against your master? He put her in his arms. Tantai Lingying said, Master, you. Tantai Lingying thought, Bai Qingling has always wanted to make me into a human puppet. It's just that my body has yet to mature. In the past, he would use the heavenly essence ruler to measure. But why did he choose to touch my body directly today? It was he who rescued me from Xiji Sek's demon den and gave me a home. But in the end, was he just planning for the future, and now he's finally going to demand what he is owed? Bai Qingling said, Lingyan, Master has a treasure for you. Suddenly, they both went down into the water. Tantai Lingying suddenly saw something and said, this is. She saw a girl under the water and asked, Master, who is this woman, and why does she look like me? Bai Qingling said, that year when this venerable one saved you from the demon's den, it was all thanks to the help of Heiwan Sek's sect master Jitai Mei. Although it's hard to identify sect master Ji's gender and that person is charmingly evil, they were a very righteous person. However, it was mainly for sect master Ji's own benefit that they were willing to collaborate with me to rescue you. You have a very special constitution. Jitai Mei wanted you to become their furnace tripod. A furnace tripod refers to someone being a tool to help another person raise their cultivation level through dual cultivation. It's different from dual cultivation in that the cultivation furnace will just be a tool and will probably be harmed in the process. Suddenly, Tantai Lingying was enlightened and said, Ah, Bai Qingling said, the thing you are seeing right now is a female puppet made from the otogi wood, created at the birth of the universe. A wood spirit puppet. It is a replica of you that took 10 years to make and is to be given to Jitai Mei in your place as a furnace tripod. Bai Qingling thought. In the original game, the truth was that Bai Qingling wanted to use Tantai Lingyan to exchange treasures with Jitai Mei. But as long as I don't give away the true body of Lingyan and make an excuse, I won't be exposed. Tantai Lingying said, so all these years, Master's routine measurement of my body was all to create this puppet as fast as possible and give it to Jitai Mei? Bai Qingling said, I've wronged you, Lingyan. I did this to protect you while not breaking this venerable one's promise. Tantai Lingying said, Master, She thought to herself, no, I can't believe him. I can't be tricked like junior sister. If that was the case, what's the explanation for the 10,000 ants heart-gnawing poison in my body and the evil rune on my senior sister's abdomen? Tantai Lingying said, Master, Lingyan is grateful that you told all of this to me, but suddenly, Bai Qingling grabbed both of Tantai Lingying's wrists. He placed her palm on her abdomen and she said, Master, no, don't. I am your disciple. If you do this, Lingyan will definitely hate you for life. Suddenly, Tantai Lingying felt warmth in her stomach and said, such a strange feeling. Lord Master, no. Don't stop. She moaned deeply in the water. A few minutes later, she emerged from the water, exhausted from the pleasure. Bai Qingling said, the 10,000 ants heart-gnawing poison has been expelled from your body in the form of poisonous blood. No, actually, it was the 10,000 ants heart-defending poison. This poison has the effect of defending the body and heart. If a scoundrel coveted your constitution, the poison insect would remind you to stay away through harmless pain. If you were really violated, it would also release power to protect you. I didn't expect you to be so close with that Xiao Chen. You don't even understand your master's efforts. You even thought that master wanted to harm you and couldn't see who the actual person who wanted to harm you was. Sigh. When your daughter has matured and married, you can't get her to stay even if you want to. Now that you've gotten what you wish for, you can leave without any worries. Tantai Lingying suddenly cried while looking at Bai Qingling. A system notification said, congratulations to the host for successfully spreading great love. Another system notification said, points awarded 5,000 points. Current points 5,000 points. Divine massage technique, through practice, has been upgraded to max level 99. A few moments later, Senzinger asked Tantai Lingying, second senior sister, are you going back? Master gave you 2 Mara fruits to bring back. He said that it was your favorite thing when you were young. Master also said that during the Sectmaster selection ceremony, he will support you regardless of your stance. This is really strange. Second senior sister and master spent so much time together alone. Why did master ask me to tell you this in the end? In a flashback, Tantai Lingying remembered the time when she was little and happily said, Lord Master. She thought to herself, after keeping it a secret for so many years, he has revealed everything today. The timing is too perfect. Lingyan doesn't understand and cannot fully believe it, but this isn't master's fault. It's Lingyan's fault. Please give Lingyan some more time. Lingyan will return to your side in the end and serve you, like how Zinger is doing now. A system notification said, congratulations to the host for spreading great love. Another system notification said, points awarded 2,000 points. Current points, 7,000 points. At the Kangming sect, in the Black Moon Hall, Ye Hongyi rested on her bed. She said, Bai Qingling, even though this temple master has not met you yet, you must be old, ugly, and extremely evil to bully Sister Lingyan like this. Although Tantai Lingyan and I, Ye Hongyi, are not related by blood, we are connected by our sisterhood. We bound ourselves with the mirror flower seal, and our souls can feel what the other is feeling anytime and anywhere. Ever since Lingyan went to meet that demon, my body started to become strange. Sister Lingyan, where are you right now? What did the demon do to you? I, Ye Hongyi, swear to tear Bai Qingling into pieces. She felt something inside her and moaned on her bed. Suddenly, a person outside called, Hongyi, are you there? Ye Hongyi recognized the voice and said, this voice. She immediately got up, fixed herself, and went out of her room saying, Grandpa. She was shocked to see her grandfather. Grandpa, what happened? Why have you become so haggard? It was Kangming sect ancestor Yi Taiyuan. Yi Taiyuan touched Ye Hongyi's head and said, Hongyi, listen carefully. Your grandpa's lifespan is nearing its end. I won't be able to protect you anymore. Ye Hongyi responded, lifespan, nearing its end? Ye Taiyuan asked, are you prepared, little Hongyi, to become the sect master? Ye Hongyi went silent, cried, and said, Hongyi will listen to grandpa's teachings. Ye Taiyuan said, your grandpa will convene a great sect master selection ceremony, but he won't use his authority to give the position to you directly. To win over the entire Kangming sect, you'll have to gather the support of the important forces by yourself. Grandpa asks you, which of the 4 great temple masters is the easiest for you to use? Ye Hongyi answered, naturally, it's Yuluo Temple's temple master, Ren Qianfan. He is Hongyi's uncle and will definitely lend a hand. Ye Taiyuan said, not necessarily. Temple Master Ren is cowardly and indecisive. He abandons his righteousness for tiny gains, but always saves himself when facing great risks. He lets his wife make every major decision. A look from her and he will be too afraid to help you. Ye Hongyi asked then, what about Luocha Temple's Mengu Taoist? Ye Taiyuan replied, Luocha Temple is the strongest. It has countless disciples and vassals and is growing its might every day. But why do you think he respects the elders and does so much for the sect? Ye Hongyi said, this man has ambition. He definitely won't follow me. Since that's the case, the only one left is the mysterious saintess from Yinghui Temple. Ye Taiyuan responded, no, she can't help you. From what I can see, that temple master has her own goals. You can't handle her, Ye Hongyi said. 3 of the 4 great temple masters can't be used by me. His grandpa trying to say. Ye Taiyuan continued, according to your father's last wish, you should become a Taoist couple with Bai Qingling, Yuluo Temple's temple master. Then husband and wife can work together to strengthen the sect. Suddenly, Ye Hongyi was shocked and shouted, what? Marriage? She said to herself in disbelief, impossible. Absolutely impossible. That demon is Lingyan's master. If I marry him, how would Lingyan refer to me? The master's wife? Suddenly she shouted, no, Hongyi definitely won't marry him. In another scene, Sen Jinger reported to Bai Qingling, master, when Zinger sent senior sister Lingyan off to the general altar I saw. Bai Qingling asked, what did you see? Sen Jinger replied, Jinger saw many rogue cultivators of the demonic path fly towards Luocha Temple. There were thousands of them. Zinger also heard that Yinghui Temple, which had always kept a low profile, is summoning the leaders of the vassal forces of the outer sects. Sen Jinger thought to herself, Kangming sect is going to change. Master has never liked to interfere with matters of the sect. What will he do this time? Bai Qingling smiled and said, it doesn't matter. I will take action. Sen Jinger blushed and said, Master is so domineering. Bai Qingling thought to himself, after the previous test, Zinger is now completely loyal to me. Maybe it's time to stop this master-servant game that harms Zinger's personality. Bai Qingling said to Sen Singer, from today onwards, you and I will return to the usual master-disciple relationship. No matter the situation, you must call me master as a teacher, not as your owner. Sen Singer was shocked and said, Eh? Why? But being a servant is part of Singer's unique identity. Does Master not love Singer anymore? Is Master unwilling to teach Singer? Is Singer being abandoned and forgotten? Bai Qingling said, This venerable one is not denying your identity. It's just that such a relationship should evolve and change. Sen Singer said, so in the end, Singer is still Master's loyal servant, right? She took off her clothes and said, Master only wants to change how he's called, right? Since Singer's name has the word star in it, and Singer is also Master's servant, how about Singer be called? She changed in front of Bai Qingling and said, Star servant. She said seductively, from this day forth, Singer will be the star servant who tends to her master's every need. In another scene at the Zhenwu Sword Sect, Forbidden Ground, Blackwater Mountain, Demon Suppressing Tower, Feng Lixu entered a room, and someone shouted, Feng Lixue! A person on the floor accused, so you're a spy from the demonic path. I shouldn't have trusted you so easily, and allowed you to enter the tower. Your master, Kang Song's sword saint, must have been blind. Remove the insect poison from my body if you have the guts, and I'll fight you with only one finger. If you win, I'll tell you everything. Feng Lixu replied, You 3 deacons have really wasted your long lives. You expect someone from the demonic path to fight you fairly? One of them, his old buddy, said, Demon, kill us if you dare. The 3 of us are the most senior deacons of the Forbidden Ground, even the sect master. Feng Lixu silenced him with one blow. The old man said, Demon, you're really a vile demoness. Feng Lixu said, his wish has already been fulfilled. So, what do the 2 of you say? Are you willing to hand over the key to the 1,000 chances box that stores Kang Ming's sacred artifact? The fat old man asked, If we give you the key, will you let us live? Feng Lixu responded, Wouldn't it have been better if you'd done this earlier? She took the key from the fat old man and swung her sword. The last old man said, Demon, you'll be smitten by the heavens. You'll die a horrible. She made him sleep. Feng Lixu said, Who do you take me for? I am the eldest direct disciple of Demon Lord Qingling. Suddenly she felt pleasure in her stomach and shakily said, My stomach, as she felt the vibration throughout her body. She shakily said, Could that demon have activated the evil rune in my body? No, the evil rune wasn't activated. Could I have been poisoned? In any case, I will send what that demon wanted back to Yuluo Temple first. She opened the box, which glowed purple inside. Feng Lixu was shocked as she saw the item inside and said, Before I can confirm that second junior sister has killed him, I have no other choice. Back in the temple, Sen Singer said to Bai Qingling, Master, what are you thinking? As she got between Bai Qingling's legs. Can you tell Singer? Bai Qingling said, To think this venerable one indulged you by letting you sleep under my feet. There won't be a next time, especially during this period. Sen Singer asked, This period? Is Master troubled by the upcoming sect master selection ceremony? Bai Qingling whispered. Perhaps. Sen Singer suddenly jumped into Bai Qingling's lap and said, Whoa! Singer correctly guessed Master's thoughts. Bai Qingling held her leg and thought to himself, You can't do this. You can't. A system notification said, As your divine massaging technique has reached the max level, you won't be able to gain any experience by using it. Bai Qingling thought, Using it? I'm just correcting my disciple's behavior. I will sue you for defamation. This system is slandering me. Sen Singer said, Master, Singer wants to show you a great treasure. She seductively fixed her chest. Bai Qingling sweated and asked, What great treasure? He thought to himself, You can't be thinking of showing me something that won't pass the review in the original game, right? Sen Singer seductively revealed the token of authority of the Blood Pill Palace's Supreme Elder Luo Qingfeng and put the token between her cleavage. Bai Qingling asked, Why do you have the token of one of the 10 Supreme Elders of Kang Ming's sect with you? Sen Singer explained, Elder Luo was urgently offering a reward for someone who could create a 9th grade heavenly heart herb, and Singer happened to know how to refine it. So, I gathered all the ingredients from the demonic garden, refined it, and handed it to Elder Luo yesterday night. Singer only acts silly in front of Master, but she's very smart at other times. Singer is constantly thinking of how to help Master and our Yuluo Temple. Bai Qingling thought to himself, In the original game, Xiao Chen received this token by exchanging his master Yusuzi's resources and helped Ye Hongyi gain a powerful supporter. This is a strategy for Ye Hongyi's route. I didn't expect Jinger to steal this away from Xiao Chen. Is this the bonus of obtaining Xinger's absolute loyalty? Bai Qingling said to Sen Xinger, you did well this time. This is the reward you deserve. He hugged Sen Xinger. Suddenly, Sen Xinger felt pleasure and moaned, Master. A system notification said, congratulations to the host for successfully spreading great love. Another system notification said, points earned 3,000 points. Current points, 10,000 points. Bai Qingling put Sen Xinger down on his throne and walked away, saying, let's go. Follow me out of seclusion and crush everything. There's no one who can stop us. At Kang Ming Sek's General Altar, Blood Pill Palace, Xiao Chen exclaimed, what? Elder Luo doesn't want my 9th grade Heavenly Heart herb? Why? My herb is definitely real. Elder Luo twirled his mustache and said, Elder Luo's bounty is real, and the herb in your hands is also real. It's just that someone came before you, so the bounty has expired. Xiao Chen protested. How could this be? Elder Luo's bounty has just been out for 10 days. Can you please tell me who found this herb before me? Elder Luo replied, it's fine telling you. It was the direct third disciple of Yu Luo Temple's temple master who found this herb on the 5th day after the bounty was posted. As for what reward she requested, I have no idea. Xiao Chen thought to himself, Xinger? Sen Xinger. Was it her own intention? Or did that demon lord order her to do it? He spat flames in anger and exclaimed, those two bastards. I'll definitely tear them into pieces. He ran away with his herbs. Elder Luo chuckled. Ha ha ha. You're angry just because of this. Your Taoist heart is not strong enough, young man. In the forest, Xiao Chen muttered. Xiao Chen muttered, frick, what should I do now? Suddenly a voice said, disciple, Xiao Chen, the heavenly heart herb that I spent days synthesizing, have you handed it to Luo Qingfeng? Xiao Chen said, Master Yu Shuzi. He thought to himself, can't you find a cleaner place to perform spirit possession? Master Yu Shuzi demanded, why is it still in your hands? Did someone come before you? I told you to hand it over quickly. What were you waiting for? You're really useless. Xiao Chen suddenly got angry and shouted, enough. For your plan to demolish the demonic sect, you told me to become a spy for 3 years at first, and now 3 years after 3 years. Then 3 more years. It has been almost 10 years now, old man. Master Yu Shuzi replied, Xiao Chen, protecting mortals and eliminating demonic cultivators is the Kunlun Taoist sect's responsibility. I'm sure that you don't want your 10 years of being a spy to go to waste, right? I used the spiritual discs to pry into the future last night and discovered a big secret. Kang Ming Sek's Grand Elder Ye Tai Yuan passed away 7 days ago. Xiao Chen exclaimed, what? But Grand Elder Yi went to the Black Moon Hall 2 days ago. He also appeared in front of his granddaughter Ye Hong Yi and the other Yi family members. Master Yu Suzi said, that is his yin body, not his physical body. But Yi Taiyuan's remnant soul won't last long. This is about Kang Ming Sek's divine weapon. Come closer. I'll whisper it to you. You still have a chance. Gain Yi Hong Yi's trust, help her become the leader, and make her into your puppet. Xiao Chen said, me? Getting closer to this hard and smelly thing? No, I don't want to get closer. In another scene, Hua Yuerong rested in her bed, quietly thinking. It was hot as sweat formed on her breasts. She remembered a time when she was growing up, and a boy said to her, why is Ronger's body becoming so plump? Another said, you're turning into a pig. And his friend mocked, turning into a big fat pig. Hua Yuerong was embarrassed, and someone walked up behind her. Suddenly, they put a robe on her, and she was shocked. Hua Yuerong said, ah, senior brother. She looked and saw Bai Qingling. He told her, this robe can not only cover your body, but also block all those ignorant rumors. Hua Yuerong was happy to see Bai Qingling helping her. In a different scene, Hua Yuerong shouted, senior brother, don't. How could Master harm us? There must be a misunderstanding. Senior brother, you're the person I admire the most. Why are you slaughtering innocent disciples? Why have you become so cold and heartless? Bai Qingling looked at her with a menacing stare. Suddenly, she woke up still wearing the robe that Bai Qingling gave her. She said, damn it, I'm dreaming about that demon lord again. Suddenly, an old lady said, Saintess, all vassals of the Yinghui Temple have gathered. All of them are currently waiting in the main hall. While Yuerong said to herself, the Luocha Temple has also gathered almost 2,000 demonic cultivators, all of them carrying their own weapons. They can't sit still even with the Grand Elder present. Then she asked, what about the Yuluo Temple? The old lady reported, Temple Master Bai was found to have just come out from the blood storage. He was holding his disciple Senzinger's hand, walking happily inside the garden. Huai Yuerong imagined Bai Qingling and Sen Shinger together holding hands and said, "He held his disciple's hand?" The old lady said, "Please forgive me, Saintess. We couldn't figure out Temple Master Bai's motives." Huai Yuerong said, "He's become so old and still has no shame. He's actually holding his disciple's hand in broad daylight." The old lady asked, "Then Temple Master Bai's stance and motives?" Huai Yuerong asked, "Is there even a trace of that demon lord in the current hymn?" She fumed, "Bai Qingling, you really deserve to die." At Kangming General Altar, Thousand Snow Mountain Range, Bai Qingling and Sen Shinger walked in the snow, and Bai Qingling sneezed. Sen Shinger asked, "Master, what's wrong?" Bai Qingling thought to himself while thinking of Huai Yuerong, "Someone must be cursing me in the dark." Sen Shinger asked, "Who is it?" Senzinger suddenly pressed her body against Bai Qingling, hugging him tightly. "Master, is this better?" Second senior sister said that Singer's body will be hot like a furnace in the winter. "Why don't you try to go into Singer's?" Bai Qingling responded, "It's due to your body composition, which is compatible with yin and cold evil energy. It's a separate thing from body warmth." Senzinger complained, "It's freezing." "Master, we're going to visit the general altar, so why did we come to this deserted mountain rear?" Bai Qingling thought to himself, "That's naturally because I want to cut off Xiao Chen's opportunity. If I'd followed the original game and not come here, I would be giving Xiao Chen the advantage. Since I'm going to interfere with him, I will do it thoroughly." He said aloud, "I will let the opportunity fly for a while. Maybe it will land soon." Suddenly, on top of the mountain, a storm brewed, and a person levitated in the sky, their aura intensifying. Is the person who came Temple Master Bai Qingling? It was Kangming ancestor Ye Taiyuan. Bai Qingling greeted Ye Taiyuan saying, "Ancestor, nice to meet you." Senshinga followed. Yulua Temple's Senshinga greets the ancestor. Ye Taiyuan observed, "A ghost-controlling spiritual body, flawless and natural, without form nor stain. Temple Master Bai is very fortunate. When are you planning to slaughter this high-quality ingredient?" Bai Qingling silently listened. Senzinger said, "It's up to Master to decide when he needs me. Don't worry about it, ancestor." Ye Taiyuan laughed. "Temple Master Bai is really good at controlling his subordinates. I happen to be looking for you. Since we met, let's talk." Bai Qingling said, "Zinger, leave us for now." He thought to himself, "The opportunity is here." Senzinger left, and Ye Taiyuan continued, "In the beginning, when the primordial gods and demons created the world, the Taoist girl, Mu Xin Lan, was born. The third war between righteous and demonic paths began." Bai Qingling thought to himself as his eyes turned white. "Isn't Ye Taiyuan's yin spirit about to dissipate? This doesn't look like a person who's about to die. Where's the skip button? Or the CTRL button that lets you do it?" Ye Taiyuan suddenly got serious and said, "My friend Qingling, I don't have much time." He showed him a ring and said, "This is one of the 2 divine artifacts of Kangming's sect, the Kangming Soul Ring. The wearer's status will be just below the sect master's, and you will be admired by millions of followers. If I give you this item, will you lend a hand to my granddaughter Yi Hongyi?" Bai Qingling asked. "The Hall Master, Black Moon Hall, Yi Hongyi, is she your chosen heiress?" Ye Taiyuan replied, "It looks like Temple Master Bai has his own thoughts too. All right, help my granddaughter if you can. If that's not possible, you can take her place." Bai Qingling thought to himself while looking at the ring, "Where have I heard these words before? But since I have the chance to control the position of sect master, I have no reason to refute." Ye Taiyuan continued, "I have 2 more things I want to talk about. The first is about Hong Wudao, Hongyi's father. Wudao's final wish is to marry Hongyi to you and have both of you strengthen Kangming sect together." Bai Qingling thought to himself, "Hey, the words about taking her place just now can't be about marrying her, right? In the original game, Bai Qingling would have been dead right now. To think that there would be a hidden fiancé." Bai Qingling cleared his throat and said, "This is a small matter. I will decide in the future. Tell me about the second thing." Ye Taiyuan said, "There are rumors that you've been defeated by that Taoist maiden Mu Xinlan. Is that true? If even Temple Master Bai weren't that woman's match, then wouldn't our demon sect be destroyed?" Bai Qingling was silent. Then he said, "Yes, she defeated Bai Qingling." Ye Taiyuan began to vanish and said, "This." Bai Qingling continued, "But she didn't defeat me. If she comes back again, I will take action." At Kangming General Altar, Front Mountain Gate, a guy said to Xiao Chen, "Please go back, junior brother Xiao." The ancestor has been in seclusion for a long time and won't be meeting anyone. Xiao Chen pleaded. Please believe me, General Altar Brothers. I urgently need to see the ancestor. Time waits for no one. If we delay any longer, the ancestor would be. The guy interrupted. Would be what? Suddenly, Xiao Chen was thrown away, tumbling in the air. Ye Hongyi suddenly appeared and said, if our sect master heard you spreading rumors about the sect, he would cut off your dog head. Get lost. Don't let me repeat it a second time. Xiao Chen thought, you Shuzi. I did everything you said, but it didn't frickin' work. What shitty divination did you do? At Yuluo Temple Master's Palace, Bai Qingling said. The residence of the Yuluo Temple Master is so cool. I should have left blood storage earlier and enjoyed myself here. The danger at blood storage is finally over. Next, I have to retrieve Bai Qingling's 5 organs to cultivate to the nascent soul realm. Among them, the heart is at the Flame Demon Tower, and the key is with the 3 Supreme Elders. I can't get it without the authority of the sect master. By assisting Ye Hongyi to become sect master, it fulfills Yi Taiyuan's wish and serves my interests too. Now that I've gotten the Kangming Soul Ring, I'm only left with the Kangming Soul Sword, Bai Qingling mused. Lixu, will you disappoint your master? Speaking of which, Lixu's personality should be the hardest to influence with great love. What should I do to solve the problems in her heart? Oh, right, her abdomens. In another scene at the Skywater City Street Market, Feng Lixu walked seductively, attracting the gaze of many men. She entered a building and the host greeted her. Welcome, how may I? Feng Lixu interrupted. Tell the shopkeeper Fatty Hong to come out. The Eastern King of Hell is looking for him. The host replied nervously. Eastern King of Hell? Feng Lixu entered a room, her aura glowing, and sat down to wait. The shopkeeper Fatty Hong entered saying, Lady Lixu, it's me, Yuluo Palace's Crimson Pig Guard Hong Tianfang. He showed her a heavy item. Hong Lixu examined it and said, this is the item that the temple master wanted. You will personally escort it back to Yuluo Temple as soon as possible. Furthermore, swallow this. Fatty Hong's eyes widened, the 7 absolute body melting pill. Lady Lixu, I've always worked diligently and never slacked off. This. Feng Lixu threatened, swallow it or die. Fatty Hong sweated profusely as he obediently swallowed the pill. First we'll be heading off now. Feng Lixu watched him leave and said, I hope this is the last thing I have to do for that demon. Lingyan, was your plan successful? She looked outside and thought, I've been living under that demon's shadow since young. My heart has long been tainted by him. But junior sister is still young, so we, as senior sisters, must help her escape from the evils of that demon. Suddenly she felt pain. Why did the pain flare up again? That demon didn't activate that evil rune. Was I poisoned? Could it be at that time? Damn it, I didn't bring any elixir to purify the poison. If the poison enters the meridians, doesn't that mean, so be it, this is my fate. Being controlled by that demon is living hell anyway. I can finally be free. She suddenly felt intense pain and shouted as tentacles emerged from her stomach trying to envelop her body. Master, you demon, are you not letting me off even at this time? She gasped as she felt intense pleasure. Suddenly, a hand touched her shoulder. Listen to me and be still, Bai Qingling's voice commanded. He continued, your body is filled with poison. In this entire world, only your master can save you. Feng Lixu felt more pleasure intensify, making her put her tongue out as the poison splattered all over the place. After the ordeal, she said, he could even clear the poison that has entered the Dantian. He's probably the only one who can do this from a distance. Suddenly, the tentacles began to slide into her legs, and she felt even more intense pleasure, shouting, No, Master, you can't, Bai Qingling whispered. The demon-suppressing tower's poison cannot be underestimated. Even your master cannot escape a minor injury. So you must cooperate with me. I have to suck it out all at once. As Bai Qingling continued, Feng Lixue thought to herself, something's wrong with that demon. I'm just one of his pawns. Why must he waste his powers to detoxify the poison for me from a distance? Could it be that Lingyan and Zinger did something to change his nature? She remembered their last encounter when Bai Qingling told her, Happy birthday, little Lixu. She shook her head, enduring the intensity of the pleasure. No, what am I thinking? That is Demon Lord Qingling. He must want me to be indebted to him so that he can control my spirit even further. A voice outside called, Sister Lixui, are you in there? Feng Lixui recognized it. This voice is, the Third Royal Highness? Why are you here? The voice responded, It's really Sister Lixu. I heard that you came to Skywater City to train, so I asked around and found this store. After all, with Sister Lixu's appearance, you will leave a deep impression on everyone you pass by. So, Sister Lixu, can I come in? Bai Qingling silently listened, holding Feng Lixui's shoulder. Feng Lixu replied, You are not allowed to enter. The Third Royal Highness persisted. The last time I ran into Sister Lixui, I happened to hear the sound of crying. You didn't notice me at that time, but I was very worried about you. Feng Lixui, struggling with the tentacle's aggressive movement in her body, tried to respond, Thank you, Your Highness, for your concern. But I'm fine, you can go back now. The Third Royal Highness asked, Sister Lixui, why are you panting so heavily? And she said, I told you that I'm fine, I have to rest, please go back. And he said, all right. And he walks away. A few moments later, she said, Master, please stop. Just how long are you planning to bully me? Suddenly the pleasure went away, and she said, it's over. Did he really detoxify the poison? Bai Qingling said, Lixue, Master is very happy that you found the Kangming soul sword for me, but Master dislikes you risking your life for the sake of the mission. Remember, there is no next time. Congratulations to the host for successfully spreading great love. Points earned 9,000 points. Current points 19,000 points. You've unlocked a new chest diamond chest. Costs 50,000 points. When your total points exceed 100,000, you will unlock Realm's item store. I didn't expect to almost double my points by just helping Lixu detoxify the poison. Could it be that her hatred towards me is the strongest, so I earn more points when I express great love? But who is that person outside the door? Lixu called him the Third Royal Highness. It can only be the male protagonist of the second expansion pack battle for Dynasty's Fate, the third prince of the Great Chu dynasty, Lin. From the start of this expansion pack, players can choose between Xiao Chen's path or Lin Mo's path. But in the original game, the contact between Lin Mo and Lixu is definitely not at this time. There are clearly unpredictable changes to the original story plot. Is this the legendary butterfly effect? Will there be new plot lines that have never happened before in the original game? Whatever, Lin Mo poses no threat to me for now. Suppressing the ant that is Xiao Chen is the main matter at hand. The sect master selection ceremony is approaching. It's time to pay a visit to that temple master. In a different scene at Ye Hongyi's room, she said, It's over. It's over. Should I tell Lingyan that Grandpa's final wish is for me to marry Bai Qingling? We made the mirror flower seal together and swore to protect each other forever. If I'm really married to Bai Qingling and become Lingyan's master's wife, how mad will she be? Bai Qingling, you really deserve to die. No, I have to tell the truth to Lingyan and come up with a plan together. Sister Lingyan is smarter than normal people. She will definitely find a way. Suddenly, Tantai Lingyan opens the door and she stood silently. Ye Hongyi said to her Sister Lingyan, what happened to you? And that night at the blood storage, are you all right? Tantai Lingyan said, I'm fine. I'm just a little tired and wanted to rest in your room for a while. Let's talk about it later. Ye Hongyi said, all right, we will talk about it after you've rested. And she left her alone. A few moments later, Tantai Lingyan stood in front of the mirror and she took off her clothes. And she said, disgrace. You are a disgrace, Tantai Lingyan. To think you would let him touch your body. How are you going to face Hongyi from now on? When that man hugged you tightly, you clearly could have chosen to stop your pulse to protect your innocence. Why didn't you? I hate you to death. And the scarier thing is that my subconsciousness is actually trying to replay the moment I was hugged. The more I tried to not think about it, the more my body recalled every sensation of that moment. And she hides under the sheet and said, woo-hoo-hoo-hoo. And she continues to say, Hongyi, I'm so sorry. No, I still have one last chance. Help Hongyi to become the sect master in the sect master selection ceremony. Only then can I borrow the power of the general altar to be free from him completely. At the Kaming sect's Yuluo temple, Ren Xianfan, the temple master, sighed as he walked back and forth anxiously. The old ancestor wants me to support Hongyi during the great sect master selection ceremony, he said. Ren Xianfan continued. But that Manhwa Taoist wants to ally with me and help him take the position. He turned to his wife Han Jinyang and asked, my wife, what should we do? Han Jinyang replied, you've already made up your mind, haven't you? Ren Qianfan admitted, yes. To tell you the truth, I'm more inclined to support Luocha Temple's Manhwa Taoist. After all, Luocha Temple is ready and prepared. What do you think? Han Jinyang responded sharply. What do I think? I think you are foolish and bad, a true trash among trash. That Manhwa Taoist is ruthless, arrogant, and tyrannical. He will do anything to expand his power. Do you think he will give you a share of his success instead of devouring Xiuluo Temple? Ren Qianfan conceded, my wife is so wise, so does that mean we should support Hong Yi? She may be young, but she is my niece after all. Should I lend her a hand? Suddenly, Han Jinyang kicked Ren Qianfan with her heels and shouted, you fool! He fell, and Han Jinyang said, in this chaotic situation, we should make Xiuluo Temple neutral and let everyone try to win us over. Keep this phrase in your mind. The larger the waves, the more valuable the fish, Ren Qianfan said. I understand. You understand. But if Xiuluo Temple's Bai Qingling interferes, won't the situation become uncontrollable? Han Jinyang replied, he won't. You don't understand him. A foolish person like you can never imagine how amazing that man is. What he pursues is something that neither you nor I can ever covet. These mundane matters are not worthy of his attention. In contrast, you are trash who can't do anything. Even if your wife strips naked and stands before you. Ren Qianfan agreed. That's true. I am trash. He picked up Han Jinyang's heels, bowed to the floor, and said, I'm not worthy of you. Suddenly, a person outside said, reporting to the Temple Master, Xiuluo Temple's Temple Master Bai is here for a visit. Ren Qianfan exclaimed, Bai Qingling? Why is he looking for me? The person outside replied, Temple Master Bai says that he has something very important to discuss with Madam and asks for your help to keep watch outside and not let outsiders. Hear the details. Ren Qianfan shouted, what? Drawing his sword, he said, asking me to keep watch while entering my territory? This is too much. If that Bai Qingling really dares to barge in, it will not end well for him. Suddenly, Ren Qianfan looked at Han Jinyang, who said, he has already entered. The door opened with an intense dark aura, and Bai Qingling's eyes glowed red. Ren Qianfan was shocked and thought, I've not seen him for a long time, but he really does possess the aura of a demon lord who gazes down upon the world. No wonder Jinyang admires him. Speaking of which, I've heard that this guy's innate demonic body is extremely strong. If he, how can Jinyang take it? She will be broken. He shouted, Bai Qingling, when did you come in? Why didn't I sense it at all? Han Jinyang said, Temple Master Bai, your supreme breath concealing technique is indeed the best energy concealing technique in the world. Even with both of our cultivations, we can't sense you at all. Bai Qingling replied, as expected of Jinyang, you are indeed knowledgeable and much stronger than a certain someone. Han Jinyang was shocked. You? What did you call me? Ren Qianfan, enraged, said, bastard! How dare you be so disrespectful? This venerable one warned you not to be too arrogant. When I was sweeping across the eastern lands to be enlightened into a demon lord, you were still wearing crotchless pants. Bai Qingling calmly said, Madam, this venerable one has something to discuss with you. May I borrow a bedroom to have a talk? Ren Qianfan raged and shouted, Bai Qingling! Your grave has already been dug. Suddenly, Han Jinyang slammed her hand on the armrest, her aura raging. She said, you bastard, do you want to die? She used her power and struck Ren Qianfan with her heels, sending him flying outside, then shut the door. Bai Qingling said, Jinyang, why are you mad? Your husband was just worried that you would be bullied. Han Jinyang retorted, who asks that piece of trash to be so nosy? Now that no one is disturbing us, are you able to say your piece? Why did you come to my Xiuluo Temple so late at night? Bai Qingling smiled as Han Jinyang walked towards him. Bai Qingling said, since Madam is so straightforward, then I shall get to the point. In the sect master selection ceremony half a month later, Madam must stand by my side. Han Jinyang asked, why do you think I will agree to your request? Bai Qingling, showing her a shoe, said, I will give Madam a reason you can't resist. He gently grabbed Han Jinyang's foot. Han Jinyang thought to herself in shock, what is he doing? Bai Qingling thought to himself, before coming here, I specifically exchanged a side character story completion card in the item store for 2,000 points. Using this card will allow me to know the hidden background behind a specific side character that the main plot doesn't reveal. System prompt. Points used, 2,000. Current points, 1,700. Han Jinyang thought, I'm not a demon, but fate gave you such a background. Bai Qingling said, Madam, you don't want your husband to lose his title as Temple Master, do you? He put on the shoe. Han Jinyang exclaimed, Temple Master Bai, you're crossing the line. Bai Qingling grabbed the other foot and said, I have an even more outrageous story to tell you. The main character is Yoon Jiner. 20 years ago, the family head of the Yoon family accidentally killed Emperor Yuan-tai of the Great Zhou dynasty. Except for Yoon Jiner, 300 members of the Yoon family were executed. At that time, the holy son of the Hehuan sect, Ji Tai-mei, wanted her divine phoenix true spirit body. He let the Hehuan sect accept Yoon Jiner as the holy daughter, but he wanted to nurture her like a tripod furnace. Unexpectedly, Yoon Jiner managed to seize her only opportunity to escape. While on the run, she met Ren Qianfan, an expert from the demonic path. Although Ren Qianfan's persistent harassment towards Yoon Jiner was disgusting, and though he was a eunuch, to shake off Ji Tai-mei's pursuit, Yoon Jiner married him and became a virgin wife. If Temple Master Ren's secret is accidentally revealed, causing him to lose his position and be expelled from the Kangming sect, how do you think Ji Tai-mei will react? Han Jinyang said, "Temple Master Bai, this is too despicable." Bai Qingling responded, "Is there anything in the world that I, Demon Qingling, will not do?" "Madam, you know what you must do now, don't you?" Han Jinyang was silent, staring at Bai Qingling. Suddenly, she shouted, "Bai Qingling, I hate you!" She tried to kick him, but Bai Qingling stopped her smooth legs and said, "Don't blame me. If you want to blame someone, blame your wimpy husband." He tried to pull her closer, and Han Jinyang said, "Let go of me." She gently pushed Bai Qingling and said, "Bai Qingling, you're so arrogant. You don't know anything at all. That escape from the Hehuan sect wasn't my only opportunity. My other opportunity was you." Bai Qingling was shocked and thought to himself, "Since when did that happen? Why can't I recall anything?" Bai Qingling put down her leg and said, "I don't know what you're talking about. If you think I did something wrong to you, that's your problem." Suddenly, Han Jinyang ran towards Bai Qingling and kissed him passionately for 10 minutes. They caught their breath, and Han Jinyang said, "Bai Qingling, in your unparalleled and invincible life, have you ever been forcefully kissed by a woman?" Bai Qingling remembered something naughty and said, "No." Han Jinyang said, "Very well, in that case you won't be able to forget me in your entire life. This is your punishment for your forgetfulness." She thought to herself, "My goodness, what am I saying? I am a married woman." System prompt. Congratulations to the host for successfully spreading great love. Another system prompt. Points earned. 12,000. Current points. 29,000. Bai Qingling thought to himself, "Although I'm still unsure of the logic behind the points calculation, I'll just continue to accumulate points like this. In order to deal with the ultimate opponent, Mu Xinlan, no amount of points is too much." In another scene, Hongji practiced her sword skills. She shouted, "Trust me, Sister Lingyan, I will never betray you. I will give my all to obtain the position of sect master and help you escape from that demon. Bai Qingling, that wretched hunchbacked old man. I will never marry him, even if I die." She destroyed the boulder. Suddenly, Bai Qingling clapped slowly from a distance and said, "As expected of the Yi family's most perfect ice crystal jade holy body, this sword technique is worthy of commendation. It's just a shame that this attack wouldn't leave a scratch on me." Hongji said, "This level of demonic power is definitely not from an ordinary expert from the demonic path." Bai Qingling looked at her with his red eyes and said, "Nice to meet you, Hall Master Yi." Yi Hongji said, "Temple Master Bai, why did you come to my humble Black Moon Hall?" Bai Qingling said, "Hall Master Yi, do you want the position of sect master?" Yi Hongji said, "What do you mean?" And she thought to herself, even someone as arrogant as Mengu Taoist isn't confident in obtaining the seat of sect master. But this guy said it so casually, it's as if he will support me and defeat the others the moment I open my mouth. Yi Hongji said, "Temple Master Bai has to answer a question of mine first. Grandfather, did the old ancestor meet up with you recently?" Bai Qingling said, "Yes." Yi Hongji said, "All right, I somewhat understand the situation. Don't be delusional. I will not marry you. My body and heart have already been pledged to someone else. We are impossible. At least, for the moment." Bai Qingling said, "Does Hall Master Yi think that's what I want? I don't care about titles, fortune, or appearances. You lost your parents when you were young, and the old ancestor didn't have time to be with you. You are alone with no one to rely on. This made me pity you. So, if Hall Master Yi doesn't mind, become my daughter." Yi Hongji was shocked by Bai Qingling's proposal and held his hand. She imagined Bai Qingling carrying her and thought to herself, "Daughter? From husband to father? How much of a pervert is he?" Bai Qingling said, "Hall Master Yi, I'm not joking." He showed her a ring. Yi Hongji said, "This, grandfather really gave you the Kangming soul ring. Since it's grandfather's final request, I'll naturally not go against it. We are formal allies now. If I ascend to the position of sect master, I'll not treat you poorly. Bai Qingling said, no, I want Hall Master Yi's guarantee right now. Yi Hongji said, Temple Master Bai, do you want to become my father that badly? Bai Qingling said, it's Godfather. The Kangming sect is often called Kangming Church by the world. There was once a beautiful story about the young sect master respecting the Godfather. In the future, you will become the sect master while I become your Godfather, and together, we will restore Kangming sect to its former glory. Yi Hongji said, but how can a fiancé become a Godfather? Bai Qingling said, Hall Master, Yinghui Temple's direct eldest disciple Xiao Chen wants to meet you. He thought to himself, sure enough, Xiao Chen came just like in the original game. It's a good thing I was ahead of him. Otherwise, this ant would begin a romance route with Yi Hongji. Yi Hongji said, Xiao Chen? The guy who barged into the main forum and made a fuss? Bai Qingling said, Hongji, there's nothing wrong with meeting him, right? After all, our new relationship still lacks a formal witness. He thought to himself, since I've already made such a decision, I will follow it through to the end. A few minutes later at the Kangming sect, Black Moon Hall, Xiao Chen walked back and forth. Yi Hongji said, Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen excitedly looked back and said, Hall Master Yi. Bai Qingling said, isn't this the eldest disciple of Temple Master Hua? What a coincidence. Bai Qingling and Yi Hongji walked together. Xiao Chen said, Bai Qingling, why is it you? What are you doing? Bai Qingling teasingly said, as you can see, I am having a friendly and intimate discussion with Hall Master Yi. With our relationship, this kind of interaction is normal, isn't it? Yi Hongji moaned deeply and blushed. She said, there's nothing illogical about it. Bai Qingling held her waist, and she thought to herself, is he speaking as a husband or as a father? Suddenly, Xiao Chen was shocked and said, what is the relationship between the two of you? When did you? Bai Qingling suddenly got serious, his eyes glowing as he looked at Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen, do you have the right to question me? Xiao Chen was scared and dropped to the ground as Bai Qingling's dark aura covered the whole place. Bai Qingling continued, speaking of which, I still felt it was a loss to only receive one arm from you. Don't force me to ask for more. Xiao Chen thought to himself, how? How did this happen? Bai Qingling should have clearly died by my hands, so when did he suddenly get ahead of me? My abilities, my fame, and my woman, everything that belonged to me is gone. Right now, I feel like I'm living in that man's shadow. Bai Qingling walked slowly towards Xiao Chen and then walked past him. Bai Qingling thought to himself, indeed, losing the player's perspective is equivalent to losing the luck of a protagonist. Although the changes in the plot are not enough to kill you instantly, in the future, I will continue to crush your destiny with more cruelty. At the Kangming sect's Black Moon Hall, Yi Hongji and Tantai Lingying sat on the bed, silently concentrating. Yi Hongji said to herself, blushing, this demon Bai Qingling is indeed crafty and excels at controlling the mental state of others. She thought of Bai Qingling in many ways and said to herself, Godfather, if we get married one day, is he going to walk me down the aisle at his own wedding? On the other side, Tantai Lingying said to herself, blushing, why did I fail to resist him that night in the immortal washing pool? Why were there strange reactions from my body? Whenever I think of doing things together with Hongji, an additional man appears in my mind. How can I think of such things? Was I poisoned? They both opened their eyes, blushing at the thought of Bai Qingling. They suddenly looked at each other. Tantai Lingying coughed, cough, 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 while Yi Hongji looked away. Yi Hongji thought to herself, from today onwards can I still be honest with her? In another scene, Bai Qingling said while holding a cup of water, the preparations are basically complete. In the sect master selection ceremony, Bai Qingling shall go against the Mangu Taoist. The main boss versus the mini-boss, this is really exciting. I remember that after Mangu Taoist failed to become the sect master, there was a plotline about his resurgence. But even if anything unexpected happens, I still have my peak experience card and 13 ninth grade life-shedding insects, a system notification said. Congratulations to the host for receiving a new main plot mission. Another system notification said, mission objective, kill Mangu Taoist and spread the great love of liberation. Another system notification said, mission rewards, 10 despairing slashes of Yama, upper grade pseudo-immortal weapon for killing. Bai Qingling said, Disc, is there really a need to kill an old man who is hundreds of years old? System, you really have the cheek to say killing is a form of great love. But this is the first time a main plot mission appeared, and it's different from the original game. On what basis is the system guiding the direction of the new story? Suddenly, Zinger said, Zinger greets her master. Zinger has completed the tasks assigned by master. When the 3 confidential letters were sent to the 3 elders, they immediately said they would follow master's arrangements. And Zinger also happened to see Mengu Daoist's wonderful expression when he heard the news. In another scene, Luocha Temple Master Mengu Daoist said, Supreme Nangong, how is the progress in winning over the other Supremes? One of Kangming Sect's 10 Supreme Elders, Heavenly Treasure Pavilion Master Nangongfang, said, It's not good. Firstly, Supreme Luo Qingfeng appears to support Yuluo Hall. The 3 elders who had received benefits from us before have suddenly disappeared. Sect Affairs Office's Elder Ni, Law Enforcement Office's Elder Ouyang, Beast Taming Office's Elder Tai, all of them have started to have ambiguous attitudes. Suddenly, a cup of water dropped to the ground, and Luocha Temple Master Mengu Daoist said, Those bastards! They appear grateful when they receive benefits from me but turn their backs on me at critical moments. If they really make me mad, I will raise my arm and call on all my disciples to force a leadership change and create a new Kangming sect. One of Kangming Sect's 10 Supreme Elders, Heavenly Treasure Pavilion Master Nangongfang, said, Mengu, be sensible. Luocha Temple Master Mengu Daoist said, Sensible? How do you want me to be sensible? At least now, among the 10 Supreme Elders, including you, there are still 4 people supporting me. I have the advantage in this battle. The seat of Sect Master will be mine. Mark my words. Back in Bai Qingling Sect, Bai Qingling laughed and said, Haha, when the heavens want to destroy a person, they will make him go crazy first. The 3 confidential letters were just a minor trick, and Mengu Daoist has already lost his mind over them. Zinger, aren't you curious about the contents of the confidential letters? Zinger suddenly walked towards Bai Qingling and said, Master will decide whether to tell me or not. There is no need for Zinger to be curious. And compared to those letters, Zinger is more curious. She suddenly hugged Bai Qingling and pressed her chest hard to him, continuing to say how Master would reward Zinger. As she did, he accidentally spilled his water, which hit his crotch and wet him. Zinger was shocked, her jaw dropping, and said, Zinger was too reckless. Please forgive Zinger. Zinger will immediately help Master wipe it clean. She gently wiped it. Bai Qingling blushed and said to himself, Unbelievable. This girl is really going more and more out of line. I can't even tell whether she did it intentionally or by accident. In a different scene at the Misty Cloud Palace's sacred ground, Mystical Ice Lake, a group of women silently concentrated in the lake. A whirlpool gently formed in front of them. Suddenly the water splashed, and one woman said, Did the ancestral saintess come out of seclusion early? Her friend said, How is this possible? She just ended her battle with Demon Lord Qingling not long ago. How can it be so fast? A beautiful woman emerged from the water and said, That man is still alive. Tell the Dao heads of the 4 great orthodox sects to meet me at once. It was Daoist sect Dao head Mu Xinlan. At the main forum Wangshan Palace, people gathered. A person in the crowd said, I support Temple Master Mengu. We want to conquer the central lands and capture Mu Xinlan alive. Another said, Support Hall Master Yi. Support the blood descendant of the Yi family. An old guy points at the other disciple and said, You might as well support Temple Master Ren if you support Hall Master Yi, because he is Hall Master Yi's uncle. Another guy grabs the robe of another disciple and said, That's the same as supporting Lady Ren because she's bigger. A boy said, Am I the only one who supports Temple Master Bai? An old man said, You dare to support Demon Lord Qingling? His friend said, Brother, you are a savage. You are rewarded with a seat at the bottom of blood storage. Suddenly, a demonic carriage arrives. A person shouted, Yingui Temple's Temple Master Hua has arrived. Xiao Chen shouted at the crowd, All of you, be silent. Move out of the way. And he said to Master of Kangming Sect's Yingui Temple, Why, you are wrong, Master, we're here. Master of Kangming Sect's Yingui Temple, Why, you are wrong, came out of the carriage and said, Where are the elders? And she walked past Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen said, replying to Master, The 10 elders of the main forum and Supreme Elder Nangong will be arriving soon. And he said to himself, She actually ignored my extended hand in front of thousands of people. Master of Kangming Sect's Yingui Temple, Hua Yuerong said, Nangong Fang. It looks like that despicable evil tiger has made a lot of preparations. A person announced saying, Xiuluo Temple's Temple Master Ren and Lady Ren have arrived. Xiao Chen looks behind and a carriage with Giant Majestic. birds arrived. And the carriage landed as the people were silent. Han Jinyang silently sits, while Ren Qianfan looks down and was silent. He then said to Han Jinyang, "My dear, I am Shuluo Temple's master after all. Driving the carriage like a menial disciple is a bit too." Han Jinyang suddenly tells him, "You got annoyed by this? We're already here. Roll down and kneel." Ren Qianfan nervously said, "Ah, no. Please give your husband some face and prestige." Han Jinyang suddenly looks him seriously as her eyes glows, and she said, "A trash like you whose mind is only obsessed with fame, wealth, and appearances is really no match for that guy. Think about who made Shuluo Temple what it is today. Are you going to kneel or not?" Ren Qianfan suddenly went down and kneels to the ground, and Han Jinyang steps on his back, and she stood proudly and looks at the crowd. Ren Qianfan suddenly moans in pain, saying, "Ah." Han Jinyang said, "Hey, Hiwa, you are wrong. That woman came so early." And she continues to look silently in the area, and she said, "That wicked man is not here yet. Master of Kang Ming Sect's Yingui Temple, why you are wrong," looks at Han Jinyang and said, Han Jinyang said, approached her and said, "Holy Nun, I see that you kept staring at Temple Master Bai's seat. Could it be that there is some secret collusion?" Master of Kang Ming Sect's Yingui Temple, why you are wrong, said to her, "Lady Ren is only qualified to care for trash like Ren Qianfan. You are not qualified to care about my affairs." Han Jinyang replied, "Oh, then that man's affair is unrelated to you too?" Master of Kang Ming Sect's Yingui Temple, why you are wrong, said, "What are you trying to say?" Han Jinyang replied, "After a deep conversation with him, I have formed a close alliance with Temple Master Bai. Today, I will help him win the seat." Master of Kang Ming Sect's Yingui Temple, why you are wrong, suddenly went serious and said, "What did you say?" Ren Qianfan said to himself while he blushed, "My wife actually used Bai Qingling as a conversation topic and confronted Temple Master Hua for me. I'm still in her heart, but when can I take my seat?" As Han Jinyang and Master of Kang Ming Sect's Yingui Temple, why you are wrong, looks at each other closely, and their breasts bump each other from the enormous size of their chest. In a different scene, Bai Qingling prepares himself and puts on his robe. Suddenly, Sen Xinger went in his room and saw him topless and said, "Master, are you changing?" And she instantly fell in love while looking at Bai Qingling's body and said to herself, "Master's body is so perfect, so beautiful. If only it belonged exclusively to Xinger, that would be the best." And she coughed and said, "Master, Xinger just heard the bells from the main forum. The selection ceremony has begun. Is Master going to go now?" Bai Qingling snapped his finger and said, "No rush. We're still lacking a trump card that will determine whether we win or lose." And he uses the recording orb. And a projection showed. Sen Xinger said, "That is eldest senior sister's subordinate Hong Tianfan from the Crimson Pig Guard. The thing he's rushing to bring over is the Kangming Soul Sword." Bai Qingling said, "That's right. When the two sacred artifacts are in my hand, that will be the time I make my move. That sword will be very cool." As he grins in excitement. Master Hua Yurong of the Kang Ming Sect's Yingui Temple said, "What did you say to Bai Qingling? He will definitely not ally with others easily." Han Jinyang responded, "From your words, it seems like Temple Master Hua is very familiar with Temple Master Bai. Could there be a secret affair between the two of you?" Suddenly, Mengu Taoist laughed loudly, drawing everyone's attention. He said, "What are the two of you doing? Today's an important day. Isn't it inappropriate to involve such trivial matters?" While Yurong and Han Jinyang exchanged glances, thinking to themselves, Mengu Taoist is a big problem today. Man Gongfang then announced, "The time has come, everyone. Please take your seats. The new sect master selection ceremony will officially begin." According to sect traditions, the left protector, Tantai Lingying, would announce the candidates. Tantai Lingying opened the scroll and declared, "Black Moon Hall's Hall Master Yi Yihongyi." A person in the crowd murmured, "A small hall master dares to run for the title of sect master?" His friend replied, "Although she's a blood descendant of the Yi family, it's not her place to do it." Yihongyi listened silently, thinking to herself, "Will Bai Qingling come? But why am I eagerly waiting for that guy? Saying things like marriage and godfather, it's better if you break your promise so that I can hate you in peace." Tantai Lingying continued, "Yingui Temple's Temple Master Hua, why you wait on?" She thought to herself, "Why is he still not here? Didn't he say that he would stand by my side? You made me lose control of myself that night. You aren't just playing with me, are you?" She proceeded to announce, "Luocha Temple, Mengu Taoist, A disciple of Mengu in the crowd shouted, "My master Mengu, he's fated to win." Another added, "Mengu Taoist. His powers are extraordinary. The title of sect master will be his." Man Gongfang thought silently, "Not bad. Luocha Temple's temple master has the air of a heroic warrior." Mengu Taoist, drunk with joy, thought to himself, "Did you all see that? Everyone on and below the stage are my people. How are you going to fight with me?" He suddenly hovered over them and said, "Elders, why don't we put an end to today's matter swiftly? Eliminate the insignificant people and let this venerable one compete with Temple Master Hua to decide the outcome." Tantai Lingying warned, "Mengu Taoist, as the left protector of the main forum, I am warning you. This is breaking the rules." Mengu Taoist, with his eyes glowing red, replied, "Rules? You yourself should know best how you got the position of the left protector of law and order. I'm afraid no one can cover for you now." He approached Tantai Lingying and added, "Including your pig dog trash master." Tantai Lingying suddenly drew her sword. Mengu Taoist scoffed, "A little girl disrespecting her senior?" He drew his brush and blocked Tantai Lingying's sword, commanding, "Kneel before me." As Tantai Lingying struggled to hold her ground, she thought to herself, "I cannot kneel. It will disappoint him." Master Hua Yurong used her magic, and suddenly, Tantai Lingying felt her strength being enhanced. She managed to cut Mengu Taoist's brush. Mengu Taoist exclaimed, "My precious Shari, Hua Yurong, this will not be the end of it." Master Hua Yurong approached them and said, "Mengu, your opponent is me. What kind of skill is it to embarrass a junior?" Suddenly, Beast Taming Hall's Hall Master Luo Fengguo said, "Since Temple Master Hua said so, this Hall Master shall teach her a lesson as a junior." Yehongyi suddenly jumped out of her seat and shouted, "You dare to bully Sister Lingyan, left protector Tantai?" Master Hua Yurong remarked, "It looks like there are ghosts by the old tiger's side. It's better to let a sect master candidate deal with you." Han Jinyang exclaimed, "Something's wrong. They cannot compete like this. If she accepts the provocation from a non-candidate, she is falling into Mengu's trap." Ren Qianfan suggested, "Should I go and advise her? Mengu will probably cut me some slack." As he spoke, Han Jinyang punched him in the face, sending him flying. She shouted, "You coward! Get out of the way!" Man Gongfeng said, "Supreme Nangong this." Supreme Nangong responded, "There's no problem. Isn't this fitting for our style as a demonic sect? A sect master should be capable after all." Yi Hongyi thought to herself, "Damn it, I made a mistake. Even if I defeat Hall Master Luo, other Hall Masters who support Mengu Taoist will appear." Beast Taming Hall's Hall Master Luo Fenghuo taunted, "Hall Master Yi, what are you waiting for? Have you realized that support is not on your side? It's useless even if you wait for Bai Qingling to appear. Mengu Taoist has mastered the great compassion soul-stealing technique. His power has risen to the top among the 4 temple masters. Speaking of Bai Qingling, I'm afraid he has long been crippled by that Saintess Mu. That's why he doesn't dare to show his face at the sect master selection ceremony," Luo Fengguo continued. "What kind of dog-ass demon lord is Bai Qingling? He's better off being the #1 loser in the East. If he really has the guts, why doesn't he kill me right this instant?" Suddenly, Luo Fengguo was incinerated in half, as an intense flame consumed him instantly. Bai Qingling appeared, saying, "It's not up to you to decide who is the sect master. I support Hall Master Ye Hongji to inherit the position of sect master." Bai Qingling, accompanied by Sen Xinger, arrived with their eyes glowing red. He asked, "Who approves and who opposes?" Sen Xinger announced, "Yuluo Temple Master has arrived for the ceremony. This selection ceremony shall be restarted. Master, please step onto the stage." The crowd trembled as Bai Qingling ascended the stairs. Tantai Lingying thought to herself, "He came in the end. Demon Lord Qingling. Jinger has been bewitched and senior sister is bound by the evil rune. I must not be swayed by him again." Yongyi, visibly relieved, said to Bai Qingling, "Temple Master Bai, you are here." Tantai Lingying was shocked at the scene. Bai Qingling told Yehongyi, "Hall Master Yi, you did well. Leave the rest to me." Tantai Lingying addressed Bai Qingling, "Temple Master," blushing as she struggled to control her emotions. Bai Qingling responded, "Lingyi, your master saw everything that happened just now. Kang Ming's sect seems to have forgotten a very simple fact. My Yuluo Temple's disciples must not be shamed." He then stared at Mengu Taoist, who returned his gaze in silence. A system notification appeared. "Congratulations to the host for successfully using Great Love. You've achieved a critical hit. Points awarded 20,000. Current points 45,000. A few moments earlier, before leaving the blood storage, Bai Qingling had consulted the system saying, Mengu Taoist at this time is a true deity transformation venerable. To complete the mission of killing him, I still need to use some items. My great love points are not easy to come by. Does the system have any recommendations? The system store displayed several options. Swordsmanship gift pack, 1,000 points. Poisonous insect gift pack, 5,000 points. Pet gift pack, 20,000 points. Forbidden technique gift pack, 50,000 points. Golden gift pack, 5,000 points. A system notification offered a random recommendation. Poisonous insect gift pack, 20% off. It only requires 4,000 points. You can randomly obtain 3 types of poisonous insects with great practical value. Bai Qingling chose the poisonous insect gift pack, remarking, Good timing. I happen to have practiced with insect techniques on Xiao Chen's brother. This is the one. The first insect from the gift pack, a sharpness-bearing mantis, had the ability to store a slash below the divine transformation realm and stealthily trigger it in front of an enemy. This was the insect that killed Luo Fenghuo in one move just now. To outsiders, this could only be perceived as a magical technique from someone at the divine transformation realm or above. Bai Qingling thought to himself, I must make sure that everyone believes I have returned to the peak of the divine transformation realm. Only then can this big show be performed according to my script. He then began to gather his power. Bai Qingling continued thinking to himself, the second type of insect from the system gift pack, Thunder Phantom Cicada, can move with the force of a heavenly tribulation. Supreme Nangong, puzzled, thought, what is that technique? I've never seen it, even when Bai Qingling was at his peak. Bai Qingling declared, this venerable one doesn't like to waste time. Let's have a showdown straight away, Supreme Nangong. Let the high-level officials above the rank of Hall Master vote for the sect leader, while the rest of the noisy mob stand aside. Mengu Taoist thought, noisy mob, this is clearly targeted at my supporters. Supreme Nangong responded, hey, the sect leader must be chosen extremely carefully. Besides, candidate Temple Master Hua has not said anything yet. Mengu Taoist thought, well done. Let the two of them fight each other first. Who asked you to destroy my beloved Chaori? Bai Qingling telepathically spoke to Hua Yurong, junior sister. You should know that no one can bully the junior sister of Bai Qingling. Hua Yurong, frustrated, replied, who is your junior sister? She is already dead. The person standing in front of you is the veiled holy nun, Hua Yurong. This venerable one agrees to Temple Master Bai's suggestion. Furthermore, I will withdraw from the sect master election. An Jinyang commented, interesting. I want to see just what tricks both of you have up your sleeves. Ren Qianfan asked, aren't they fighting each other? Why are you frowning? Han Jinyang retorted, I can't be bothered to waste my words on a fool. You're dodging away? You dare to dodge. Bai Qingling, walking towards his seat, silently thought, Xiao Chen, who was beside Hua Yurong, has disappeared. Looks like he also knows that he has no part to play in this. My only opponent on this stage is that sick cat. Mengu Taoist shouted, Bai Qingling, we have always stayed out of each other's way. Why do you now come and obstruct my path? Bai Qingling replied, stayed out of each other's way. Then whose power does that dog Luo Fenghuo rely on to insult me in public? Mengu Taoist said, fine. If you want to play, I will accompany you to the end. Didn't you say to let the higher-ups vote for the sect master? I agree to it, Bai Qingling responded. If you're going to play, then let's play. How can you be so disgraceful, reeking of anger like that? Mengu Taoist warned, you'll regret this, Bai Qingling. You don't even know who owns Kamming sect right now. Bai Qingling retorted, oh? Is that so? I hope you can be as arrogant later as you are now. He thought to himself, Mengu, you came here aiming straight for the position of sect master. The worst outcome you can anticipate is merely your opponents forming factions and setting up a new powerhouse. But what a shame, I have been after your life since the start. Tantai Lingying said, the vote count has ended. The votes of the 10 supreme elders will be announced first due to their seniority. 6 of them support Hall Master Yi, 4 of them support Temple Master Mengu. Temple Master Mengu said, it's not surprising that this is the result, considering that 5 of the supreme elders have the surname Yi. Don't get too happy too soon. Yihongyi thought to herself, could I really use this method to ascend to the position of sect master? Do I have to fulfill my promise and marry him? Will Lingyan accept me as her master's wife? Bai Qingling said, Hall Master Yi, no need to worry. Today is your day. You'll definitely become the next sect master. Show your strength. Don't let my support go to waste. Tantai Lingyan continued, out of the 23 elders of the main forum, 13 support Hall Master Yi, 10 support Temple Master Mengu. Temple Master Mengu was shocked and thought, what did you say? I originally predicted to have a 7-vote advantage in this round, but 5 elders unexpectedly betrayed me. Based on the weight of the votes, even if all the remaining Hall Masters vote for me, I won't be able to win. He looked at Bai Qingling and thought, Bai Qingling, you rigged the election, as Bai Qingling smiled at him. Temple Master Mengu said, wait a second, Tantai Lingyan. You skipped the votes of the Temple Masters. Supreme Nangong said, although there are many Temple Masters involved in this election and are automatically deemed not to have the right to vote, we cannot leave out one Temple Master with such a right. Shuluo Temple's Temple Master Ren votes for Temple Master Mengu. A girl in the crowd said, what's going on? Isn't Shuluo Temple's Master Hall Master Yi's uncle? A boy in the crowd said, is he favoring outsiders over his own family, or is he trying to establish a persona of promoting the worthy and avoiding nepotism? His rich friend said, this is the power of Temple Master Mengu. Now he has a chance to turn the tide. Yihongyi was shocked and thought, Uncle, what are you doing? Demon Lord Qingling has no relationship with me, and yet he's willing to accept grandfather's wishes and support me. Ren Xianfan silently sweated and thought, why did you? Suddenly he was kicked by his wife, Han Jinyang, who laughed gently and said, forgive me, my husband made a wrong decision. She stepped on Ren Xianfan's head and said publicly, the only person he supports is Hall Master Yi of Black Moon Hall. Am I right, my husband? Ren Xianfan said, I just wanted to go against Baiku Qingling. Han Jinyang suddenly stepped on his head harder and said, am I right, my husband? Ren Xianfan obediently said, yes. You're right. Supreme Nangong must have made a mistake. Please correct it. Han Jinyang winked at Bai Qingling and said, that ayaya, Mrs. Ren is really. And he showed his finger for love. Then he became serious and said, good at understanding the situation. Mengu got angry and his face became ugly. He suddenly said, I quit. Pointing at the elders, he said, all these years I have done so much for the sect. I have fed all of you with so many benefits. All of you talk nicely when you want to receive benefits, but backstab me at the critical moment. All of you are not worthy of sitting at the top. Supreme Nangong said, Mengu, quitting just like this, are you making things difficult for us? Mengu went crazy and said, difficult? Don't do it if it's too difficult. If Yihongyi can become the sect master, then I can be one too. I want to create 2 sect masters. Bai Qingling said, what a clown. You're going to split the Kangming sect and destroy its foundation. Now that you've said those words, it's impossible for you to leave Wansheng Palace. Look at Supreme Nangong's expression. Perhaps even he is not standing by your side anymore. Mengu pointed at Bai Qingling and said, Bai Qingling, you're really despicable and shameless. If I die, I'll drag you to your death with me. And he used his skill, Great Compassion Soul Stealing Technique. Master of Kongming Sect's Yingui Temple, Hua Yuerong, said, leave quickly. This demonic technique isn't something that you juniors can handle. Once it begins, it will seize all the souls and devour the flesh and blood of thousands alive. Bai Qingling stood up and said, no need to panic. That's just a corpse talking. Mengu said, Bai Qingling, you're crazy. Once my demonic technique is ready in a breath's time, you're going to die. Haha. Bai Qingling said, have you heard of the Eternal Tribulation heart-shattering insect? It's a type of poison insect that looks inconspicuous and is even harmless to ordinary people. It doesn't eat flesh and blood. It only eats the external release of a demonic technique. The stronger the demonic technique, the more the insect loves eating it, and it gets more powerful the more it eats. Bai Qingling thought to himself, the last kind of insect from the system gift pack has a huge contrast in its appearance and power. Fortunately, I didn't recultivate external demonic techniques, otherwise, I would be the first to suffer. A system notification said, Eternal Tribulation's heart-shattering insect specializes in eating external demonic techniques, effective against targets below the peak of the divine transformation realm. Bai Qingling said, let's make a bet and see if your demonic technique is stronger or your body at the peak of the divine transformation realm. Bai Qingling suddenly clenched his fist, and his power intensified, glowing a crimson red. In a swift motion, he punched Temple Master Mengu in the chest, causing it to explode. Bai Qingling smirked and said, Hey, at least last a bit longer and let them place their bets. He looked at the gaping hole he had made in Temple Master Mengu's body and continued, I guess we can move on to the next wager. How about we bet on how long you'll live after sustaining this injury? Temple Master Mengu shouted, This is impossible. How can a mere poison technique kill me, an expert at the peak of the divine transformation realm? My body is just a shell. None of you ants would understand. Huayong, the master of the Kangming sect's Yingui Temple, remarked, Mengu is using his own body to feed his demonic technique? What is he doing? Temple Master Mengu sneered, Steal souls with great compassion and nourish the demon. Great sorrow demonic soul body. One of his followers exclaimed, It's the demonic ancestor. The demonic ancestor has appeared. Temple Master Mengu scoffed, What kind of worthless devouring technique is your poison insect? This venerable one's demonic soul body is invincible. No one can stop me from devouring souls. Ye Hongyi said, Even his residual power, Tantai Lingying added, is enough to shake one's heart and mind. Han Jiniang murmured, If he targets us, we have no way to fight back. Supreme Nangong sighed, To think that he would openly massacre his disciples on such an occasion. This is too much, Mengu. Temple Master Mengu suddenly turned to Bai Qingling and snarled, I found you, you undeserving demon lord Bai Qingling. Bai Qingling closed his eyes, then opened them, revealing a red glow. He spoke in a menacing tone, Shinger, use the sword talisman. Sen Shinger responded, Yes, master, and shouted, Go! Temple Master Mengu laughed maniacally, Sword talisman? Ha ha! Bai Qingling, you think a mere sword can kill me? It's useless. Mere weapons are useless against my demonic soul body. Give me your life, Bai Qingling. Bai Qingling calmly replied, An ordinary sword may not harm you. But what about this sword? Temple Master Mengu recalled, This sword? When he arrived, he was carrying this unremarkable sword. Could there be some secret behind it? Bai Qingling drew his sword and said, I bet your demonic soul body won't last any longer than your flesh. His eyes sparkled as he swung his sword. Temple Master Mengu gasped in shock. Impossible! The crowd watched in awe at the intense power emanating from Bai Qingling. Temple Master Mengu stammered, How can there be a power that specifically counters the demonic soul body? Could that sword be? As his body slowly vanished, Bai Qingling remained standing, his sword in hand. He said, This was specially prepared for you. You realized it far too late. He thought to himself, as expected of the Kangming soul sword, amplifying its power with the corresponding talisman. Feng Lixu's risky mission was not in vain. This was the real trump card in this battle. Bai Qingling then addressed the crowd, As everyone can see, Mengu Taoist has accepted the election results and ascended to heaven with satisfaction. He continued, Hall Master Yi is the next sect master, destined by the heavens. Yehongyi suddenly shouted, Wait! Bai Qingling turned back and asked, Yehongyi knelt down and said, Kangming sect master Yehongji greets her godfather. Sen Shinger, shocked, whispered, Godfather? Tantai Lingying gasped, Hongyi you. Why did you? She thought to herself. Bai Qingling must have used some soul-bewitching poison. That demon really deserves to be cut into pieces. Bai Qingling smiled. It seems you have already made up your mind? Yehongyi blushed and said, Yes, everything will be in accordance with my grandfather's wishes. Hongyi shall treat Temple Master Bai like her father. Bai Qingling nodded. This girl is very promising. Your grandfather's belongings will naturally be returned to you. Supreme Nangong remarked, The Kangming Soul Ring? Isn't this the symbol of the sect master's authority? Why is it in Bai Qingling's hands? Could this be the work of the old sect master Ye? Bai Qingling took Yehongyi's hand and said, I am merely fulfilling a promise. That's all. Congratulations, sect master Ye. He then placed the Kangming Soul Ring on Yehongyi's finger. Bai Qingling said to Yehongyi, Now you are the true master of Kangming. Yehongyi blushed and replied, Suddenly she took Bai Qingling's wrists, raised it up and declared, From today onwards, Hongyi will become the sect master of Kangming sect, and he will become my godfather. We will work together to make Kangming sect great again. The crowd began to whisper among themselves. Bai Qingling thought to himself, when giving her the ring, there was a bit of a misplaced feeling. It felt like a Western-style wedding, and her words just now carried a strong sense of Western-style politics. Suddenly, he noticed something in the distance and said, Shinger? Shen Shinger thought, why is he treating that girl so well? Why am I not the one beside Master? Supreme Nangong suddenly interrupted, wait, I don't agree with this. Bai Qingling thought to himself, Supreme Nangong enters the scene. Mengu Taoist was just the front stage clown. This person is the real representative of the opposition. Supreme Nangong continued, today Hall Master Yi, as expected, has ascended to the position of sect master with an overwhelming advantage. I won't deny this fact. However, this person must not be allowed to monopolize power and act as some so-called godfather. For thousands of years, our sect has had only one person worthy of being called the godfather. What right does he have to claim the title? Bai Qingling asked, Lady Sect Master, what do you think? Yi Hongyi, confused and blushing, stammered, Sect, Lady Sect Master? She coughed and then said, since there was a precedent, why can't he be the godfather? Or is it that Supreme Nangong also wants to imitate Mengu and test the character of Temple Master Bai? Supreme Nangong retorted, Bai Qingling recklessly murdered Luo Fengguo and Mengu, two high-ranking members of the Kangming sect. If this kind of behavior goes unpunished, there will be chaos. Sect Master, you must give an explanation to the entire sect. Yi Hongyi looked at Bai Qingling and hesitated. This. Bai Qingling chuckled and pointing his sword at Supreme Nangong said, I can't be bothered to give you an explanation, you aren't worthy of hearing it. My authority is witnessed by heaven and earth. He then threw the sword towards Supreme Nangong. Supreme Nangong, shocked, exclaimed, this is the sword you used just now. Could this be the sword that was lost for many years, the Kangming Soul Sword? The ancestral teachings of the Kangming sect state that one who wields both sacred artifacts has the authority to act independently and execute traitors. If this is real, Bai Qingling really has the authority. You aren't planning to claim this is a fake, are you? Is it not enough for Mengu to have experienced this power alone? Shen Shinger interjected, Supreme Nangong, how dare you slander my master? This matter can't be settled just like that. Bai Qingling pinched Shen Shinger's face and said, don't speak any further. Supreme Nangong has already understood. Everything has been settled. Let's leave. Shen Shinger looked back and stuck her tongue out at the other girls. Meanwhile, Han Jinyang, master of Kangming sect's Yingui Temple, Hua Yuerong, Tantai Lingying, and Ye Hongyi stood silently. Tantai Lingying thought to herself, why is he so close to Shinger? He must be planning something evil. Why isn't he close to Sister Lixu and me? Sure enough, it seems I still need to deal with him for Sister Lixu's sake. Master of Kangming sect's Yingui Temple, Hua Yuerong, observed silently, thinking, this Bai Qingling is still as good at playing with women's hearts as before. Han Jinyang commented, it looks like from now on, Yuluo Temple will be replacing Luocha Temple as the #1 force in Kangming sect. For the sake of our Yuluo Temple, we must interact more with Temple Master Bai in the future. Ren Qianfan grumbled, interact more? What's there to interact more about? A system notification suddenly chimed, congratulations to the host for completing the main plot mission. Kill Mengu Taoist. Rewards received, 10 despairing slashes of Yama. Points earned, 3,000. Current points, 48,000. In a different scene at the Shulu Temple, star-picking Belvedere. Han Jinyang rested and sighed. Ren Qianfan thought to himself, my wife is the most alluring woman in the entire 9 continents. Even Mu Xinlan cannot compare to her. As the saying goes, a woman adorns herself for the one she loves. Is it possible that tonight my wife wants to? Suddenly, Bai Qingling's voice was heard outside. A perilous tower rises 100 feet high. You can pluck the stars in the sky. Madam certainly has a sense of romance. Ren Qianfan muttered, Bai Qingling, why is he here? Han Jinyang sat up and said, Ren Qianfan, go and help Temple Master Bai come in. Ren Qianfan cried, what, you called Bai Qingling over and want your husband to help him? Bai Qingling entered and said, thank you, madam, for your good intentions, but the restrictions of the star-picking Belvedere can't stop me. For someone who is cuckolded and self-disciplined like Temple Master Ren, you can head out with no worry. I came to find your wife. We have matters to discuss. Ren Qianfan, his face contorted with anger and veins visibly popping, shouted, Bai Qingling, you're going too far. He drew his sword and declared, I haven't shown my power as the Shuluo Temple Master. And you really think I'm just for show? Today, I'll test my sword on you and wash away all this humiliation. Suddenly, Han Jiniang interjected, Ren Xianfan, are you courting death? Ren Xianfan immediately dropped to his knees, pleading, Honey, it's that little thief's fault. I was just trying to. Han Jiniang cut him off. Get out. No matter what sounds you hear later, you're not allowed to come in. Do you understand? Ren Xianfan stammered, Honey, but reluctantly obeyed, stepping outside and trying to eavesdrop at the door. Inside, Han Jiniang and Bai Qingling sat together. Han Jiniang handed a cup of her secret brew to Bai Qingling, saying, Temple Master Bai, please. Bai Qingling replied, You're too kind, madam. He took a sip and thought to himself, I remember this part of the plot. Han Jiniang escaped from Jitai Mei of the Heihuan sect, but she couldn't escape the passion flower desire poison planted deep inside her by Jitai Mei. Tonight is the latest active period of the poison. The original game is indeed a borderline dating game full of plots like this. Han Jiniang remarked, The beast milk from the demonic pet sanctuary tastes nice, doesn't it? It's an honor for a woman like me that the demon lord Qingling is willing to taste it. Speaking of which, Temple Master Bai isn't young, but he hasn't married yet. If you had a housewife who could cook delicious food and brew spirit tea elixirs, wouldn't that be perfect? Bai Qingling, momentarily lost in thought, recalled Sen Xinger teasing him and saying, Master, please eat this. He quickly snapped back to reality, coughed and said, Madam, please get to the point. Why did you invite me here? Han Jiniang thought to herself, He's shy. Was he moved by me? Aloud she asked, Who is more beautiful, me or Temple Master Hua? She placed her thick legs on Bai Qingling's lap. Bai Qingling, feeling the warmth of her legs, asked, Why did you mention Temple Master Hua? Han Jiniang replied, Temple Master Bai, you're asking when you already know the answer. Or is this a technique you use to manipulate women? Do you know where this stocking comes from? Bai Qingling answered, It's made from celestial silk and can defend against evil. My disciple loves to wear it too, but she prefers white. Han Jiniang leaned closer, hugging Bai Qingling and asked, Then, do you like it? Bai Qingling thought to himself, if I, Bai Feng, say I dislike it, that would definitely be a lie. As for this body's original owner, that might not be the case. If this were the real Bai Qingling, he would only say that Han Jiniang didn't do enough to please him. He smirked. Han Jiniang said in frustration, Bai Qingling, why haven't you remembered yet? Confused, Bai Qingling asked, what? Suddenly, Han Jiniang grabbed his wrist and placed his hand on her warm, thick legs. You gave this celestial silk to me, she exclaimed. A flashback revealed a man with a feminine appearance saying, Bai Qingling, you still require living souls to refine that Dantai Lingyan into a pleasure puppet, right? I'll let you choose from the candidates for the saintess of my Heihuan sect. Of course, they don't know the truth. They think I'm sending them over to become your servants. A seductive redhead begged, Lord Bai, please choose me. As long as I'm in your sights, I'll make you feel pleasure forever. Another woman, with the body of a child, added, Lord Bai, I'm very good at keeping secrets. Everyone praises my tight mouth. A sexy girl crawling on the carpet whimpered, I want you to choose me. I can do anything. I will do anything. She crawled slowly towards Bai Qingling. Suddenly, Bai Qingling noticed another girl, who shyly said, I. It was Yun Jiner. The ladyboy commented, You've got a good eye. This Yun Jiner possesses the undying divine phoenix body. She's indeed perfect material. So, do you choose her? Bai Qingling replied, No, I just thought of something boring. He then took out a piece of silk and said, This silk cloth is for you. Take good care of yourself. He handed it over to Yun Jiner, who blushed as she accepted it. Back in the present, Han Jiniang pressed her soft chest against Bai Qingling and with frustration continued, You're so bad you made me remember you all these years. I want you to take responsibility. Han Jiniang said, You had so many saintesses serving you that day, but your gaze was always on me. Yet you didn't choose me in the end. Why? Bai Qingling replied, Madam Ren, the poison is taking effect. He gently touched her warm legs and added, The passion flower desire poison, Heihuan's mysterious poison. You escaped the Heihuan sect, but you couldn't escape this. Suddenly, Han Jiniang moaned in both pain and pleasure as Bai Qingling touched her legs. She screamed, Ah! Unable to control herself, she hugged Bai Qingling tightly, pressing her chest against him, blushing while biting his shoulder. Bai Qingling said, Back then, the selection was actually to choose sacrificial materials. Although you were the most suitable, you reminded me of my own plight in my early years. Possessing an extraordinary constitution, I was deceived by villains and ultimately became a living catalyst for their concoctions. I pitied you, and I pitied myself. I owe you a debt for the sect master selection ceremony. I will repay it today by helping you remove the poison. Han Jinyang, her voice exhausted, whispered, Bai Qingling! Outside, Ren Xianfan was silent and wondered, what is happening? What are they doing in there? Suddenly, the door opened and he fell forward shouting, Whoa! He looked at Bai Qingling and demanded, Bai Qingling, what did you do to my wife? Why did you come out alone? Where is she? Suddenly, he was shocked to see Bai Qingling's hands dripping with thick pink liquid. He asked, What is that on your hand? Don't tell me it's... Bai Qingling raised his hand and played with the viscous liquid, replying, It's poison fluid, of course. You didn't know your wife was poisoned? If you weren't so useless, would I even need to do this myself? He then hovered away and said, Better straighten that high hat of yours as the temple master of Zhulo Temple. Don't let it sit crooked. A few moments later, Bai Qingling thought to himself, the debt to Han Jinyang has been somewhat repaid for now, but there's no way to repay things on Hua Yurong's side. There are some secrets between junior sister Ronger and me that the game and my past life did not reveal. Even if the original owner of this body is Bai Qingling, he no longer remembers because he separated and preserved his main body. The relevant information should be buried in the main body's heart, and the heart is currently stored in the Flame Demon Tower. Looks like I have to make a trip to the Flame Demon Tower for the memories and also to recover the Demon Lord's unparalleled power. In another scene, Gui Temple's direct disciple Xiao Chen shouted at a cliff under a full moon, Why you are wrong? Tantai Lingyan, Sen Xinger, Yi Hongyi. You short-sighted women, one day I will make all of you pay the price and show you who the real heavenly chosen one is. Suddenly, his master, Yu Shuzi, spoke from the ground. Why are you like this, my disciple? All matters have a chance to take a turn. Gui Temple's direct disciple, Xiao Chen, looked at the floor in disgust, thinking, my cheapskate master, Yu Shuzi, sent his consciousness into something strange again. Yu Shuzi continued, Yi Hongyi ascended to the position of sect master, and Bai Qingling became Kangming's godfather. Although your assassination and manipulation failed, Saintess Mu has divined that it's not your fault. Saintess Mu has declared that the third holy war against the demonic path is inevitable. There will be a chance to kill Bai Qingling's main body, but it needs you, the heavenly chosen one, to do it. Temple's direct disciple Xiao Chen asked, What does a chance to kill Bai Qingling mean? How would that woman know? Yu Shuzi explained, One of the 4 great demonic forbidden zones of Kangming is the Flame Demon Tower. That place contains a part of the main source of Bai Qingling's body. Temple's direct disciple, Xiao Chen, scoffed, that old woman Mu still wants to use me as a pawn. Why would Bai Qingling dismantle his perfect formless demonic body? Stop trying to fool people. Yu Shuzi responded, When Saintess Mu fought against Bai Qingling that day, she discovered that his formless demonic body was incomplete. In the end, Bai Qingling relied on his body's source hidden elsewhere to successfully guide his escaping divine soul to safety. He continued, At that time, Bai Qingling's divine soul was fragile, so Saintess Mu invaded his consciousness and saw his inner weakness. Bai Qingling's weakness is a girl and an ancient tower. The girl's identity is impossible to identify, but the plaque on the ancient tower shows that it's the Flame Demon Tower. Temple's direct disciple Xiao Chen realized. I see. The main organs of Bai Qingling's main source must be within the Flame Demon Tower. The key to the Flame Demon Tower is in the hands of Kangming's sect master and the Supreme Elder. That's why he supported her to become sect master. Frustrated, he stomped on the ground. But what's the point of knowing all this? We can't get into the Flame Demon Tower. Yu Shuzi reminded him, Don't forget, the enemy of your enemy is your friend. Bai Qingling supported Yi Hongyi to become the sect master. Who is the most dissatisfied within Kangming sect? Temple's direct disciple, Xiao Chen, thought aloud, Are you talking about Heavenly Treasure Pavilion's Supreme Elder, Nangongfang? Tantai Lingying said to Yi Hongyi, Hongyi, from today onwards, you are the sect master of Kangming sect. I formally hand these confidential registers to you as the Yi Hongyi responded, Sister Lingyan, you know I hate these tedious things. Why don't we do it like last time? You handle the trivial stuff, and we can discuss the more important matters together. Tantai Lingying firmly said, Lingyan does not dare to overstep her authority. You can find your Lord Godfather to settle the tasks. Yi Hongyi, holding her hand, said, Lingyan, you're angry at me, aren't you? You're upset that I allied with Bai Qingling, right? But that's grandfather's final wish. I have a duty to fulfill it. Tantai Lingying asked, what did the old ancestor say? Yi Hongyi, shocked, replied, grandfather wanted Bai Qingling and me to become a Dao couple. Suddenly, Tantai Lingying clutched her head in pain. Yi Hongyi said, don't worry, Sister Lingyan, I've thought everything through. If, and I'm saying if I really marry that man, it will definitely not affect the relationship between us. We can talk about our own affairs. I will call you Sister Lingyan and you will call me. Just then, Tantai Lingying almost collapsed and Yi Hongyi rushed to her side. Sister Lingyan, Lingyan! In a memory, Bai Qingling sat with Hua Yuerong, master of Kangming Sect's Yingui Temple, in a room. Hua Yuerong said to Bai Qingling, the first kowtow is for heaven and earth. It's a step that every Chinese couple must go through during their wedding. The first kowtow is for heaven and earth, the second for the parents, and the third for each other. A few moments later, she asked, Senior brother, why aren't you kowtowing? Bai Qingling replied, it's just playing pretend, junior sister. There's no need to be so serious. Hua Yuerong began to cry. Why not serious? Senior brother said you'd listen to Wronger. Bai Qingling, worried, said, you, don't cry, I'll listen to you. Hua Yuerong, who had been acting, suddenly smiled and said, yay. Wronger knew that senior brother dotes on Wronger the most. A few moments later, Hua Yuerong said, the second kowtow is for the demonic ancestor. Suddenly, she grabbed Bai Qingling's hand. He was shocked and blushed. Hua Yuerong exclaimed, it's time for the husband and wife to kowtow to each other. She giggled, and they both bowed down, only to bump their heads together. Ayo, they cried out. Back in reality, Bai Qingling rubbed his head, startled. My head, what's happening? Is someone assassinating me again? He glanced beside him and saw a pair of feet. Sen Shinger said in a soft voice, Master, Shinger wants to become Master's little doggy. Woof, 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 woof. Bai Qingling, looking at her sternly, said, Sen Shinger. Sen Shinger, startled, said, eh? Bai Qingling continued, who permitted you to climb on my head? You're getting more and more presumptuous. Sen Shinger, flustered, responded, Shinger is wrong. Actually, senior sister Tantai requested to meet you, but master was still asleep. You, Shinger, waited and accidentally fell asleep. Hee. Bai Qingling said, Lingyan, I see. I'll meet her outside. A few moments later, outside. Tantai Lingying greeted Bai Qingling. Lingyan greets master, as Yongji secretly watched from a distance, hidden behind a rock. Yi Hongyi thought to herself, sure enough, Lingyan couldn't accept it. Is she going to challenge that man for my sake? Or is she so disappointed in me that she's going back to serve her master? I'm such a fool. Why did I force her to this extent? So, what exactly are they talking about? I can't hear clearly. Tantai Lingying said to Bai Qingling, Master, please stop mentally manipulating Hongyi. I know the purpose of my existence is to become a sacrificial object. She began to take off her shirt and continued, I'm willing to offer myself in exchange for Master letting Hongyi go. Come at me if you want anything. There's no need to pity me just because I'm your disciple. Suddenly, a voice called out, Lingyan! Tantai Lingying turned around and saw Yi Hongyi standing behind her, shocked. You too. Yi Hongyi stammered in disbelief. Yi Hongyi shouted, Hongyi! As Tantai Lingying hurried to cover her body, shocked and embarrassed. Wait, hear me out. It's not what you think. Tantai Lingying stammered. Yi Hongyi looked awkwardly away. It seems like I came at the wrong time. Bai Qingling, standing between them, said, no, you came at the perfect time. He held both Tantai Lingying's and Yi Hongji's hands, smiling. You're my disciple, and you're my goddaughter. We're one big, warm family. Family should join forces to conquer the demonic path and rule the Central Plains, making the Kangming sect great again. Yi Hongyi, still confused, asked, goddaughter? Big family? Tantai Lingying added, disciple? Warm? Bai Qingling changed the subject. Sect Master Yi, I applied for the Flaming Demon Tower's key. Has there been any reply? He thought to himself, based on the original game, after supporting a sect master into power, getting the key from the Supreme Elders should be easy. Yi Hongyi hesitated. Well, I reported it to the Supreme Elders, but Supreme Nangong changed the topic. He proposed opening the Flame Demon Tower as a trial ground for the disciples to suppress the resurgence of ferocious beasts and evil spirits inside. Bai Qingling sneered. Supreme Nangong, huh? He's playing games with me? He thinks he can bully me just because I have only 3 direct disciples. Using tens of thousands of fellow disciples to suppress Yuluo Temple. Tantai Lingying, now more composed, said, with eldest sister not around, I'm afraid Xing'er can't dominate the other disciples of her generation. Even Xiao Chen from Yingui Temple is just half a step away from the peak of the core formation realm. Bai Qingling glanced at Tantai Lingying and said, Protector Tantai, aren't you part of Yuluo Temple? Why are you leaving yourself out when I speak of it? Tantai Lingying stammered, I. Bai Qingling turned away, smirking. Hey, I understand. Your Tantai fairy lineage is noble, and your ambitions are vast. Not like Xing'er, that silly girl, who is willing to give everything to serve her master. Tantai Lingying and Ye Hongji silently watched Bai Qingling walk away. Does this mean the earlier complicated scene has been resolved? Bai Qingling thought to himself, sweating nervously. I still need to uphold the strategy of spreading great love. There mustn't be any failures or setbacks. Tantai Lingying was left bewildered. Was he expecting something from me just now? I could have responded to his expectations, but why didn't I? Yi Hongji interjected. Sister Lingyin, he's your master. Your hesitation probably hurt him deeply, don't you think? Tantai Lingying's eyes filled with tears. Hongyi, I'm disappointed in you. We formed the mirror flower seal, but look at what you're doing now. You're standing by that man's side and scolding your sister, the one you should trust forever. Yi Hongyi, shocked, stammered, Sister Lingyin. We once swore never to let ourselves be touched by any man. But what were you doing when I arrived? You were the first to break the mirror flower seal, Sister Lingyin. As she walked away, Tantai Lingying called after her, Hongyi! Where are you going? Yi Hongyi turned back. Since you were the first to break our oath, don't blame me for no longer being restrained. I'll find my fiancé and sit on him tonight at Yuluo Temple. Tantai Lingying stood there in disbelief, blushing with anger. What? Are you that desperate to become the matriarch of Yuluo Temple? Even if we are acting out of anger, I should be first. In another scene, Bai Qingling sat on his throne as Sen Xing'er began chanting. Enter the river of the underworld. Follow the laws of the underworld. Gui Guanyi. As the cauldron floated, Sen Xing'er shouted, Obey my command. The powerful ghost, Gui Guanyi, appeared before her. Sen Xing'er marveled, Wow! This demon-forging cauldron is a perfect match for my ghost-controlling spirit body. It can summon such a powerful ghost. She approached Bai Qingling and asked, Master, why did you impart this battle technique to me today? The reward I truly wanted wasn't this. Bai Qingling replied, It's because your senior sister is so independent. In preparation for the upcoming Flame Demon Tower trials and our ultimate enemy, the entire Yuluo Temple needs to become stronger. The battle technique I've imparted to you today will indeed make you much stronger, but remember, strength is limitless. He then raised his sword and slashed at Gui Guanyi, unleashing a crimson aura that filled the halls of the temple. Sen Xing'er blushed and bowed. Wow, Master is so powerful, to kill it in one slash. Bai Qingling mused to himself. This is the reward for killing Mengu Taoists during the sect master selection ceremony. The 10 despairing slashes of Yama. It's truly a rare system original item. Even the weakest initial strike has immense power. Reflecting further, Bai Qingling thought, after escaping from Lingyin and Hongyi. No, extracting myself from that situation, I finally calmed down. The plot of the Flame Demon Tower has deviated from the original. It must be the collusion between my 2 obvious enemies, Xiao Chen and Nangong Fang. Why must the 2 of you always treat me with such hate? Bai Qingling muttered to himself. I think you both lack great love. Once the Flame Demon Tower trials begin, I'll make sure to instill it deep within you. At the Flame Demon Tower, in Heavenly Demon Square, the trials loomed. Supreme Nangong announced, Today, the Flame Demon Tower will be opened as a place of trial. The winner will be permitted to take any demonic energy or evil soul treasures from the tower. The disciples of Mengu Taoists shouted in unison, Dominate the Flame Demon Tower trial and restore glory to the great Luocha Temple. Hua Yorong, the master of Kangming Sect's Yingui Temple, scolded them. Stop making so much noise. You should focus on choosing a new temple master first. One disciple chimed in, Senior brother Xiao Chen is the strongest. Hua Yorong turned to Xiao Chen and said, Xiao Chen, Do you remember your orders? Xiao Chen replied with determination, Yes, I will be the first in this trial. If I fail, I will cut off another arm. Hua Yurong added, One more thing, strange items that are not treasures must be handed over to me. Do not open them yourself. Xiao Chen nodded, Yes, this disciple will keep that in mind. Then he thought to himself, Hua Yurong Bai Qingling. Just wait for the surprise I have in store. Meanwhile, Ren Qianfan asked, Ni Zhong, are you ready? Ni Zhong, the eldest disciple of Shuluo Temple, replied confidently, I will live up to my title as the eldest disciple of Shuluo Temple. Han Jiniang, observing the scene, thought to herself, What can you expect from someone who cut off his own manhood? He's just a disciple of my husband who was born without one. She glanced at Bai Qingling, sending him a playful flying kiss, and thought, before he left that day, Bai Qingling and I already had a plan. The two of us will reap benefits far greater than the sectmaster selection ceremony. Bai Qingling smirked inwardly. Han Jiniang is getting bolder. Her future is certainly looking brighter. His attention then shifted to Xiao Chen and Hua Yurong, noticing their glaring stares filled with jealousy. Bai Qingling began to sweat and thought, Is the Yinghui Temple really directing this much pressure at me? Turning to Sen Shinger, Bai Qingling said, Shinger, this is something extra that your master prepared for you. The clone phantom insect, open it at a critical moment and your master will lend you a hand. Sen Shinger's eyes lit up with excitement. Wow, she exclaimed, hugging Bai Qingling tightly, pressing her chest against him. Thank you, master. I'll do my best to get the reward master wants. In the distance, Han Jiniang, Xiao Chen, and Hua Yurong looked on with jealousy toward Bai Qingling and Sen Shinger. Bai Qingling sighed inwardly. Great, yet another source of pressure. Suddenly, Tantai Lingying stepped forward. The time has come. As per the sect trial's tradition, the order of entering the tower will be decided by a candle extinguishing competition. There will be a row of 20 everlasting candles possessing spiritual energy. Techniques and items are prohibited. The person who extinguishes the most candles using pure energy will enter the tower first. Sen Shinger stepped forward confidently. Yuluo Temple Sen Shinger requests to be the first to attempt. Tantai Lingying hesitated. Junior sister. Supreme Nangong smiled. Good. Disciples of the demonic path should be like this, bold and unafraid to take the first shot. Sen Shinger prepared herself. Stupid ghost, lend me a hand. She became serious and shouted, Extinguish! As Gui Guanyi blew towards the spiritual candles. Sen Shinger proudly announced, Yuluo Temple's Sen Shinger extinguished 15 candles. Supreme Nangong nodded approvingly. Impressive. These spiritual candles are not easy to extinguish. Xiao Chen better not disappoint me like Mengu did. Xiao Chen scoffed. That's it? He stepped forward and declared, Yinghui Temple's Xiao Chen requests to attempt it. Then he thought to himself, a smug woman and a slave who needs discipline. Both of you will regret crossing someone chosen by the heavens. With a dramatic flourish, Xiao Chen gathered energy, swung his sword and shouted, his voice cracking slightly, Ha! As the spiritual candles flickered. Supreme Nangong beamed with joy. 17 candles extinguished in one slash. Excellent. This is the highest record among disciples ranked below Hall Masters in the history of Kangming sect. It looks like first place has already been decided. Does anyone object? Zhao Chen returned to his spot and said smugly, Thank you for letting me win. Sen Shinger pouted. Master, I can't believe I lost to that guy. Bai Qingling reassured her. It's all right, it's all right. Tantai Lingying silently watched Supreme Nangong, her mind drifting back to Bai Qingling's words. I understand. Your Tantai fairy lineage is noble, and your ambitions are vast. Unlike Shinger, that silly girl, who is willing to give everything to serve her master. Yehongyi's voice echoed in her memory. Since Sister Lingyin was the first to break her oath, don't blame me for not being restrained. I will find my fiancé, and I will sit on him tonight in Yuluo Temple. Suddenly, Tantai Lingying broke from her thoughts and called out, Wait! Stepping forward, she announced seriously, Yuluo Temple's Tantai Lingying requests to participate. A person in the crowd asked, Protector Tantai, aren't you lowering your status by doing this? His friend added, Shouldn't she distance herself from Yuluo Temple to avoid suspicion? Another commented, Protector Tantai, as the protector of the sect and one of the hosts of this trial, won't Supreme Nangong's rules be broken if you personally intervene? Bai Qingling thought to himself, this is really surprising. Does Lingyan still hate me and intend to make me fail? She's looking at me. I must be right. I can almost see her intention in her eyes. Yihongyi said to herself, Sister Lingyan, are you really trying to show off just for that man? The other day when you were having an honest talk with your master who raised you, was it really what I suspected? Fine. There is no need to maintain this mirror flower vow anymore. We will go our own separate ways. Go back to your master. Yihongyi suddenly stood up and declared, Protector Tantai may be the protector of the sect, but she is also Yuluo Temple's disciple, raised by Godfather. Her words and actions are a display of respecting one's master. Even we in the demonic path have no reason to criticize. Tantai Lingyan murmured, Hongyi? Then she thought to herself, that Godfather rolled off your tongue so smoothly. And you even wanted to have a relationship with him previously. Have you followed in Zinger's footsteps and been completely bewitched by that man? Supreme Nangong announced, Since the sect master has spoken, let us witness the abilities of Protector Tantai. Xiao Chen shouted, Tantai Lingyan, going against me is your greatest tragedy. Extinguishing 17 candles in one strike is already the limit. I want to see how you're going to beat me. Sen Shinger cheered, Second senior sister, good luck. Don't let that bastard Xiao Chen look down on you. Bai Tingling said to Sen Shinger, Don't be nervous, Singer. Not even your eldest senior sister can defeat her in this candle-extinguishing trial. No one shall look down on the direct disciple of Demon Lord Qingling. As Sen Shinger prepared her palm, she moved swiftly, and a whirlwind of air flowed over all the spiritual candles. A person in the crowd exclaimed, Oh my goodness, that's 50% powerful. His friend marveled. Extinguishing 20 candles in one palm strike, this is creating history. Another chimed in, Are all Yuluo Temple disciples monsters? Tantai Lingyan, feeling relieved, stated, Supreme Nangong, I'll receive the secret key for priority access on behalf of Yuluo Temple. Zhao Chen thought to himself, how can a normal palm wind extinguish 20 candles? I was supposed to be first. The Flame Demon Tower's secret key should have been mine. Sen Zinger said, Master, second senior sister. Bai Qingling explained, Formation techniques are your second senior sister's specialty. It seemed like she was simply extinguishing the candle with a wave of her hand, but in reality, she disrupted the formation circuit inside the spirit candle. To Lingyan, this trial is nothing more than a mini-game made especially for her. Tantai Lingyan declared, Tantai Lingyan did not fail in her mission and secured the key for our Yuluo Temple. Master, please give permission for Lingyan to lead the team and enter the Flame Demon Tower. A few moments later, Supreme Nangong announced, the Flame Demon Tower trial will officially begin. Focusing Gaze Water Mirror. Rise! As the Gaze Water Mirror appeared in the sky, Bai Qingling thought to himself, the elders from the projections outside the tower are viewing the disciples inside the tower. This follows the plot of the original game. Its original purpose was probably to showcase the original protagonist, Xiao Chen's achievements to everyone. But it's a shame that his iconic moments, rightfully belonging to him, are about to be snatched away. Zinger, don't let your master down. Tantai Lingyan sighed. I've said everything so sincerely, and yet master still let Zinger take the lead. Did I disappoint him that much? Sen Zinger observed, looking at the structure of this stone chamber, we should be at the northern part of the first floor. This seems to be the furthest place away from the heavenly stairs that lead to the next floor, and a place with the strongest ferocious beasts. This aura must mean the revival of an evil beast. Tantai Lingyan announced, the first floor's trial is about to begin. Everyone be on guard. A boy shouted, Set, Zhuanyuan demon resist formation. Tantai Lingyan scolded, Singer, stop daydreaming. Enter the formation quickly. Sen Singer remarked, Wow, what a thick aura of evil energy. Suddenly a crimson red arm and hand appeared, and it let out a groaning sound. Woo woo. A giant monster roared, Wah! Sen Singer exclaimed, This is a golden core realm demon, the Crimson Fiend. It's here, it's on the list. Tantai Lingyan, shocked, shouted, Sen Singer, what are you doing? The cultivation of these monsters is all similar to yours. Sen Singer reassured her, It's fine. Master has already prepared a unique incantation for me. The monster laughed wickedly. Hee, oh, you're approaching me? Sen Singer, unafraid, smiled and responded, if I don't approach you, how am I supposed to whisper a secret to you? The ugly monster sneered, so daring. In that case, let me savor your delicious flesh and blood. Suddenly, Sen Shinger leaned in close, whispering, "We're the direct disciples of Demon Lord Qingling." Instantly, the ugly monster's face paled in terror. "Don't hit me. Please forgive this little one for not recognizing you," he begged as he slammed his face into the ground. He then quickly added, "This little one will return to slumbering underground. You guys, escort these esteemed immortals to the next floor, and be quick about it." Sen Shinger and Tantai Lingying rode atop the monsters, who swiftly moved them forward, while the ugly monster called after them, "Farewell." Curious, Tantai Lingying turned to Sen Shinger, asking, "Shinger, what did you tell him? What's going on?" Sen Shinger looked back, smirking. "What can I say? This is the result of my heavenly God protecting me." Outside, Supreme Nangong was watching and muttered, "That doesn't make sense. The Crimson Fiend is an evil demon that suppresses the tower, and not only did it hold back, but it also helped them to the next floor." He clenched his fist, shouting, "Yoluo Temple is cheating. I propose to strip Yoluo Temple of its trial qualification." Bai Qingling, amused, smiled to himself. "Cheating? I've been through this flame demon tower twice, and any demon with some strength has been disciplined by me. It's an honor for them to lead the way. How is this cheating?" Suddenly, Han Jiniang walked over seductively, saying, "Oh, is old man Nangong causing trouble for our demon lord Qingling again?" She leaned closer. "If you agree to follow up on that particular day, my Siluo Temple can offer you a bit more support." Bai Qingling regarded her with a raised eyebrow, thinking, "That particular day? Your Shuluo Temple? An inch more? Is this woman implying something suggestive?" He recalled the day he had drawn a clear line with Han Jiniang, using the removal of the passion flower desire poison to end everything between them. Her marriage was forced, and her husband is an eunuch. She was tormented by the desire poison for years, unable to find release. I understand her nature now. She won't rest until she gets what she, as a woman, craves. Bai Qingling replied, "Madam Ren, your boldness is admirable. To do this in front of Temple Master Ren, and in front of the Sex Supremes." His hand casually brushed against her thick, soft thigh as he continued, "You're pushing me to respond to your provocations." Han Jinyang moaned softly, Supreme Nangong, outraged, shouted, "Lord Sect Master, Bai Qingling is dismissing my condemnation. You must punish Yuluo Temple." Meanwhile, Yihongyi thought to herself, "Is Bai Qingling doing this to pamper Lingyan? No, I can't let him lose his affection for me." She then addressed Supreme Nangong, "I believe the Supreme stance is biased. By using clever tactics, Yuluo Temple can showcase the style of our demonic path. Is it necessary to force proper and fair battles to clear the trial? Nangong Fang, your reasoning sounds more and more like that of a hypocrite who claims to be righteous." Supreme Nangong Fang, flustered, stammered, "I wouldn't dare. That wasn't my intention." Yihongyi smiled, her cheeks flushed, thinking, "That's it, Master. This is what I must do. As Godfather's sect disciple, did you feel my sincerity?" Nangong Fang, consumed with rage, muttered to himself, "Xiao Chen, if the results you bring back don't compensate for my shame today, I will never forgive you." At the Flame Demon Tower, second floor, Sen Shinger and Tantai Lingying walked slowly towards the stairs. Tantai Lingying explained, "The name of that bronze statue is Savage Foal. It was formed from the essence of the emotion-destroying Founder's Mount. Its role is to test the participants' demon hearts and see if they've been blunted by worldly desires. Once you step onto that stone platform, the demon heart trial will begin. Only one person needs to succeed for the entire team to pass." Yahongyi, watching from afar, commented, "As expected of Protector Tantai, she's very knowledgeable about the Flame Demon Tower trial." She thought to herself, she knows the focusing gaze water mirror will show everything that happens inside the tower. Is she purposely showing off to Godfather? Supreme Nangong Fang, seething with frustration, thought, "Damn it, Yuluo Temple is the most detached sect in the entire Kangming sect. This stage is basically a free clear for them." Tantai Lingying, deep in thought, wondered, "If I step onto that platform and take the trial, will the emotion-destroying Savage Foal reveal my feelings for Hongyi?" Sen Shinger, similarly anxious, mused, "Will this bronze statue expose the shameful thoughts I have about Master?" Both Sen Shinger and Tantai Lingying shared a glance, thinking to themselves, "Sure enough, it's better if..." Sen Shinger then called out, "Second senior sister." Tantai Lingying responded, "Junior sister," and in unison they both said, "Why don't you do it?" They giggled like little children. Shen Xing'er and Tantai Lingying exchanged confused glances. Suddenly someone spoke. "Senior sisters from Yuluo Temple, why don't I go first? My master's wife has instructed that Yuluo Temple are friends, not enemies. You can drop your guard around us from Shuluo Temple." It was Shuluo Temple's eldest disciple, Ni Zheng. Tantai Lingying nodded. "All right then, let us witness junior brother Ni's performance." Ni Zheng leaped forward and announced, "Shuluo Temple's direct eldest disciple, Ni Zheng, wishes to take the trial." The trial judge looked at him in confusion, a pure heart untouched by love. "You passed," the judge declared. Outside, the crowd buzzed with excitement. "Wow, this senior brother Ni is so handsome, but he's still a virgin?" His friend whispered, "Is it possible that he's not interested in women?" Another man chimed in, "I heard he was castrated by his master." His twin brother gasped, "Really? That's too demonic." Meanwhile, Han Jinyang, watching from her seat, scoffed, She casually played with her heels, her thoughts racing. Ren Qianfan, standing nearby, pleaded, "Madam, please don't be angry at me. I was afraid Ni Zheng was interested in you, so I unwillingly castrated him. But I didn't expect the one who ended up seducing you to be from the neighboring Yuluo Temple." Han Jinyang recalled her own words from the past. "When that man did that to me, why didn't you take action despite witnessing it?" She turned to Ren Qianfan and scolded, "If you had used your full strength, Bai Qingling might not have been able to suppress you without resorting to poison techniques." Grabbing his face, she spat, "You worthless coward. You actually enjoy the feeling of others dominating your wife, don't you?" Ren Qianfan blushed and stammered, "Madam, that's not true. You're talking nonsense." Moments later, Shuluo Temple's eldest disciple, Ni Zheng, emerged from the trial and said, "Thank you for letting me go first. I'll be making my move now." In the distance, Yingui Temple's direct disciple, Xiao Chen, was taken aback. "Trash from Yuluo Temple and Shuluo Temple? Shuluo Temple has already passed the trial?" Xiao Chen shouted, "My junior brothers, who is willing to undergo this trial and bring merit to Yingui Temple?" One of his junior brothers muttered to himself, "This." Another scratched his head, thinking, "Will my private life be exposed?" A third friend panicked. "Only one person per team needs to complete it. It won't be me, will it?" Xiao Chen sneered to himself. Cultivators from the demonic path are indeed trash. Are they all cowards? Although I have always lived the way I wanted to, with the calm heart pure jade technique taught to me by Yu Shuzi, I will surely pass the trial. Just then, Tantai Lingying stepped forward announcing, "Yuluo Temple disciple, Tantai Lingying, wishes to take the trial." Xiao Chen cursed inwardly. "She got ahead of me. That woman is icy cold to everyone. She will surely pass easily." Sen Xing'er, watching closely, thought to herself, "Senior sister was too rash. I wanted to find an opportunity to use Master's phantom clone puppet to pass the trial smoothly." The trial judge examined them, his gaze penetrating Sen Xing'er's past, revealing memories of her encounters with Bai Qingling. He saw the moments when they fought, and another where Bai Qingling and Tantai Lingying bathed together, measuring her growth. In yet another memory, Tantai Lingying stood under a cherry blossom tree, gazing at Ji Hongyi. Tantai Lingying muttered to herself, "Sure enough, is Hongyi the only person deep in my heart?" Suddenly, her memory shattered. She gasped, "It's him. Why is it him? The poison insect has been removed." The trial judge proclaimed, "In the path of demonic cultivation, all emotions are a sin. You failed." The crowd erupted. "This can't be. Tantai Lingying has already fallen for someone?" One man groaned, "Ouch! This is too painful. I've missed out on my goddess." Another shouted angrily, "Who's the bastard that dared to mess with my goddess's demonic heart? Skin him." Meanwhile, Ye Hongji remained silent. "Now that it has come to this, that person isn't me, but that man, right? In the end, we're only close friends." Bai Qingling, observing from afar, thought to himself, "No one knows these character settings better than me. That person is definitely Ye Hongyi. It could only be Ye Hongyi." He smirked. The reason she forced herself to step forward in the trial of the Flame Demon Tower was definitely to help Ye Hongyi gain favor. The path of great love is long and arduous. Sen Xing'er, thinking back, muttered to herself, "Second senior sister was the one tricked the most in the recent plan to kill the master." The person who did this to second senior sister is... Her eyes narrowed as they landed on Xiao Chen. It's Xiao Chen, she realized, her fury growing. She grinned in anger, her mind racing. It's Xiao Chen. Yingui Temple's direct disciple, Xiao Chen, feeling the malicious intent directed at him, panicked. What's going on? This malicious intent. It feels like passing a hot potato, only for it to explode in my hands. Tantai Lingying's soul nearly left his body in shock as he exclaimed, I failed. He then grabbed Sen Shinger and declared, Yuluo Temple's trial can't end here. Shinger, you're the youngest and most naive when it comes to matters of love. It's your turn to lead the team and clear this stage. Sen Shinger stammered, I think it's better if I don't. She muttered to herself, absolutely not. Who knows what kinds of things that bronze statue will say? She turned back and commanded, you there, go. Tantai Lingying asked, who is that? The masked man responded, newly recruited. Our Yuluo Temple has already decided that he will take on the trial. And with that, the man walked up the stairs. The trial judge proclaimed, a heart of iron and stone, untouched by the snare of love, passed. Sen Shinger leaped with joy, her body jiggling, and cheered, yay! She thought to herself, sure enough, the phantom clone puppet is really useful. The summoned magic puppet is flawless, master planned for everything. Sen Shinger grabbed Tantai Lingying and urged, go, let's hurry to the next floor. Tantai Lingying cautioned, wait, do you know what the third floor of the Flame Demon Tower is called? The Infernal Soul Prison. Sen Shinger, puzzled, asked, eh? Tantai Lingying explained, the Infernal Soul Prison is filled with evil beasts and demons, stained with the blood of countless humans. They are nothing like the weaklings on the first floor, who bow to force. These creatures are disasters that will never die or rest. Sen Shinger reassured, but Master said not to worry, everything has been arranged. He even mentioned we'd understand when we reach the third floor. Tantai Lingying, still confused, asked, what do you mean? At the Flame Demon Tower, third floor, Infernal Soul Prison. Tantai Lingying remarked, the air reeks of blood. Sure enough, this place spells trouble. Form up in advance. Do not act on your own. A man at the back responded, yes. Tantai Lingying then noticed someone and exclaimed, that is, Nijang? You guys. They looked around at the defeated creatures and disasters, astonished. Tantai Lingying asked Nijang, were they all killed by you? I'm very impressed. Nijang replied, no, we at Yuluo Temple had just arrived, and they had already been killed long ago. The stench of blood filled the Flame Demon Tower. A person outside, watching, exclaimed, all dead? How is this possible? His friend questioned, when did this happen? Why wasn't there any news? Another weak man wondered aloud, who could have killed everything on the third floor of the Flame Demon Tower? Was it the previous sectmaster? Yi Hongyi stood up, shouting, it's him! Only he could pull this off in the entire Kangming sect. Bai Qingling, smiling to himself, thought, it's really not me, but Bai Qingling from the original game. Although the fact that Bai Qingling infiltrated the Flame Demon Tower and massacred the entire third floor had nothing to do with me. This experience is still useful to me now that I've defied fate and embarked on the path of recultivation. System, spend 2,000 points to exchange this item. The system responded, congratulations to the host. The redemption was successful. Current points 46,000 points. Bai Qingling mused, memory evocation, one-time use. When faced with a scene related to me from the past, I can use this to relive that experience. At first I thought this item was useless. After all, I know everything in the original story. Why would I need to evoke my memories? However, the combat experience of the original host isn't mine after all. Reliving this battle will definitely be helpful to me. Now I, Bai Feng, I'm Bai Qingling. All of you die. He leaped toward the monsters, shouting, mutated ants, only your deaths can calm my heart. He struck a mutated ant. Moments later, Bai Qingling stood alone, surrounded by mutilated monsters. Bai Qingling licked the blood from his stained hand and remarked, I've gained a lot from this. It will definitely be useful in the future. He blushed and sweat dripped from his face as he added, so refreshing. The master of Kangming Sect's Yingui Temple, Hua Yorong, observed Bai Qingling and thought to herself, senior brother was so nervous, he started sweating? Is the thing in the Flame Demon Tower really this important? Soon, I'll be able to expose the real you, your filthy, ugly, and evil nature. hidden on the 4th floor of the Flame Demon Tower. Tantai Lingying said, I didn't expect the 3rd floor, which is the most dangerous, to be like this. Zinger, go to the 4th floor quickly and retrieve the item that Master wants. Sen Zinger replied, Senior sister, let's go together, as she held Tantai Lingying's hands, which left Tantai Lingying surprised. Sen Zinger added, Master will definitely be happy if the 2 of us complete this mission for him. Master once said that the 3 of us sisters will always be his most cherished treasures. Tantai Lingying responded, Sen Zinger, do you still not understand? He no longer holds any expectations for me. Quickly, go and fulfill his wish, she said, her voice breaking as tears filled her eyes, her face blushing. Tantai Lingying continued, Your senior sister only wishes that he is sincere and won't let the 2 of you down. Sen Zinger, trying to comfort her, said, all right, second senior sister, don't cry anymore. I will go now. Tantai Lingying then looked at Zhuluo Temple's eldest disciple, Nizheng, and said, as for the rest of them, I will be responsible for delaying them. Nizheng replied, Senior sister Tantai, there's no need to worry. My martial wife has already reached an agreement with your master. We will only retrieve the loot from the 3rd floor. The item on the top floor isn't the goal of Zhuluo Temple, but rather Yinghui Temples. Suddenly, another group arrived. Nizheng continued, they are our common enemy. Tantai Lingying nodded, saying, good, I share the same thoughts. But then she thought to herself, where is that Xiao Chen? Why isn't he among Yinghui Temple's disciples? Something's not right. But as long as we guard this path, Xiao Chen will never be able to disturb Zinger. At the Flame Demon Tower, Sen Zinger stood before a shrine. This is the shrine where the Black Flame Demon God is worshipped. Everyone, stay back. Don't get roasted, she warned. She glanced at the treasure chest within the shrine, surrounded by the aura of the virtue of fire. This is exactly what Master wants, she murmured, as the treasure began to emit a dark aura. Suddenly, Bai Qingling appeared and said, who goes there, disturbing my peace? Sen Zinger, upon seeing him, became both excited and flustered, exclaiming, yeah, it's Master, and it's his younger self. That kind of arrogant dominance, as if all things in the world could be crushed to dust by his mighty hands. Zinger wants to be close to him too, she thought, blushing with emotion. Bai Qingling sneered, oh, are you here to help Bai Qingling retrieve his origins? That will never happen. I want Bai Qingling to die. Now get lost. Sen Zinger retorted, your master's evil heart demon an enemy. Just as Master predicted, it's impossible to avoid battle in the Flame Demon Tower trials. She drew a jar and channeled her energy into it. Suddenly, a ghost emerged from the jar. She commanded, Ghosty, bite him to death. Bai Qingling stood calmly as Ghosty charged at him. He scoffed, bite all you want. Do you think I don't know the capabilities of my own little disciple? Everything you possess is merely material and nourishment for me, Bai Qingling. He caught Ghosty effortlessly and taunted, have you ever seen someone bitten to death by the bread on their plate? With that, Ghosty vanished into thin air. Meanwhile, the real Bai Qingling watched from outside, his expression darkening. He thought to himself, this is bad. It's not surprising for the area around my origins to spawn an evil heart demon. It has no effect on my core. But it's very dangerous that it knows every bit of information about my origins and can imitate me perfectly. Zinger is facing the true essence of Bai Qingling from back in the day. If Zinger learns about my true thoughts directly from him, her trust in me would completely collapse. Ha, Sen Zinger, sure enough, I made a mistake. You aren't dealing with an evil heart demon. You're facing a happy ghost that loves to play with people's spiritual bodies, aren't you? Sen Zinger narrowed her eyes. Your ghost-controlling spiritual body is. The ghost interjected, the master loves me so much. I've personally experienced it while lying on his bed. Sen Zinger snapped back, your ridiculous lies have no effect on me other than to infuriate me. She suddenly unleashed a powerful move, exclaiming, Ghost control wrathful spirit devour, as her ghost bit fiercely at Bai Qingling's chest. Bai Qingling's image recoiled in shock, exclaiming, what? You accursed spirit, you'll never catch me. His voice shook with pain as Sen Zinger seized the divine box. Lifting it high, she declared, this is Master's divine box. I'm no longer just a mindless servant. I did this for Master. Now stay with me and don't cause any more trouble. Suddenly, a disciple called out, third senior sister, your hand. Quickly, you need to treat it. Sen Zinger brushed off the concern. smiling lightly. No rush, no rush. It's just a small scratch. But just then, the disciple's expression changed, darkening with ill intent. Without warning, she snatched the divine box and dashed away. Senshinger cried out, "How dare you? Who are you? You're not from my Yuluo temple." In a flash, the figure transformed into Xiao Chen, a direct disciple of the Yingui temple. Grinning, he replied, "Oh, it's me, all right. I finally have Bai Qingling's weakness." Senshinger gasped, "Xiao Chen? A polymorph technique? So he infiltrated my group during the trial on the second floor." Furious, she shouted, "Demon forging cauldron, attack! Ghost, devour him!" But Xiao Chen, still smirking, threw the divine box towards the ghost, saying, "Just what I needed. Let me use your hand to open this damned box." The box fell to the ground with a thud, cracking open as tendrils of black smoke poured out. A young image of Bai Qingling emerged from within. With satisfaction, Xiao Chen sneered, "This trip was well worth it. Bai Qingling's ugliest memories, the ones he's tried so hard to bury, will be revealed for all to see. You dared to cross me, the destined one? Death would be far too light for you. I'll expose Bai Qingling's darkest secrets to the world, inciting rage in both mortals and immortals. I'll unite the 9 continents to condemn him, ensuring he's cursed for all eternity." Then, he lifted a shining treasure. Exquisite treasure mirror, reveal the truth. Outside the tower, Yi Hongji observed in shock. The focusing gaze water mirror that displayed the tower's events, it shattered. But now, something larger is forming in the sky? Supreme Nangong nodded gravely. Could it be a fragment of someone's memory? Inside, Bai Qingling, witnessing the scene, froze as his memories aligned. He murmured to himself, "I remember everything. Who I am, why Junior Sister despised me. I understand it all now." His hands clenched. "I can't stop my memories from being exposed. I have to retreat. I can't let the people of the demonic path see me in such a weakened state." Senshinger, still in the tower, gasped, "Is that, Master? How can I see this from so high above?" Xiao Chen laughed. "The exquisite treasure mirror is no mere focusing gaze mirror. Its power is incomparably greater. The true, vile nature of Bai Qingling will inspire the world to obliterate his demonic heart." Senshinger's gaze softened as she looked upon Bai Qingling's memories, cheeks warming. "Is this Master's past?" In the memory, a woman lay collapsed in the snow. A young Bai Qingling cried out, "Mother, what's wrong?" Weakly, she whispered, "My son, I can't go on. You must escape on your own." Bai Qingling shook his head. "Mother, I won't leave you. I'll stay with you." She forced herself upright, urging, "Do not weep. You have the formless demonic body. Seek refuge in a strong demonic sect, and they'll protect you. Remember this. Your father, Bai Tianlin, head of the Zhenwu sword sect, was murdered by the hypocrites of the 3 major orthodox sects. I, Lin Yanran, the eldest princess of Great Zhou, was betrayed and poisoned by my own kin." Tears in her eyes, she clutched him close. "You, my son, are the true destined ruler of this world. Promise me you'll survive, no matter what." Bai family's ancestors, an innate formless demonic body? This young man in the painting, is he the bad man? The master of Kongming sect's Yingui temple, Hua Yirong, mentioned that Bai Qingling ran away? She sneered. "Seems like someone is deliberately trying to make a mockery of you. Oh well, if you earn the scorn of all generations, that's the punishment you deserve after all." In Bai Qingling's past, he buried his mother in the forest amidst falling snow. His stomach grumbled. He was both hungry and exhausted. After a while, he foraged some berries in the forest and ate until his hunger subsided. Finally, he turned and left the grave of his beloved mother behind, at Beast Blood Valley. A wild wolf leapt at Bai Qingling, attacking suddenly. With a swift slash, he cut the wolf in half. Nearby, the mother wolf and her cub looked at him in fear, whimpering softly. In the distance, an old man's voice called out, "Little child, why are you here alone?" Bai Qingling looked towards the shadowed figure and replied, "I'm going to Wuyang City to join the demonic cultivators and fulfill my mother's wishes." The old man stepped forward, revealing himself as Ji Yaoshi. He chuckled. "A demonic cultivator, you say? No need to search so far. My Xiyao sect could use talent like yours." A girl peered out from behind Shi Yaoshi. "Master Yaoshi, who are you talking to?" she asked, glancing silently at Bai Qingling. Bai Qingling stared back, stunned. A moment later, Shi Yaoshi studied him intently. "Strange. Why does the blood of an innate formless demonic body seem so ordinary?" He moved closer, pointing a knife at Bai Qingling's throat. "I'll give you the Taoist name Qingling. along with demonic cultivation techniques to build a new life. Why not offer a little demonic blood for your master? He patted Bai Qingling's head and muttered, "Forget it, I'll raise you for 3 more years." With a wicked smile, he added, "At that time, we'll see your worth, and whether it amounts to anything more than a dose of medicine." He turned and left the room, leaving Bai Qingling standing silently. Bai Qingling muttered to himself, "A great demonic cultivator? If the demonic blood in my veins were truly mine to command, I would have already reduced myself to dregs." Present day, watching Bai Qingling's memory. Sen Xinger, witnessing Bai Qingling's memories, burst into tears. Wow, did Master really go through all of this? That's so heartbreaking. I had no idea. Tantai Lingying frowned. Who brought this memory to light? Was it Xiao Chen? Where is that scoundrel hiding? Outside, Yehongi mused. Why do Shi Yaoshi and Mengu Daoist look so alike? What connection could there be between those two? She resolved quietly, this matter is closely tied to my Kangming sect. I need to investigate it thoroughly. Ren Xianfan, noticing Han Jinyang crying, asked, "Ma, madam, why are you crying?" She shouted back, "Why do you care? Shut your mouth and get lost," and kicked him out of her way. Meanwhile, Hua Yorong, master of Kangming sect's Yingui temple, looked on in shock. Why did he conceal this part of his memory? Then, is the next scene going to be? Just then, the girl from before entered the room and called out, "Master Yaoshi? Is Master Yaoshi here?" Bai Qingling turned, surprised. Seeing him, the girl's face lit up. "Oh, it's you!" Wronger smiled warmly and said, "Ah, you're the new martial brother that Master Yaoshi accepted." Bai Qingling looked at her, curiosity in his gaze. "And you are." Wronger laughed, pressing a small item into his hands. Take it, don't be shy." Bai Qingling glanced down. "What is this?" Wronger explained, "This is the beauty pearl, a specialty of the central region. All the disciples here have one." Ehe. Bai Qingling thought to himself, "Except for my parents. This is the first time someone's given me a gift." Curious, he asked, "May I ask your name, young miss?" Father doesn't allow me to reveal my name," she said shyly. "But you can call me Wronger." She smiled, a slight blush coloring her cheeks. "And you? What's your name?" Bai Qingling, soon to be Demon Lord Qingling. Junior sister Wronger. Here, take this. Wronger asked, surprised. "This is the first medicinal poisonous insect I successfully refined, the blood-circulating golden cicada. In return for the beauty pearl, I'm giving it to you," Bai Qingling offered solemnly. "Really?" Wronger's eyes sparkled. "Then I'll accept it. This is the very first medicinal poisonous insect made by the future Demon Lord Qingling. It might be valuable one day, but why don't you give such a meaningful gift to someone more important in your life?" Bai Qingling's gaze grew distant. "I no longer have anyone like that, so I hope you don't mind." Wronger's expression softened. "So that's how it is. My mother's life was short, and my father is also plagued with illness. I guess we share a similar fate." A determination sparked in Bai Qingling's eyes. "Since that's the case, I, Bai Qingling, will one day refine a one-of-a-kind, 9th grade, unparalleled divine poisonous insect. When the time comes, I'll help cure your father's illness." Wronger looked at him stunned before bursting into laughter. "Ha ha! All right then. I am highly honored to be the first witness to this so-called unparalleled divine poisonous insect of yours." In the present time, Xiao Chen, a direct disciple of Yingui Temple, watched this memory with disdain. "Are you kidding me? Where's the damning evidence? It's just kids talking about love. If nothing comes of this, how can I rely on that old man, Nangong Fang, to keep backing me?" Meanwhile, outside Yingui Temple, Hua Yorong of the Kangming sect sat silently, observing Bai Qingling's memories. She muttered to herself, "Why am I seeing these scenes? What's the use of remembering these old matters? Could it be that the man anticipated this day and is using it to humiliate me? No, he wouldn't guard himself against me. But why are his memories so full of me? I won't believe it. Demon Lord Qingling's Tao heart wouldn't be troubled by these scenes. I'll keep watching until I see his truest, darkest side." Back in the memory, Bai Qingling stood before Master Yaoshi. "Master," he said solemnly, "I have something to ask." Master Yaoshi glanced up. "Oh, what is it?" Nearby, senior brother Qi moaned in pain. "Ack? Ack." Bai Qingling's eyes narrowed, sweat beading on his forehead. "Master, are you de-dissecting? Senior brother Qi?" Master Yaoshi smirked. "What senior brother? If he doesn't obey his master, he's nothing more than a test subject." With that, He casually sliced through Chi's neck with a butter knife. Bai Qingling's gaze turned serious, his eyes glowing red. Master, if junior sister Wronger disobeys, would you also? Master Yaoshi interrupted, a sly grin on his face. You care about her a lot, huh? I suppose you're here to ask about her and her father, right? Yes, Bai Qingling said, his tone firm. 6 months from now, at the Sex Grand Competition, if you can claim first place on your own, I'll tell you. Until then, neither she nor her father will be harmed. Master Yaoshi licked the blood from his blade with a sick satisfaction. Bai Qingling's expression hardened. All right, it's settled. Let's see the result in 6 months. Master Yaoshi chuckled darkly. Hehe, I'll be waiting. The stronger your demonic power becomes, the happier your master is. Just then, Minggu Taoist, Master Yaoshi's younger brother, entered. Older brother, you finally come to the Eastern Lands, yet you're so noisy I can't even sleep, he said calmly. Master Yaoshi eyed him with amusement. You want to kill him, don't you? You can't, not yet. My ruthless younger brother, Minggu Taoist. Half a year later, as Bai Qingling and his opponent exchanged blows, they shouted fiercely, Hee-ha! The clash of their strikes echoed across the field. With a final powerful move, Bai Qingling sent his opponent flying. The announcer declared, The victor, Bai Qingling. Master Yaoshi stood, his voice carrying through the crowd. Bai Qingling has outperformed all these talents and claimed the final victory. This marks his rise to the position of head senior disciple. Bai Qingling, unimpressed, simply said, and turned to leave. Master Yaoshi chuckled softly. As Bai Qingling walked away, he noticed Wronger standing in the crowd. His eyes widened in shock. Wronger? Why are you here? Wronger's eyes welled up with tears. She ran to him and hugged him tightly. Senior brother Qingling, my father, has passed away. Her tears streamed down her cheeks. Bai Qingling held her gently, comforting her. It's all right, Wronger. I'm right here. A few moments later, in Wronger's father's room, Bai Qingling examined the situation carefully. It's the withering death poisonous insect, he said solemnly. A poison that tortures its victim for a short few years, or as long as 20, until death. Wronger's face turned pale. There's no way. Master Yaoshi has been treating my father all these years. How could he not notice or fail to treat it? Unless. Bai Qingling glanced at her silently before turning away. Leave the Sayao sect as soon as possible and return to the central region. Wronger looked at him, confused. Senior brother? Promise me you'll never set foot in the Eastern Lands again, he said firmly before walking away. Later, Bai Qingling confronted Master Yaoshi. Master Yaoshi greeted him with a sly smile. Oh, you're here. Bai Qingling glared at him. Master, don't you owe me an explanation? Explanation? Are you talking about that wealthy man who was poisoned with the withering death insect? Master Yaoshi chuckled. I didn't plant the poison, and I'm not the only one capable of cultivating such an insect. I was merely prolonging his treatment to extract more money. Who knew he'd suddenly give out like that? His family wealth is exhausted anyway. That's why I convinced the girl to formally join my inner sect. I took care of her family member and arranged her future. Once she joins, won't she be eternally grateful to me? Bai Qingling was stunned, his mind racing. Without a word, he turned and ran. Master Yaoshi's laughter echoed behind him. Bai Qingling, your weakness is clear. Let's see if it will help me extract the treasure hidden in your body. At the Sayao sect entrance, Bai Qingling shouted, Wronger, Master is luring you to stay. Are you really not leaving? Wronger turned back, her eyes filled with despair. Family, wealth, I've already lost everything. What difference does it make whether I stay or leave? She looked at him, her voice trembling. At least you're still here, senior brother. That person is using you, Bai Qingling exclaimed. Can't you see that? Don't trust him. Don't trust anyone from the Sayao sect. Wronger's gaze softened as she asked, Then can't I even trust you, senior brother? Bai Qingling froze, his mother's words ringing in his mind. Remember, your father, Bai Tianlin, head of the Zhenwu sword sect, was besieged and killed by hypocrites from the 3 major orthodox sects. I, your mother Lin Yanran, eldest princess of the great Zhou dynasty, was poisoned and ambushed by my own royal brother. He muttered, That's right. Anyone can betray you. The only one you can trust in this world is yourself. Wronger shouted, I don't believe it. She ran toward him and, in an impulsive moment, kissed him on the lips. As their first kiss lingered, the world around them seemed to fade away, leaving only the two of them standing together in the midst of chaos and betrayal. Outside, Bai Qingling's first kiss with Hua Yuerong when they were little was shown to everyone. While Tantai Lingying watched, she blushed and said, "This." Ha! Xinger, you're not allowed to look. As she covered the eyes of Sin Xinger, Han Jinyang bit her nails and said, "This scoundrel. He even claimed it was his first kiss with me, but he actually gave it to his childhood sweetheart 800 years ago. If I can't completely conquer your body in the future, it won't count as a true victory." The master of Kang Ming sect's Yingui Temple, Hua Yuerong, blushed in her seat and said, "Humiliation. This is blatant humiliation," as she grinned in anger. In the memory, Bai Qingling was shocked as she felt the soft little lips of the young master of Kangming sect's Yingui Temple, Hua Yuerong. Suddenly, Bai Qingling gently pushed her away and said, "Your naivety disgusts me." Hua Yuerong, confused, asked, "Huh?" Bai Qingling said, "Your choices are so foolish that," and walked away, adding, "I, Bai Qingling, never want to see you again in this lifetime." Hua Yuerong cried and said, "Senior brother?" In a different scene, while Bai Qingling and the others meditated, a boy said, "Did you hear? Master recently took in a final female disciple." His friend replied, "I heard she's really cute, just like a celestial fairy. Say, do you think she'll like someone like me?" His friend laughed and said, "No way, you. Go look at yourself in the mirror." As Bai Qingling listened, the boy continued, "Why don't we check out our new junior sister in the next demonic plants class?" His friend agreed. All right, let's all go together." Bai Qingling looked at the pill in his palm. At the Shayao sect's sealed demon valley, Chunan said to Hua Yuerong, "Junior sister, I'm Chunan. Do you remember me?" His friend added, "Junior sister Wronger, if you have any questions about demonic plants, feel free to ask us. We'll answer everything." Suddenly, Hua Yuerong was shocked and said, That's." She looked closer and said, "The sacred flower of Buddhism, the Udumbara flower." The boy was confused. "Here, in the sealed demon valley?" Chunan said, "Junior sister, what Udumbara flower are you talking about?" His friend said, "There's nothing in your hand." Chunan added, "The sealed demon valley only produces demonic flowers. Isn't the Udumbara flower a legendary spiritual flower?" Hua Yuerong said, "How could this be? The Udumbara flower is clearly right in my hands." Suddenly, Bai Qingling said, "The environment doesn't matter to the Udumbara flower. Only fate does. Those fated will be able to see it. The ignorant doubts of the unfated." Laughable, so laughable. The boy asked, Who's mocking me?" Chunan said, "Looks like it's coming from the medicine cart." "The medicine cart is talking. The sealed demon valley is haunted." Bai Qingling hid inside the cart, covering his mouth and thinking, "Titsk, I talk too much." Hua Yuerong silently looked at the cart holding the Udumbara flower and smiled. "Hey!" Later that night, Bai Qingling sat alone meditating. Hua Yuerong approached him and said, "Good evening, senior brother," as she touched his shoulder. She continued, "Or should I call you head senior brother instead?" Bai Qingling looked at her and said, "Have you forgotten? I told you I don't want to see you again." Hua Yuerong said, "But Wronger wanted to see senior brother, so I came. Look, I picked this Udumbara flower today. Isn't it rare? I'm giving it to you, senior brother. I think this is our connected fate. Don't stay mad at Wronger, okay?" She smiled and blushed. Bai Qingling looked away and said, "No, I'm still mad. Mad that you didn't listen and didn't leave the eastern lands." Hua Yuerong said, If you put it that way, I'll have to settle accounts with you, even though we are fellow disciples. Our gift exchanges are completely imbalanced." "Senior brother, you still owe me," Bai Qingling said with a smirk. "Ha! Demon Lord Qingling always repays his debts. What do you want me to do?" Master of Kangming sect's Yingui Temple, Hua Yuerong said, Let me think," and paused for a moment. Then she took Bai Qingling's hand and said, "I want senior brother to accompany Wronger in performing a wedding ceremony." A few moments later, in a private room, Bai Qingling and Hua Yuerong exchanged silent glances. Hua Yuerong, watching the memory, said to herself, Stop now." She stared at him, smiling. In the present, Hua Yuerong said to herself, "It's a trap. It's a trap set up by him. You've already fallen into his trap." As they touched each other's hands in the memory, Hua Yuerong thought to herself, "Right now, I am going to be swept up by you." She held the flower in her hands and whispered to herself, "If you can't bear the consequences, someone else will have to do it and kill your innocence." Suddenly, Bai Qingling threw the flower from her hands. The petals fell and were tossed outside the window. She said to herself, "Enough. Now we're even." Bai Qingling turned away and said, "This play pretend is over. I don't owe you anything now." Hua Yuerong fell to the ground in disbelief, shocked. In the present, Hua Yuerong said, "Senior brother, This is the real you. There is only the path of the demon lord in your eyes and nothing else. Next you will murder senior brother Ma and kill your master in the dark stormy night. You cast a blood curse and killed all your senior brothers. This is the start of your path to becoming the demon lord. Bloodthirsty, cruel, savage, even those on the demonic path consider you a monster. As Bai Qingling walked through a forest with blood all over the ground, Hua Yurong asked, What is that? In the forest, Bai Qingling walked alone, thorns scratching his face as he endured the pain. Hua Yurong, watching the memory, said, What were you doing? Why were you running about in the sealed demon valley? Bai Qingling said with determination, I will find it. A few moments later, he repeated, I will find it. Finally, he saw the Udambara flower he had thrown away earlier. He picked it up and said, I found it. You are here because of fate. I will bear the consequences myself. As he smelled the Udambara flower, he looked at the full moon, clenched his fist with determination, and raised it high. He smiled and said, For the sake of Wronger, I will truly become Demon Lord Qingling. Jiao sect must pay the price. As Hua Yurong watched the memory of Bai Qingling when they were little, she said in the present, We shall return. Watching the end at this place. She couldn't bear the reality, blushed, and covered her mouth from the revelation, whispering, I can't do it. Suddenly, the vines burst into flames, and Bai Qingling asked, Who's there? A shady figure sneaking around said, Tisk, tisk. This level of soul sense and enlightenment, you indeed possess the innate formless demonic body. Child, you're destined to become a saint. If you want to take action against Jiao sect, I'm very interested in it. I came to give you a hand. Bai Qingling replied, I'm not interested in making a deal with a shady person sneaking around like you. The shady figure said, You'll be interested. Otherwise, your junior sister Wronger will soon become Shi Yaoshi's sacrificial item. Bai Qingling, enraged, shouted, You, the shady figure interrupted. Take this, child. Bai Qingling retorted, This is something Shi Yaoshi will never teach you in this life. The shady figure said, This is the real poisonous insect technique for killing. Bai Qingling said, The real poisonous insect technique for killing? As he held the book in his hands. He turned his sharp gaze toward the suspicious figure and asked, Do you have a feud with Shi Yaoshi? Or do you simply enjoy letting others do your dirty work? The suspicious figure replied, This book contains highly advanced knowledge. Only if you can understand it will you be worthy of such dirty work. Moreover, this is the demonic path where hands are often stained with blood. Bai Qingling smirked. Demon Lord Qingling can do anything. You will regret this day. The figure chuckled coldly. That remains to be seen. Elsewhere, DD1 blushed, a wide grin spreading across his face as he admired the shapely legs of Wronger. Oh, he muttered. His friend teased, Woo! As they both enjoyed the sight of Wronger practicing her sword technique. Wronger flushed and shouted, Stop looking! She kept practicing, muttering, Health is important. Alcohol and lust will harm my body. I will quit drinking. Suddenly, Bai Qingling arrived, his cold voice cutting through the noise. Why are you making such a ruckus instead of practicing your sword? Turning his icy gaze to one of the disciples, he said, You are called Chu Nan, yes? You shall explain. Chu Nan stammered nervously. Big senior brother Bai Qingling about that. I heard that last night, junior sister Wronger came back late and slipped, damaging her robe. Second senior brother Ma Jifeng saw her and offered new clothes. According to him, junior sister Wronger was so happy she threw herself into his arms. A rumor has been spreading among the disciples that junior sister Wronger has been taken. Bai Qingling's expression darkened. You believe such rumors? Chu Nan waved his hands quickly. Of course not. How could Wronger like Ma Jifeng? But everyone is spreading the rumor as if it's something to be proud of. Bai Qingling turned away silently and began to walk off. Chu Nan called after him. Big senior brother? Without looking back, Bai Qingling replied icily, Train well and stop being nosy. Meanwhile, Shen Xing'er and Tantai Lingying watched Bai Qingling's memories through a magical artifact. Shen Xing'er gasped and covered her eyes. I don't want to watch this. I don't want to watch this. She buried her face in Tantai Lingying's chest and sobbed. Master's past is so pitiful. Why were the people around him so cruel? Wronger was such a good girl, yet someone made up such dirty rumors about her. Tantai Lingying patted her head gently. I told you not to watch, but you insisted. Besides, now isn't the time to dwell on this. Ni Zheng, who teamed up with us, has already taken the secret key to activate the teleportation formation. Once we teleport out, we'll deliver the box that Master wanted to him. Shen Xing'er straightened up. determination in her eyes. Jinger will deliver it personally. Tantai Lingying sighed. We must be cautious. Prepare for any incidents. Back in the memory, near a lake, Bai Qingling sat fishing, his eyes fixed on the calm surface of the water. Second senior brother Ma Jifeng said, I didn't expect chief senior brother to also enjoy fishing, Ma Jifeng said casually. Did you know? When people go fishing, they often gain insight into many aspects of human relationships and principles. For example, maintaining a calm mind and integrity, seizing opportunities and the merging of different elements, and of course, knowing when to take the bait. As second senior brother Ma Jifeng raised his fishing rod and got a fish, Bai Qingling said, Don't beat around the bush with me. What are you trying to say? Second senior brother Ma Jifeng puts out his tongue and said, You are too rash with girls. You're neither gentle nor caring enough. Wronger was initially only close to you, but you've given me a chance to seize the opportunity. Bai Qingling said, so she merely accepted the robes you gave her and wore them for half a day. That's all. Second senior brother Ma Jifeng said, So what? Ma Jifeng scoffed. I have countless ways to make her slowly fall in love with me, but I'm not someone without self-awareness. Her heart clearly still belongs to you. I don't want to feud with you, so I have a suggestion. Bai Qingling with his sharp eyes said, Speak. Second senior brother Ma Jifeng said, We are both martial brothers. Why don't we share Wronger? The three of us can enjoy her together. Bai Qingling suddenly leaps towards second senior brother Ma Jifeng. With a boulder in his hands in a swift movement, he slams the boulder in the ugly face of second senior brother Ma Jifeng, and his snot came out immediately from the impact. A few moments later, he sleeps forever in the grass, as Bai Qingling continues to make his face smoother and thinner. Wronger suddenly arrives and saw what Bai Qingling was doing to the ugly face of second senior brother Ma Jifeng, and she said in shock, Senior brother Bai Qingling, What are you doing? Bai Qingling grins as his eyes glows in evil, said, What am I doing? Ma Jifeng offended me, so I killed him. And he said to Master of Kongming Sect's Yingui Temple, Hua Yuerong, do you feel disappointed seeing me like this? As he gets closer to her. And he said, Do you? And he smiled, and Bai Qingling sneered, his voice dripping with contempt. This is the real me, the real Demon Lord Qingling. A naive child like you, as useless as a lump of mud, doesn't even have the right to offend me, Bai Qingling said coldly. The master of Kongming Sect's Yingui Temple, Hua Yuerong, stood silently, her expression pained. As Bai Qingling walked past her, she turned to look after him, tears brimming in her eyes. No, this isn't you. Stop, I beg you, she whispered, her voice trembling. Bai Qingling didn't pause, his figure disappearing into the distance. In another scene, Bai Qingling stood before Master Yaoshi, his eyes gleaming with a frigid light. Oh? You're saying I can extract my demonic blood early? Master Yaoshi smirked, his tone delighted. Your demonic body has finally matured, Bai Qingling replied with a chilling calm. Didn't Master want my demonic blood from the very first day? Consider this a disciple's filial piety. Master Yaoshi laughed maniacally, placing a hand on Bai Qingling's shoulder. Ha 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 ha. Good disciple. Your master is truly delighted with your thoughtfulness. Rest assured, Wronger's value is nothing compared to a single drop of your demonic blood. He snapped his fingers, and a massive cauldron appeared, glowing ominously. The blood-melting cauldron. It extracts the purest blood and energy. Don't worry, I won't exhaust all your blood. I'll need a continuous supply from you in the future. Rise. Without hesitation, Bai Qingling leapt into the cauldron. Master Yaoshi sealed it with an intricate gesture, chanting, Begin. The cauldron began to glow red as Master Yaoshi's eyes lit up with greed. Quick, 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 demonic blood, come out quickly, my precious cauldron. His tongue flicked out like a lizard's in his excitement. Moments passed. The lid opened slightly and Master Yaoshi peered inside. Why has the cauldron stopped? The blood bag is still there, his expression twisted in confusion. Bai Qingling, my good disciple, are you all right? Can you hear your master's words? You can't die yet, at least. Not now. As he leaned closer, the cauldron suddenly released its seal. Bai Qingling's voice rang out from behind, calm and deadly. Now's the time. Before Master Yaoshi could react, Bai Qingling kicked him into the cauldron, sealing it shut. Begin, Bai Qingling ordered coldly. Inside the cauldron, Master Yaoshi's voice echoed in shock and pain. Bai Qingling, you weren't in the cauldron at all. How did you do it? You shameless little bastard. Are you betraying your master? And he felt the pain inside of the blood-melting cauldron and said, so painful. Stop. stop now. This damn cauldron. Bai Qingling stepped forward, a cruel smirk on his face. The phantom clone poisonous insect technique. Quite useful, wouldn't you say? As for how I learned it without you teaching me, I can't be bothered to explain. Master Yaoshi screamed as the cauldron flared to life. You demon from birth, no. You're my good disciple. Please forgive your master. Bai Qingling's eyes narrowed. I ask, you answer. Who poisoned Ronger's father? Master Yaoshi trembled, his voice quivering with pain. That was my younger brother, Mengu Taoist of the Kang Ming sect. He coveted Ronger's family wealth. It had nothing to do with me. Mengu Taoist? Bai Qingling repeated coldly. I will remember this. Start again. The cauldron glowed brighter as Master Yaoshi's screams intensified. Ah, Bai Qingling, you are a true demon. None of the demonic cultivators I've known compare to you. Bai Qingling stepped closer, his voice venomous. Master, you made a mistake. A very simple mistake. You shouldn't have gone after Ronger. To covet her is to unleash my evil. He continued, his tone laced with malice. I'll refine your nascent soul realm blood essence into the most perfect 9th grade demonic poisonous insect. As for the disciples of the Xiao sect, they won't have to wait long. If I don't send them to accompany you, Ronger will never live in peace. Outside the memory. Hua Yurong stood silently as Bai Qingling's memories played out for all to see. Tears poured down her soft white cheeks as the long-held anger she harbored toward Bai Qingling dissolved into sorrow. Han Jinyang glanced at Hua Yurong, her eyes narrowing. So, she's Ronger. I should have guessed. But I can't admit defeat. I won't let you have him. She bit her lips, a mix of seductive frustration and determination in her gaze. At the tower, Tantai Lingying carried Sen Shinger as they descended the stairs. Tantai Lingying said, Shinger, we're out. Sen Shinger continued crying. Boo-hoo-hoo, Master isn't born a demon at all. Second senior sister, should a man like Master even be called a demon? Isn't this love? Tantai Lingying sighed. Who knows? On the demonic path, outsiders only see the surface results. The heart of the demonic path cannot truly be understood unless one delves deep into its inner heart. Sen Shinger murmured, delve deep into the inner heart. Meanwhile, Supreme Nangong Fang clicked his tongue in frustration. Tisk, what kind of mess is this? Look at what has become of a perfectly good trial. Don't you agree, Lady Sect Master? He turned to look behind him and froze in shock. Yi Hongyi sat silently, concealing her emotions. Lady Sect Master, Nangong Fang exclaimed. Yi Hongyi, lost in her thoughts, whispered to herself, what is this? What exactly is this feeling? Am I jealous? She curled up into her throne. Elsewhere, Hua Yurong, master of the Yingui Temple of the Kang Ming sect, walked alone. Her expression was grim as she muttered, It's a lie. He's still lying to me? Have I been poisoned? Impossible. To think all of this is real. To think that for my sake, She stopped and clutched her sword. Why was I so naive in the past? Why did I hate him so much? In the end, it turns out I was the one who wronged him. Now that it has come to this, how could I face him? Tears streamed down her face. Suddenly, the sky brightened. Hua Yurong gasped, Senior brother? In Bai Qingling's memory, junior brother Chunan asked, Senior brother Bai, where is Master? I haven't seen him for days. Is he still in seclusion? Bai Qingling smirked devilishly. Yes. Junior brother Chunan, are you feeling unwell? Do you need Master to help you? Chunan hesitated. Eh? Senior brother, how did you know? I've been feeling strange these past few days, and I can't find my senior and junior brothers anywhere. I can only seek out Master. His face began to rot as he spoke. Bai Qingling thought to himself, as expected, that shady old man was right. He recalled the old man's ominous words. All the disciples of the Xiao sect have been poisoned by Shi Yaoshi, with the virtually incurable soul disappearing mad demon poison. Their fates are to end up as sacrificial items and become soulless corpse puppets. Bai Qingling spoke gravely. Junior brother Chunan, live like a puppet or die with dignity. If you had to choose one, which would it be? Chunan clutched his head. Senior brother Bai, why are you asking such a serious question out of nowhere? But if I have to choose, I would never become a corpse puppet. I'd rather die with certainty. Bai Qingling nodded. I understand. Rest in peace, junior brother. His eyes glinted with deadly intent. Moments later, the disciples lay motionless on the ground, their lives extinguished. Bai Qingling carried Ronger in his arms and began walking away. Suddenly, he stopped. The shady old man appeared and sneered. Look at your deathly pale face. You actually used your demonic blood and heart origin essence to remove the poison from her. Her poison is cured, but your internal organs are heavily damaged. You must quickly create the 5 innate Yimu organs to replace your original ones. These injured organs will need to be nurtured in 5 locations rich in demonic energy for several years before they can return to your body. Bai Qingling, is this all worth it? Will you regret it? As Bai Qingling gently touched Wronger, he whispered, with my demonic blood and origin essence, she should grow stronger in the future. But this is still not enough. She will only be able to protect herself if she completely rids herself of her naivete. When you wake up, you will see the destruction of the Xiao sect, and you will witness my departure. Resent me and live on. I will bear all the sins of the world. All I seek is but one thing. He touched her face and kissed her gently. In another scene, at Bai Qingling's throne, he muttered in confusion, am I Bai Feng or Bai Qingling? Is this world a lie, or was my previous life as the neat Bai Feng all an illusion? I can't tell the difference. I can't tell the difference. Suddenly, Sen Shinger arrived, her voice breaking through his turmoil. Master, Shinger is back, she called, carrying a box. She tripped, and the box fell to the ground. Tears welled in her eyes as she said, Shinger saw everything. Master, you make my heart ache. She smothered Bai Qingling's face with her soft, fluffy chest. Wronger is such an idiot. She couldn't sense Master's true feelings at all. Unlike Shinger, Shinger only cares about Master. I'll do anything Master wants. She climbed onto his lap, her face full of devotion. Bai Qingling stared at her coldly, his voice emotionless. I ordered you to be very careful when retrieving the box. Why did you get hurt? Sen Shinger picked up the box, her tone resolute. Master said this box contains something very important to you. Shinger had no reason not to protect it with her body, even against your enemies. They're like a pack of wolves, especially that evil thief Xiao Chen. Bai Qingling's gaze softened slightly. Shinger, come here. She looked at him, confused. Eh? The skin on your chest has been burned by fire elemental power, he said calmly. Her hands instinctively moved to her chest. But Master, it's not, he interrupted. Although acupuncture therapy could heal it, it is slow and painful. Your master will sacrifice himself and use the poison-sucking method like last time. This is also your reward, Shinger. Before she could react, he grabbed her soft chest. Her face turned bright red as she gasped in shock. Bai Qingling began the process, and Sen Shinger moaned softly, her voice trembling. Ah, this feeling, Xinger loves it so much. A system notification rang out in Bai Qingling's mind. The host has successfully instilled great love. Target, Sen Shinger. Received 2,000 points. The notifications continued to flood in, culminating in a final message. The host has successfully instilled great love. Target, Sen Shinger. Received 80,000 points. Bai Qingling placed the now drowsy Sen Shinger onto his bed. Outside, Hua Yuerong, master of Kongming Sect's Yingui Temple, called out, Senior brother, are you in there? It's me, Wronger. Her voice wavered as she stepped inside and froze. Senior brother Qingling. Bai Qingling met her gaze in silence. His thoughts swirled. I originally believed that when this moment came, we would embrace, exchange many words, and seek mutual understanding. But seeing her now, as she once was, I feel that just meeting her eyes is enough. He broke the silence. If your senior brother asked you to kill someone, would you do it? Hua Yuerong's eyes hardened. Who? A spy from the false righteous path. Bai Qingling replied. The eldest disciple of Yingui Temple, Xiao Chen. Hua Yuerong's eyes blazed with fury. Your junior sister will retrieve his head now. In another scene, Xiao Chen, Yingui Temple's eldest disciple, kowtowed before Supreme Nangong Fang, his forehead striking the ground. Supreme Nangong, only you can save me now. We're on the same boat. Without your support, I wouldn't have come this far. Nangong Fang sneered. You swore Bai Qingling would be ruined, and that even the demonic path would spurn him. Do you know what they call him now? The Great Love Immortal. They're even discussing taking him as a son-in-law. If Sect Master Yi marries him, all of Kangming Sect will bask in glory. Get lost. The farther the better. He slammed the door shut. Xiao Chen clenched his fists, muttering, Damn it. Nangong Fang is trash, and Master's Jade Transmission Amulet isn't answering me either. What should I do now? Who else can save me? A cold voice interrupted him. Yingui Temple's eldest disciple, Xiao Chen. He turned around and stammered, Ah, you. Tantai Lingying stepped into the light. The law enforcement hall invites you. Come with me. At the law enforcement hall, Yingui Temple's direct disciple Xiao Chen kneels in the center. People gather around him. Elder Luo declares, the public trial of Xiao Chen shall now begin. Yihongyi speaks. Xiao Chen, you conspired with the Kunlun Taoist sect and infiltrated the demonic path in the eastern lands as a spy. How do you defend yourself? Xiao Chen, Yingui Temple's direct disciple, thinks to himself, I am Xiao Chen, the destined one. And you, a foolish little girl, dare to judge me? Xiao Chen pleads. This disciple, Xiao Chen, has always harbored a sincere heart toward the Kangming sect. Heaven and earth can bear witness to it. Someone must be framing me. Yihongyi addresses Elder Luo. Suddenly, Elder Luo removes his robe, revealing a muscular body. He draws out a thorn whip and says, Looks like I must be tough on you for you to confess. Do you recognize this soul-seizing whip in my hand? He attacks Xiao Chen, shouting, Whip of divine retribution, lash the soul and make him confess. The whip strikes near Xiao Chen's ears. Xiao Chen screams in pain, his voice high-pitched like a little girl's. Ah, I'm innocent. I have never betrayed the sect as a spy. Elder Luo retracts the whip. Xiao Chen continues kneeling on the ground, racked with pain. Elder Luo turns to Yihongyi and says, Sect Master, my abilities are too weak. I can't make him confess. Yihongyi looks at Bai Qingling. Telepathically, she says to him, Godfather, this Xiao Chen is indeed not simple. Bai Qingling thinks to himself, so it's the mystic heart technique, just as expected. If you can't even handle this, then you're not worthy of being the protagonist. Bai Qingling looks off in the distance. Ren Xianfan says, Temple Master Bai, you're the secret mastermind behind this public trial, right? Will anyone who offends you end up like this? Personal grudges should be settled privately, not in the name of justice. Don't bring shame upon yourself. Han Jinyang blows a flying kiss toward Bai Qingling, winking. Bai Qingling thinks to himself, is Ren Xianfan thinking that dealing with me is easier than dealing with his wife? Forget it, he's not the main character in this play. Shen Xing'er watches, visibly annoyed by Han Jinyang's gesture. A few moments later, Bai Qingling approaches Xiao Chen and says to Elder Luo, perhaps I should be the one to give him guidance. Xiao Chen sneers. Bai Qingling, acting so recklessly. The Kangming sect will be destroyed by you sooner or later. Your last chance for salvation is to apologize to me, Xiao Chen. Say that you have wronged me, an innocent child of the Kangming sect, and then kowtow and apologize. Bai Qingling raises his hand, a red aura emanating from it. There is a saying in the eastern lands, Tao is 1 foot tall, but the demon is even taller. Not by much, but enough. Xiao Chen trembles, his mouth hanging open in shock. Bai Qingling declares, illusory truth-spitting poisonous insect. The insect flies into Xiao Chen's mouth. Xiao Chen suddenly feels parched and chokes, coughing violently. Ren Xianfan points at Bai Qingling and says, Temple Master Bai, what are you doing? Did you poison Xiao Chen in front of everyone? Xiao Chen retorts, you, so noisy, you eunuch. Ren Xianfan freezes in confusion. Huh? Xiao Chen continues, aren't you ashamed to speak when you can't even tell the difference between poisonous insects and poison? You damn eunuch, Ren Xianfan stammers. You. What the hell are you talking about? Who's the eunuch? Who's the eunuch? Shut your mouth, you bastard. He blushes in embarrassment. Xiao Chen laughs maniacally. Ha ha! My master, Yu Shuzi, has the power to know everything in the world. I know all of your dirty secrets. He laughs louder. Elder Chen Taishu, you married the saintess candidate from the 4 major orthodox sects this year. If you meet your in-laws during battle, I wonder if you can bear to fight them. Elder Ni Yong, you're secretly in contact with the Righteous Path's true martial sword sect. Your biological father is none other than the supreme elder of the true martial sword sect. Guess who he's going to support when the righteous and demonic sects finally clash? Your so-called demonic path is trash. I haven't even begun listing all your traitors. There's not a shred of demonic nature in the entire eastern lands. Everyone is part of the surrendering faction. Ha ha, Yongyi sweats, turning to Bai Qingling. Godfather, quickly shut him up. If he keeps talking, my Kangming sect is going to be torn to pieces. Bai Qingling simply responds, that's right, I did it. Xiao Chen is shocked. Yehongyi is also stunned. Bai Qingling says, it was my idea to let those people keep in touch with the righteous path. So, only your righteous path can plant spies, but my demonic path can't return the favor. Bai Qingling thinks to himself, no matter what happens, the people Xiao Chen mentioned will have no choice but to agree with my words. Seizing control of the entire Kangming sect's narrative is the true purpose of this trial. Yingui Temple's direct disciple Xiao Chen sneers. What do you mean by your idea? Bai Qingling, don't be so full of yourself. If it weren't for you, if you didn't exist, your 3 female disciples would have been my slaves. On my bed, You're nothing more than a chess piece on my master's board. Everyone should have abandoned you, and your reputation should have been in shambles. Only I am fit to be the final victor. He imagines himself in bed with Sen Xing'er, Tantai Lingying, and Feng. Suddenly, Tantai Lingying draws her sword and exclaims, "Disgusting! To think I worked with this kind of person before. You deserve to die." She charges toward Zhao Chen. Bai Qingling stops her with just 2 fingers, calmly saying, "Stop." Tantai Lingying hesitates. "Master, Bai Qingling interrupts. "Let him finish. He's still hiding something." Zhao Chen smirks. "Bai Qingling, looks like you've predicted this too. The ancestral saintess of the Misty Cloud Palace, your enemy, Mu Xinlan, who once sent you scrambling back to the blood storage in defeat, has been revived ahead of schedule from the ice coffin. Senior Mu will completely wipe out all demonic cultivators on Yun continent. The third holy war against the demonic path is about to begin. You gutter-dwelling vermin of the demonic path, enjoy your fleeting pleasures while you still can." Yi Hongyi looks troubled. The third holy war against the demonic path. She thinks to herself, when Godfather and Mu Xinlan fought last time, Godfather was defeated and had to retreat. There's no one else in the demonic path who can match Mu Xinlan. What should I do? Bai Qingling, unfazed, addresses Zhao Chen. "Why are you screaming so loudly? It makes you seem like you lack confidence." Zhao Chen glares at him. "You!" Bai Qingling stands up, his voice commanding. "Everyone, I love war. I love blitzkrieg, severing the heads of those who fake righteousness before their blades are even drawn. I love encirclement battles, watching the trapped vermin destroy themselves in their own despair. I love wars of attrition, reveling in the sight of them trembling eternally under the overwhelming might of the demonic path. I have one question for everyone. To shatter the central lands, I shall lead the charge. Who stands with me, and who dares oppose?" A silence falls over the crowd. Suddenly, they erupt, shouting in unison, "Follow the Godfather, expand our territory, trample the central lands, and destroy their fake righteousness. To restore the glory of the demonic path, this is the duty of our generation." Bai Qingling walks away, turning to Elder Luo. "Elder Luo, announce the verdict." Elder Luo, the bald, muscular figure, grabs Xiao Chen and drags him away. The verdict, Yingui Temple's Xiao Chen, is guilty of the serious crime of collaborating with the enemy and will be sentenced to death. He shall be sent to Yoyan Valley the next day to be burned with demonic fire. A few moments later, outside, Bai Qingling walks silently. Yongyi calls out to him, "Godfather, please wait." Bai Qingling pauses. "Sectmaster Yi, you want to ask why I pardoned the traitors, right?" Bai Qingling continues, "If I didn't do so, my position wouldn't be truly stable. I'm not getting rid of them, but controlling them, so that we can stand justified and worthy of people's trust." Yongyi blushes, stammering, "No, I don't have the intention of questioning you." She suddenly grabs Bai Qingling's left hand and places it between her soft, warm chest. "Why don't you come to my room so you can teach me more about controlling people?" Before Bai Qingling can respond, Sen Xing'er storms toward them and grabs his right arm, placing it between her own chest, pressing it near her crotch. "Master is very tired. If there is anything else, Sectmaster Yi can tell him tomorrow." Bai Qingling, confused, thinks to himself, "Why am I suddenly being pulled around? Aren't they even concerned about the upcoming war?" He watches as Sen Xing'er and Ye Hongyi fight for his attention. Just then, the master of Kangming Sect's Yingui Temple, Hua Yurong, arrives and calls out seductively, "Senior brother Qingling." She hugs Bai Qingling tightly, pressing her large, soft chest against him, and says seductively, "There are still many unique past events between the two of us. I need you to explain them to me, one by one." Han Jinyang, with a mature voice, interjects, "Temple Master Hua, how can you act like this in front of Sectmaster Yi?" She too hugs Bai Qingling and joins the competition. "Compared to these amateurs, Temple Master Bai prefers someone more experienced, right?" Suddenly, Tantai Lingying arrives, holding a fruit basket. She blushes, looking away. "Did I come at the wrong time?" Bai Qingling thinks to himself, "No, please no. Is this the Demon Lord's quintessential quintuplets? Even using shadow clones wouldn't be enough." As he's surrounded by his female disciples, he can only wonder how he ended up in this situation. A few moments later, Sen Xing'er blew a hot, steamy breath into Bai Qingling's ear and said, "Who? Master, there are no stars tonight, so why are we going to the mountaintop?" As Bai Qingling silently carried Sen Xing'er on his back, he replied, "I didn't tell you to come. You're the one who wanted to tag along." Suddenly, Bai Qingling raised his hand, grabbed Sen Xing'er's thick, firm thighs and said, "I'm already being very tolerant of your willfulness." She felt something wet between her thighs and exclaimed joyfully, "Aya, is Master planning to punish Xing'er?" She arched her back, pressing her chest forward. Bai Qingling grinned. On such a moonless, windy night, it is the perfect time for many demonic poisonous insects to grow. Are you not afraid that I might plant one on you? Sen Xing'er's eyes gleamed mischievously. Is this the poisonous insect that Master wants? Bai Qingling thought to himself, oh no, do I still have any authority or intimidation in her heart? Is it time to clean the nonsense out of her brain? Sen Xing'er suddenly changed the subject. Oh right, why did you choose to execute that evil Xiao Chen tomorrow? That guy is very devious. Is Master not afraid that something bad will happen? Bai Qingling took a step forward and smirked. Here, that is exactly why I came here. It won't be long now. You can look forward to what's about to come. They stood together, gazing at the mountains in the dark night. Meanwhile, in a different scene, inside Yingui Temple's prison, his direct disciple Xiao Chen slammed his cell bars and shouted, Old Demon Bai, you are vile and shameless. You deserve to die a miserable death. I, Xiao Chen, am innocent. I didn't confess. Someone, anyone, I demand to see the law enforcement hall elder. I want to appeal for a retrial. Suddenly, a figure appeared outside his cell. Senior brother Xiao, don't be anxious, the person said. Xiao Chen narrowed his eyes. You are. The man unlocked the cell door and stepped inside. I am Niu Dali, Yu Shuxi's direct disciple and also your junior brother. I've been working undercover in the law enforcement hall as a prison officer. Master forbade me from contacting you on normal days, all for the sake of emergencies like today. Niu Dali quickly removed the shackles from Xiao Chen's wrists. Since your plan completely failed, let's leave together. We must return to the Central Lands, return to Master. Xiao Chen pounded his chest and said firmly, All right, follow me. A pearl emerged from his mouth, and he caught it in his hand. This is the return pearl. With just a brief incantation, it can open a teleportation portal that lasts for an instant. Staring at the glowing pearl, he gritted his teeth. You bastard Demon Lord Qingling, just you wait. Once I regain my power as the Destined One, I will grind you into dust. A few moments later, at the Kunlun Taoist sect, in front of the sect master's grand hall, Xiao Chen knelt down and said, Disciple Xiao Chen greets Master. Niu Dali also knelt. Disciple Niu Dali greets Master. Xiao Chen raised his head and declared, Master, your eldest disciple has returned. Although I've failed, as long as I'm still alive, I can still accomplish great things. But his master suddenly took a step back, his expression darkening. You, back off, back off, back off. Xiao Chen's smile faded. His voice wavered. Master, what's wrong? It's me, Xiaoer. His master's face twisted in disgust. Xiao Chen, don't come near me. Suddenly, black veins pulsed beneath Xiao Chen's skin, spreading rapidly across his body. A deep, searing pain shot through his limbs. This ice, he gasped. His body trembled as the poison invaded his bloodstream. Panic filled his voice. Master, what's happening to me? Master, save me. His master shook his head and said grimly, It's the sixth insect, the earth-shattering, evolved, demonic, poisonous heaven star insect. After a night of nourishment, it has fused with your body. Don't drag your master down with you. Without hesitation, his master thrust his palm forward, sending Xiao Chen flying like a cannonball into the sky. Xiao Chen shot above the clouds, then suddenly, he exploded like a firework. From a distance, Sen Xing'er, sitting on Bai Qingling's lap, pointed at the sky and said, Master, I think there was a red shooting star over in that direction. Bai Qingling grinned. I told you moonless, windy nights are the best for nourishing demonic poisonous insects. He gazed at the night sky and muttered, Within these thousands of miles, perhaps I am the only one who sincerely sends you off. Farewell, Xiao Chen. Together, Bai Qingling and Sen Xing'er watched in silence. The next day, at the Zhenwu sword sect, sword training cliff, Bai Qingling, disguised as the eldest disciple Feng Lixu, trained alongside the other disciples. Suddenly, a loud voice rang out, Sister Lixu! A young man ran toward her. It was Lin Mo, the third prince of the great Chu dynasty. Long time no see, Lixu. Senior Sister Feng, he said with a bright smile. I really missed you. Feng Lixu muttered to herself as an embarrassing memory surfaced in her mind. It's Lin Mo. This reminds me of that awful night when the poison activated. She recalled how that night she had told him, I told you I'm fine. I want to rest. Please go back. But despite her words, she had continued to moan loudly in her room. The third prince of the great Chu dynasty, Lin Mo, had stood outside, hesitated for a moment, then reluctantly walked away saying, All right. Now, in the present, Feng Lixu sighed. He almost saw me in that state. Fortunately, I managed to turn him away. Her gaze shifted to Lin Mo, who stood before her. He had the small frame of a 15 or 16-year-old and wasn't even taller than her. Yet, He kept trying to get closer to her, making no effort to hide his intentions. With an icy expression, Feng Lixu said, "If the Third Royal Highness is looking for someone to have a heartfelt chat with, I'm afraid you found the wrong person." She pointed her sword at him and continued, "If there is nothing important, please see yourself out." Lin Mo broke into a nervous sweat. Tis," he stammered. Inside, he thought, "It feels like she already knows what I want to say." Regaining his composure, he said, "It's not that there's nothing important. For example, the recent movements of the various orthodox sects. Apparently, the ancestral saintess of Misty Cloud Palace, Mushinlan, seems to want to." Feng Lixu frowned in confusion. Mushinlan? Meanwhile, at the sacred ground of Misty Cloud Palace, mystical Ice Lake, the 9th princess of the Great Shu dynasty, Lin Xiangxian, rushed forward and cried, "Master!" Just now, the Kunlun Taoist sect sent word that senior brother Xiao Chen was killed by that old demon Bai. She clenched her fists. "Master, please leave your seclusion, slay that demon, and avenge senior brother Xiao Chen." The ancestral saintess of Misty Cloud Palace, Mushinlan, gazed at her disciple with an impassive expression. "Xianer, you are my only disciple. The third holy war against the demonic path is approaching. I cannot ignore the greater situation just for your dear childhood friend Xiao Chen." Lin Xiangxian's expression fell, but Mushinlan continued, "If you are truly desperate for revenge, I have only one solution." Lin Xiangxian's eyes lit up with hope. "This disciple is listening attentively to Master's teachings." Mushinlan's gaze turned serious. "When I fought Bai Qingling, I accidentally caught a glimpse of his memories. There was a young woman dressed as a bride. She looked like you, small and big at the same time." Suddenly, Mushinlan's eyes sharpened, and she spoke with unwavering authority. "Seduce him." Lin Xiangxian's face turned pale. "Saint, seduce him." Elsewhere, in the blood storage chamber, Bai Qingling sat cross-legged, cultivating as a raging aura of flame surrounded him. He thought to himself, "After retrieving my heart origin, my RE cultivation has become even smoother." As expected of the innate formless demonic body, his eyes gleamed, and with the system's dream flow ecstasy bed, dual cultivation and multiple cultivation yield even greater benefits. It can even replicate the physique of the person I cultivate with into my own body. Behind him, Sen Xinger cultivated silently, her breath steady and controlled. Suddenly, Bai Qingling's eyes snapped open. His thoughts raced. Xinger's ghost-controlling spirit body and dark yin energy. They have a harmonizing effect. A subtle change coursed through his body. Dharma mirror. Achieved. His power surged. A few moments later, Sen Xinger wrapped her arms around Bai Qingling from behind, pressing her ample chest against him. With a playful tone, she whispered, "Xinger has already fully absorbed Master's gift. Did Xinger help Master?" Bai Qingling glanced back at her and said, "Don't be so excited. There will be many opportunities for us to cultivate together in the future." Sen Xinger pouted teasingly. Xinger wants to continue, but... She leaned closer, her breath tickling his ear. "Just now, the main forum sent word that Sect Master Yi requires Master's presence to discuss important matters." Bai Qingling frowned. "Important matters?" His mind raced. At this time, the only important matter according to the original game is the Demonic Path Alliance Conference. A spy infiltrated that meeting, which led to the so-called happy ending of the original protagonist, Xiao Chen. But something didn't add up. The timing doesn't match. Why was the conference moved forward by half a year? Did I miscalculate? Or did something else happen besides Xiao Chen's death? Suddenly, Bai Qingling stopped in his tracks. Wait, where is this place?" A seductive woman in purple robes appeared before him and bowed. "Temple Master Bai, Sect Master Yai, is waiting for you at the Heihuan Pool. Please, follow me." Beads of sweat formed on Bai Qingling's forehead. "Isn't this the Sect Master's hot spring pool? WY." The seductive woman's expression turned awkward. Anyway, please enjoy." Without another word, she scurried away. In the distance, Yi Hongyi gracefully stepped into the hot spring, her delicate foot touching the steaming water first. The soft fabric of her silk robe slid off her shoulders. Just then, she sensed someone standing behind her. Eyes wide, she gasped, "Ah, God! Godfather!" Yi Hongyi said, "Godfather, what do you think of me today? Do you see anything different?" She stood there, wet and dressed in her sexy lingerie. Bai Qingling looked at her silently from head to toe and said, "Lady Sect Master just finished cultivating and is using the exclusive hot spring to rejuvenate, right? I don't see anything diff." Then he noticed her core and thigh gap and said, Suddenly, Bai Qingling pressed against her, and she moaned in pleasure, gasping, "Ah!" She felt heat rising in her core and stammered, "Go, Godfather! You this! You can't!" She blushed deeply, her body trembling with sensation. Bai Qingling continued massaging her tiny waist and core as he said, "There are rumors that the ancestors of the Yi family were originally from the icy fields and couldn't fully adapt to the humid and hot spiritual energy of the inner continent. Every time someone from the Yi family breaks through a realm, their body experiences a turbulent flow of true energy, which can cause internal damage." After 10 minutes of massage, Bai Qingling suddenly shouted, "Extinguish!" A surge of energy erupted from Yi Hongyi and she was left in shock and relief. Yi Hongyi gasped, "The turbulent true energy vanished? This kind of stubborn ailment is actually treatable?" Bai Qingling grabbed her shoulder and said, "Lady Sectmaster, yes, but this isn't a complete solution." He then lifted her effortlessly and said, "No need for further words, Lady Sectmaster. Come and experience the effects of the Dreamflow Ecstasy Bed." A few moments later, in the Dreamflow Ecstasy Bed, Yi Hongji clung to Bai Qingling tightly, blushing as she felt the warmth of his body. She drooled slightly, overwhelmed by pleasure. A system notification rang out. "Congratulations to the host for successfully infusing great love. Points obtained 5,000. Current points 85,000. Bai Qingling said, "Sect Master Yi broke through today and specifically called me to discuss important matters. If I'm not mistaken, this concerns the Demonic Path Alliance Conference?" Yi Hongyi nodded. Rumors are spreading that Mushinlan is about to reappear, and that the Third Holy War between the righteous and demonic paths is imminent. The Demon Emperor has sent an envoy to unite the 8 great demon sects for a joint resistance." Bai Qingling narrowed his eyes. "Before coming to me, you first contacted the supreme elders of the Yi family, and your useless uncle, Ren Chanfan. Am I right? You were unwilling to consult me first. Does that mean you don't trust me at all?" Yi Hongyi quickly said, "No, it's because—" Bai Qingling cut her off. "I'll be blunt with you, Yi Hongyi. There's a spy in the Demonic Path Alliance. This isn't something you can handle. The Yi family's supreme elders are powerless. Ren Qianfan is powerless. And you are powerless too." Yi Hongyi asked, "Then what does Godfather suggest I do?" Bai Qingling thought to himself, the exchange just now has once again proven the dual cultivation effects of the Dreamflow Ecstasy Bed. Perhaps this is a good chance to quickly and directly regain my strength through sheer quantity. He then said aloud, "Temple Master Ren is a coward, but Madame Ren possesses both the strength and ruthlessness of a demon. If Madame Ren and I work together, there is no need to worry about the Alliance Conference." Yi Hongyi frowned. "Uncle's wife? I've heard some rumors. You don't have other intentions, do you? Or are you just following Aunt's will?" Bai Qingling coughed awkwardly. "Ahem. The spy I mentioned earlier, Ji Taimei, belongs to He Huan's sect. Madame Ren was once a saintess candidate there, so it's naturally beneficial to let her handle Ji Taimei." Yi Hongyi nodded slowly. "I see. I apologize for my rudeness." Bai Qingling looked away and thought to himself, "Perfect excuse. Fortunately, I managed to get away with it." Just then, his expression changed. "Someone's coming." In the distance, Tantai Lingying arrived and said, "Sect Master, have you detected me?" Bai Qingling was startled. This situation seems familiar, but neither of them is reacting as strongly as before. Is this a good or bad thing? Tantai Lingying said urgently, "Sect Master, I have bad news to report." Bai Qingling's eyes sharpened. "Bad news?" Tantai Lingying continued. "Yesterday, the new Hall Master of Black Moon Hall disappeared while traveling to Black Moon City to collect the annual tributes. He is a trustworthy man, supported by both the Sect Master and me. His disappearance is definitely not simple. Black Moon City used to be a vassal of Mengu Taoist, now that Mengu is dead. I suspect they are planning to revolt." Bai Qingling thought to himself, in the original game, the Black Moon City side quest was where the protagonist, Xiao Chen, won over both Tantai Lingying and Yi Hongyi. The Black Moon City revolt was inevitable, but just like the Demonic Path Alliance, it's happening ahead of schedule. He smirked and said, "Let them revolt. This can be settled overnight." Yi Hongyi frowned. "Settled overnight?" Black Moon City is a major vassal of Kangming sect. Its 4 ruling families each have a nascent Soul Realm elder standing guard. Bai Qingling scoffed. "What's there to fear? They're nothing more than loose ropes that cannot be twisted into one. Nothing but clay chickens and pottery dogs." At Black Moon City, Tang family Fort Murongji, the head of the Murong family, raised his wine cup and smirked. "This cup is forged from a human skull." Hei Long, the Kunlun clan's grand elder, narrowed his eyes and said, "Tang's 7th young master. You used the skull of a Kangming sect hall master to make a wine cup?" Black Moon City, Tang Family Estate, Tang Tianran. The Tang family's seventh young master narrowed his eyes and said, "Hey Long, why are you interrupting the discussion between the three major families? Outsiders may consider the Kunlun clan to be the fourth great family of Black Moon City, but do you actually believe that nonsense?" A heavy silence filled the room. Shi Zonglin, head of the Ji family, finally spoke. "Seventh young master, I wonder, where is Black Moon Hall's new hall master now?" Tang Tianran smirked. "That person? He's in your hands, old Ji." He Long, grand elder of the Kunlun clan, clenched his fists. "You," Ji Zonglin stammered, "that the seventh young master is truly skilled to be able to kill a Kangming expert at the Golden Core realm without anyone noticing. No wonder Mr. Tang plans to pass the family head title to you." Tang Tianran chuckled. "Old Shi, you must be joking. The Tang family head position was something I personally seized, not something handed to me." His expression turned cold. "Enough with the nonsense. Since things have progressed this far, let me make myself clear. From this month onward, my Tang family will no longer be paying tributes to Kangming sect." Gasps filled the room. Murong Ji, head of the Murong family, along with He Long and Shi Zonglin, looked at him in shock. Murong Ji hesitated. "Although Mengu Taoist may be dead and the young sect master's foundation is unstable, how do you plan to deal with Demon Lord Qingling?" Tang Tianran smirked. After tonight, that Bai Qingling." Suddenly, a peasant rushed into the hall, panting. "Report to the Lord Patriarch. Kangming sect's main forum has just issued a condemnation notice." Everyone tensed. "It states that the investigation into the murder of Black Moon Hall's hall master has concluded, and the culprit is..." He Long's expression changed. "Kunlun clan?" He slammed the table and stood up. "Impossible. The Kunlun clan had no ties to the new hall master. How could we be blamed for this?" Tang Tianran suddenly burst into laughter. He Long turned to him, his voice trembling. "Tang Tianran, what are you laughing at?" Tang Tianran grinned. "Grand Elder He Long, your Kunlun clan has finally become useful to me. As long as we hand your clan over to Kangming sect, it will buy me enough time." He Long's face darkened. "Tang Tianran, you dare? Who do you think you are? Just a despicable scum who relied on women to rise in power. If you dare touch my Kunlun clan, the secret of your wife's corpse fraud will..." Schlick. A blade flashed. Blood sprayed across the room. He Long's head rolled onto the floor. Tang Tianran wiped his blade clean and ordered, "Deliver this pig's head to Kangming sect's ambassador. We can't let Grand Elder He Long's voluntary sacrifice go to waste." Elsewhere, the Zi family's sudden departure, a young boy rushed into the room and whispered something into Shi Zonglin's ear. Shi Zonglin's expression shifted. He stood up abruptly and said, "Tang Tianran, seventh young master, Murong family head. Something major has happened in the Shi clan. I must leave immediately to deal with it. We'll discuss the revolt another day." Tang Tianran frowned. This old Shi, even at his age, he still acts so recklessly. Murong Ji also stood up. "I apologize, but something urgent has happened in my Murong family as well. Please pardon my short stay." Tang Tianran remained seated at the table, now alone. His fingers tapped rhythmically against the wood. "Something's wrong, something's very wrong." His eyes narrowed. "Who is setting up this grand board? Yihongyi? That girl doesn't have this kind of ability. Yingui Temple's veiled nun? If it were her, she'd never start with the most useless Kunlun clan. It can only be him." The image of Bai Qingling flashed in his mind. Tang Tianran clicked his tongue. "Tisk. Why am I panicking? With my wife here, there's nothing to worry about. Old demon Bai, once my dead wife is resurrected tonight, your soul shall return to the river of the dead." Elsewhere, a moving carriage. A lady discreetly slipped a letter through the window of a moving carriage. Bai Qingling unfolded the paper. Master of Kangming sect's Yingui Temple, Hua Yuerong, took the letter and read aloud. "Senior brother Qingling, the Kunlun clan's second and third elders have already been assassinated by my Yingui Temple. As for the grand elder, it went exactly as you predicted. He was executed in front of the three major families during their secret meeting." Bai Qingling nodded. "I understand. You did well." Hua Yuerong suddenly leaned in, pressing her soft, ample chest against him as she sat on his lap. Her voice was sultry. "Senior brother, are you so indifferent because you find me old and faded, or is there another Sakura in your heart?" Bai Qingling remained calm. "Right now, with internal strife and external threats, my top priority is reclaiming my 5 organs and restoring my strength. For now, the only response I can give you is an invitation to join me on the Dreamflow Ecstasy bed for dual cultivation." Hua Yuerong suddenly embraced him tightly. She whispered teasingly, pressing herself against him, "Since senior brother is so frank, you should have just placed that bed in this carriage. That way, Wronger could have helped senior brother right now." Bai Qingling gently pulled away. Tonight's matters must be completed with haste. There's no spare time for this. The carriage came to a halt. Bai Qingling stepped outside. With a sharp gaze, he declared, after 100 years, join your senior brother in suppressing all enemies. The master of Kangming Sect's Yingui Temple, Hua Yuerong, used her magic, and the lantern post suddenly lit up. Bai Qingling and the master of Kangming Sect's Yingui Temple, Hua Yuerong, walked together. Bai Qingling thought to himself, dealing with the 4 major families in Black Moon City in one night was not as difficult as I had imagined. The Kunlun clan may be good at reproduction, but it has not produced a single nascent soul expert in 1,000 years. As long as a few of their experts are eliminated, only a life of slavery awaits them. The Shi family, Black Moon City's greatest merchants, only care about protecting their business. Their backer, Mengu Taoist, was killed by me, so they urgently need a new backer and a promise. As for the 7th young master of the Tang family, I'm afraid only death will make him stop. Tonight, he is the main target. Bai Qingling looked at the people ahead and thought to himself, as for the Murong family. Murongqi suddenly bowed down with his people and said, Murongqi greets the 2 temple masters from the higher sect. Bai Qingling smirked and said, the visiting notice I sent you does not have the seal of the main forum. How can you be sure that I'm not an imposter? Murongqi replied, during the sect master selection ceremony, this subordinate admired your majesty from afar, Lord Godfather. Your letter said that you already know who killed my first wife. My wife. She suffered humiliation until her death. Her soul was even extracted, and she was denied reincarnation. As he recalled his wife, his anger surged, and he declared, to me, Murongqi, nothing in this world is more important than taking revenge. The master of Kangming Sect's Yingui Temple, Hua Yuerong, suddenly spoke. If I tell you who the killer is, will you dare to seek revenge? Shocked, Murongqi said, even if the killer is the Kangming Sect master, I will. Hua Yuerong scoffed. What a joke. You think the Kangming Sect wanted your wife? It was the 7th young master of the Tang family, Tang Tianran. Murongqi was stunned and confused. What? You two, are you trying to pit the Murong family against the Tang family? Hua Yuerong suddenly unleashed a raging aura as she glared at Murongqi. You dare to question Temple Master Bai? Even if we lied to you, what could you do? Bai Qingling stopped her and chuckled. Haha, no need to scare the Murong family head. It's fine if you don't believe me, but you can't possibly doubt Madame Ling herself, can you? He smirked like a devil, his glowing red eyes gleaming. A few moments later, the beautiful and alluring Madame Ling lay peacefully in her casket. Murongqi muttered, although I do not know how Lord Godfather knew that I preserved my wife's body in an ice coffin. Bai Qingling suddenly took out a needle. He gazed at Madame Ling's stunning form for a few moments before placing the needle against her temple. With his cat-like red eyes, he murmured, soul-replenishing acupuncture. A surge of power coursed through the needle. Madame Ling suddenly opened her eyes. Ah, Murongqi gasped. My wife, you're awake. As she sat up, he urgently asked, tell me, who killed you? Madame Ling's voice trembled. Ah, Qi, it was Tang's 7th young master. That night, when you weren't there, he drunkenly barged in while I was bathing. His beastly nature took over, and he tried to use me for, when he sobered up, he immediately wanted to silence me. Mengu Taoist used soul-dispersing power on me, causing my living soul to shatter. But with treasures protecting me, he sought Mengu Taoist's help. Murongqi clenched his fists. Good. And after that, I don't know what happened. Filled with determination and rage, Murongqi growled, good, very good. I knew that Tang's 7th young master was a brute, but I didn't expect him to go this far. A vicious grin spread across his face. In this life and the next, I, Murongqi, and Tang Tianran shall be mortal enemies. Our feud will not end until one of us is dead. As he embraced his wife, Murongqi suddenly turned to Bai Qingling. Godfather, is the main altar already aware of the 4 major families' plot? Striking at the Kunlun clan first, was this done intentionally to let us witness it? Bai Qingling smirked. You're quite smart. Of course, the main altar is already aware that Black Moon City's families intend to revolt. But for now, it has nothing to do with you. Murongqi suddenly knelt to the ground. My Murong family, a generational clan of weapon forgers, is willing to pledge 3,000 weapon refining cultivators. We will act as the vanguard and charge into the Tang family's stronghold, eliminating the traitors for the Kangming sect. Bai Qingling turned and walked away. Very well, but there's no need to rush. I believe Shi family Shi Zonglin will have the same intentions as you, and even if they don't, they will. Bai Qingling said, Ling Yin, battle is inevitable on this trip. Tantai Lingyan was shocked by what she saw. Bai Qingling continued, "Look, even Sect Master Yi is cultivating with haste. Come on to my shared cultivation treasure to further consolidate your cultivation." As Yi Hongyi sat on Bai Qingling, he added, "Sect Master Yi has already tried it. There are definitely no side effects." Tantai Lingyan murmured to herself, "I know. How could I not know? Hongyi and I made the mirror flower oath. Our senses are shared." A strange sensation coursed through her body. She whispered to herself, "The things that she feels, they have already spread thoroughly to every corner of my body." An intense pleasure surged within her, like lightning ravaging her insides, an overwhelming sensation. Yi Hongyi suddenly asked, "Lingyan, are you not coming?" Tantai Lingyan remained silent, her gaze fixed on them. Yi Hongyi continued, "In that case, this sect master is going to continue. Are you planning to stand there and watch until the end?" Tantai Lingyan clicked her tongue. Tisk. She clenched her fists and finally stepped forward, muttering, "I can't admit defeat. There's still Senior Sister Feng. There's still a chance for us to escape his demon claws." A few moments later, Yi Hongji's eyes shone with joy as she called out, "Godfather!" Tantai Lingyan, still blushing, lowered her head. Bai Qingling approached, walking alongside Hua Yuedong, the master of Kangming's sect's Yingui Temple. Bai Qingling said, "The Murong family side has been settled. How's the Shi family side?" Yi Hongyi responded, "Everything went according to Godfather's expectations. Using my title as sectmaster as a guarantee, I protected the Shi family's original interests. Shi Zonglin swore to cut ties with the Tang family and never rebel." Tantai Lingyan remained lost in thought, still recalling what had just transpired. Bai Qingling nodded. "Congratulations, Hongyi. You're becoming more and more like a sect master." Yi Hongyi thought to herself, "Oh, right. Godfather is intentionally nurturing me and teaching me the art of balancing strength and flexibility in leadership. At the same time, he is ensuring that the power of the Kangming sect remains firmly in my hands rather than treating me as a mere puppet." Blushing, she looked down and said, "Hongyi thanks Godfather for his teachings." Bai Qingling smirked and muttered to himself, "System. Quickly give me points. Quickly give me points." Tantai Lingyan remained silent, her gaze lingering on Yi Hongyi. Her thoughts drifted to Feng Lixu's words, "I don't know when I will return from this mission. It will be difficult for me to participate in your plans. But don't forget what Bai Qingling did to you at the immortal washing pool when you were 13 years old. Don't forget the kind of evil rune he carved on me to control me. Don't be tricked by him. Don't lose your original heart. Don't let your senior sister battle alone." Tantai Lingyan clenched her fists, determination flashing in her eyes. "Senior Sister Feng Lixu, I completely understand how you feel right now. Perhaps. I know what I should do." At the coffin, Tang Tianran let out a chilling laugh. Hey. Ha, soon. The process of turning her into a corpse puppet is already more than halfway complete. Tonight, during this yin year, yin month, and yin hour, is the best chance to break through to the deity transformation realm and become the corpse puppet queen. Even without that arrogant Minggu Taoist, I, Tang Tianran, can still complete the final ritual. Suddenly a follower barged in, breathless. "Bad news, family head. The Shai family and Murong family cultivators are here. And the Kunlun clan is taking the opportunity to strike. They're killing their way into the fort. They're about to barge into the Tang family head fort, where you are now." Tang Tianran's face twisted in rage. "Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Are they not afraid of my dead wife?" His eyes darkened. "It's definitely that girl from Kangming sect and her pretentious bastard godfather." Gritting his teeth, he barked. "There's still an incense stick's worth of time left. Delay them. Even if you have to die. Once my wife returns to the world of the living, everyone in Black Moon City who is not of our family will be offered as living sacrifices. Revive, my lover!" Outside, the moon turned blood red as crimson energy surged into the sky. Mu Rongqi narrowed his eyes. What is going on? A blood moon fills the sky. This is an ominous sign. But we have no other choice. Take down Tang family's seventh and atone for our crimes. Old Ji hesitated. But we will die, all of us. Mu Rongqi clenched his fists. Tang Seventh's wife, Qin Yuer, was the former saintess of the ethereal palace. She killed herself. She foolishly loved Tang Tianran and willingly fell into demonhood, transforming into a terrifying and grotesque seven-fiend corpse demon. Only at an extremely yin moment like tonight can she be revived, gaining the cultivation of the deity transformation realm. Old Z sighed. "I know the details better than you, which is why I was always cautious of Tang Seventh." But Mu Rongqi cut him off. "Enough, Old Ji." A fiery aura exploded around him as his eyes blazed with fury. The humiliation of my wife is a grudge I share with Tong Seventh, one that I will never forgive. He unsheathed his blade, his killing intent surging. I will personally cut off his dog head and offer it to Godfather. Demon Ceiling Valley. The battle between Bai Qingling and the Muxin gang at Demon Ceiling Valley. The battle between Bai Qingling and the Muxin gang raged on. The former sacred maiden of the ethereal palace, Qin Yuer, fought alongside the grandmaster of the righteous sect against the supreme lord of the demonic path. In a desperate bid to create an opportunity for Muxin Lan, Qin Yuer launched a daring sneak attack on the demon lord, sacrificing herself in the process. Unfortunately, both she and the demon lord were struck by the 9 tribulations devouring yin flame, leaving her disfigured. After the battle, she fell into despair. Yet, in her darkest moment, she encountered her so-called true destined one. Together, they played harmonious melodies, their souls resonating as one. Hand in hand, they wandered the world. She gave her life for him. To the naive Qin Yuer, perhaps this was the perfect path, the ultimate culmination of her Tao. But she never knew the man who wept bitterly at her funeral. That very night, he was drinking and celebrating at the Chunhua brothel with the fierce tiger Taoist. As he raised his cup to his disciples, he roared, "Brothers, charge, avenge the elders." His followers cheered, "Seize the treasures, seize the women. Today our Kunlun clan shall rise and take what is rightfully ours." Another man sneered, "Blood Moon Ghost? Ha! We Kunlun are the descendants of the Black Dragon. We shall suppress all evil spirits." The arrival of Qin Yuer Morongqi, watching from afar, muttered, "The Kunlun clan is launching a full assault?" A companion beside him responded, "No rush, let's observe first." But before they could react, a massive object was thrown in their direction. A titanic roar shook the battlefield. Ah! A towering, monstrous figure emerged from the shadow. Its voice, filled with longing, cried out, "Husband, husband, where are you? Yuer cannot live without you. Please, come and see Yuer." A voice echoed from above. From the sky, Tang Tianran descended like a comet. "Your husband is right here." He landed, gazing at Qin Yuer with unwavering affection. "Welcome back, my lady. No matter what you become, my love for you remains unchanged. You are my pride." With absolute devotion, he placed a kiss upon her disfigured cheek. Gasps of shock erupted from the crowd. A man whispered in disbelief, "Good heavens, he actually dares to kiss her." His companion, equally stunned, muttered, "What a ruthless man, even fiercer than us Kunlun folks." Tang Tianran's gaze sharpened. Turning to Qin Yuer, he declared, "My lady, these fools could never understand the purity of our love. Slaughter them all, especially these Kunlun scum taking advantage of the chaos. Leave no one alive." His eyes gleamed coldly, sharp as a blade. The rampage begins with an ear-splitting roar. Qin Yuer raised her colossal arms. The battlefield trembled. In the distance, Elder Shi turned pale. "Did you see that, Brother Murong? That corpse demon's body alone possesses the strength of at least the nascent soul stage. We are no match for it." Murongqi clenched his fists. "Elder Shi, I beg you, for the sake of our past friendship, please help my Murong clan escape the city." Without hesitation, he charged toward the battlefield. Tang Tianran scoffed, "Worthless Murongqi, what did you eat today to suddenly grow a spine?" Turning to Qin Yuer, he commanded, "My lady, tear him to shreds." "As you wish, my love," Qin Yuer bellowed. Her gigantic eyes blazed with energy, and in an instant, twin beams of destructive light shot forth. Murongqi raised his sword to block the attack, but his defense shattered. The sheer force hurled him through the air, his body crashing into the ruins. Lying among the rubble, he gasped, a terrifying murderous intent, at least mid-nascent soul level. As he struggled to stand, Qin Yuer's glowing eyes locked onto him once more. Murongqi's heart pounded. A second strike? Too powerful, too fast. "I can't even defend." His voice wavered. "Godfather, Sect Master, I, Murongqi, gladly perish for calming." A crimson beam descended from the heavens, colliding mid-air with Qin Yuer's attack. A massive shockwave rippled through the battlefield. Tang Tianran's face twisted in shock. Who dares to say the one I was about to kill?" A blood-red glow illuminated the sky. As the blood moon rose high above, a figure hovered beneath it. A voice, cold as death itself, echoed through the valley. "Perish?" Bai Qingling descended, his piercing gaze locked onto Morongchi. You owe me a favor. Until you've repaid your debt, who allowed you to die? Thank you so much for watching. That's all for now. If you enjoyed this video, please give it a thumbs up and consider subscribing to help me grow my channel. Your support means the world to me. Don't forget to leave a comment below. I love hearing from you. Let's keep the conversation going and get those analytics buzzing. Until next time, take care.